Good morning and welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Jameson, coming back to you. Thank you. And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you.
Let's just check in here just from a process standpoint. Madam Clerk, do you have an estimate of how many registered speakers that we have that have not had an opportunity to speak yet? And do you have a sense of how many new registrants over the weekend?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mayor Farkas. So up until this morning at approximately 9:30, we have a total of 526 registered speakers. Council has already heard from 287, meaning that we have 239 registered speakers with the City Clerk's office that have not had an opportunity to speak with. Over the weekend, we did receive enough registrations that we opened up new panels. So panels 105, 106, and 107 were established over the weekend and this morning.
Okay, great. I've also been asked by members of council to make two separate rulings. The first one is whether or not we are to continue the public hearing and whether we can prematurely close the public hearing and get to debates without further delay. My ruling is no, we cannot close the public hearing at this time. As long as there's people that are in the chamber on the line and able to speak, we need to continue the public hearing. So we don't have the legal ability to close the public hearing prior to having heard from all of the folks who are on hand. And the nuance there, however, is if you had registered to speak, but you're not here in person or on the line, you're not deemed rather, we will not wait. For example, if we run out of people who are here in person or on the phone line, even if you're registered, we will not continue the public hearing until we've heard from all the registered folks. So you have to be here in person or on the line in order to participate in the public hearing. Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, just on point of procedure, this legislation by which you're making your ruling on, can you cite that?
Yeah, it's under the Municipal Government Act. It sets out some of the prescribed provisions for specifically land use items as it pertains to this. So my ruling is no, we do not have the ability to close that public hearing. The second ruling that I've been asked to make is whether it is possible to set a certain point by which council can say that as long as you're registered by this point, we'll continue the public hearing. In essence, the request was, could we say that we're going to hear from everyone registered at this moment, and we'll continue as long as that. And the same thing applies, is even if you're not registered to speak, if you were to simply walk into the council chamber or at the very last minute register, procedural fairness calls for the fundamental that we need to continue to hear from you. So we'll continue to accept registrations is what I'm saying. So that's my ruling on those two questions. Secondarily, I have agreed to representatives from CREB to allow for a panel against a panel in support of the repeal of blanket rezoning to commence on 1 p.m. As a courtesy, I will allow for a panel fully of those wishing to support, or rather, I've committed at 1 p.m. It's kind of convoluted, the for and against, given the repeal, but I'll repeat again. So at 1 p.m., I have committed to CREB to allow for a panel speaking in favor of the repeal. And following that, I will also allow for a panel speaking against the repeal, just for fairness. We've allowed the latitude for that organization. So that said, we're going to jump into continuing our public hearing. We're going to begin with calling alternating between panels of those who have not yet been called and those who have been called. So our first panel will be from panels 95 onwards. I'll keep reading names until we have 5 people. And then following that panel, we'll go back to calling names that had been called previously, and then we're going to alternate back and forth that way for fairness sake. So let's begin assembling our first panel. So do we have Alex Williams with us on 95? Bryce Williams? Okay, come on down, Bryce. Andrew Thomas? Nope. Spencer Howard? Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not able to speak to you like this in the chamber. What I'll ask is if you could communicate with the clerks what your request is, and I'll do my best to accommodate. At this point, we're calling names from 95 onwards, and this panel will be assembled that way. And then we're going to alternate back to folks whose names had been previously called. Okay. All right. Is there Andrew Thomas with us? Spencer Howard? Okay, come on up, Spencer. Do we have Gunter Samet? Is that you, Gunter? Sorry, the gentleman walking over, is that you, Gunter? No. All right, next on 96, do we have Sarah Elder? Ruben van der Meulen? Debbie Todd? Sorry, was that you, Ruben? No. Do we have Tim Claughton?
Tim Claughton on the line.
Great, thank you, Tim. You'll be our final panelist here. All right, so we have Alex, Bryce, Spencer, Gunter, Tim. Start us off, Alex. Thank you so much for being here. You have 5 minutes. I'll note there's colors that'll change in the chamber here. When it hits red, you're at time.
Hello, Council. I'm Alex Williams, and although I have a lot of other things I'd like to speak to around this hearing, housing, and the proposed repeal of the upzoning the city undertook 2 years ago, I'm here in my capacity as chair of Calgary Transit Riders, a member-based nonprofit advocating for rider-centric public transit in Calgary. I will be speaking specifically to the needs of transit riders and how this change and potential future changes might affect us for better or worse. We are against the proposed land use change and see a more flexible base zone like RCG as a critical component to providing quality transit to Calgarians. Transit riders are also disproportionately low income, meaning that while the housing crisis may seem to be over for some of us, it is still desperate for many. Remember, this crisis is decades in the making. Spending time commuting on our underfunded transit service, transit riders are often also unavailable for public hearings. So please, when making any decision as council, not just this one, but any decision, think to yourself, who's missing? As a solution to our housing crisis, while supporting the repeal, many have proposed nodes and corridors, or upzoning via LAP, or, our favorite, transit-oriented development. To all of which I say yes and. The housing crisis does not have a single cause, and it does not have a single solution. So, what is a node? And is a neighborhood collector a corridor? Or is that reserved for arterials? And what if it's a big node or a wide corridor? Do we get to build higher? Do we get to build denser? What if people still don't like that? Regardless of how all of that is decided, focusing only on nodes and corridors will not create the tax or population conditions we need for quality transit. And certainly, it won't make it happen in the time frame in which it's needed. The city does not control the market. You can't decide what houses go for sale when. And just because you say something can be built on a corridor doesn't mean it will. Remember, RCG still permits single detached homes being built. If someone wants that, they can have that. Upzoning via LAP sounds great, but I rarely hear LAP spoken of in a positive light. In fact, this hearing is the first time I've heard so many people talk about how much they think LAPs are great. I fear this suggestion is largely kicking the can down the road. Also, it's still mostly just nodes and corridors. And now, TOD. We need more. I've been enjoying seeing development happen around Heritage Station, not far from my place. And what about the MAX lines? If we get their service up to their aspired 2 level, will they qualify? I certainly hope so. But TOD, as you've already seen, is not the ultimate solution. Remember, yes and. Calgarians can't be easily divided into people who want to live in apartments and people who want to live in single detached homes. Our needs change throughout our lives, and housing options ought to reflect that, ideally within the neighborhoods where we already live, where we've already built community, where we have become part of that community character. We've already seen this council be quite supportive of transit. It'd be awesome. I'd give specific shout outs, but since that's not allowed, I'll just say thank you to all of you here. So please take the whole picture into account. The city is a system of systems, as you've seen with dealing with the water main crisis. We at Calgary Transit Riders are looking forward to engaging with each of you at stations in your wards and to introducing you to the Calgarians who rely on transit to get around this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll call on Bryce next, please. And then Spencer after that.
Good morning, Council. My name is Bryce Williams. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my future self. I know many young people who would love to be here but can't because they're working full-time jobs, saving for a home, which unfortunately tends to be so far off into the future, they're not sure when that will even end up happening. Though I'm not speaking on their behalf, I know that many of my friends and other young people will definitely agree with me. During this public hearing and also the last one, many have spoken about two different topics. One, the removal of beautiful large trees in their community, and two, big buildings going up next to them and blocking the sunlight. So I would like to take a minute and talk about the trees. There is a new development right across the street from Beaverbrook in the community that I live in, and most of the trees have actually stayed, as well as those trees are also taller than the new builds, which kind of defeats the argument against. As well as my neighbors, I have a little garden in our backyard, and the thing that blocks the sunlight from my garden are the trees from my one neighbor's, and then unfortunately actually the garage in our backyard too. But my neighbor to the other side, they just removed their trees. I had no say in it, and that's totally fine. I can't tell my other neighbors to remove their trees because it blocks the sunlight from my garden. I honestly don't think we should ever be allowed to tell our neighbors what to do with their property. It's their property, it's their choice, they own it. And it is something that, you know, when I own my own property, I want to be allowed to do what I want with it. I don't want to have to sit around, waste council's time trying to decide on whether I'm not allowed to do something or I'm not allowed to do something just because I have a nosy neighbor that just is upset about what I want to do and just wants to poke at me. Honestly, this world will be a lot better of a place if we just make each other cookies or strudel, bring it to each other, get to know one another, because I guarantee the people that will be moving into the new builds right next to Beaverbrook, they're going to be wonderful people. Those builds aren't done yet, so I can't even bring them cookies or strudel. But you know what? Maybe I will, even though it's probably a good 5-minute walk from my house or so. But if we just get to know our neighbors, I promise you they're not scary. And there's no reason to repeal this because City Council has more things on their to-do list where we need to stop wasting time trying to get through these public hearings and decide whether or not someone's allowed to upzone or not. If I'm not mistaken, I think the approval rate before the upzoning, the blanket upzoning, I think it was something around like 98% or so I've been told. And so it's kind of just, you know, just leave it. Let's stop wasting everyone's time. But just remember, make everyone some cookies and just be a friendly neighbor. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Spencer, then Gunther after that.
I have a slideshow to accompany my presentation. It's was emailed yesterday. It's called Fail to Engage. Is that available?
Is it the one up on the screen here?
Looks a lot like it. Yeah, second slide, please. Okay, we all set? Good. Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Spencer Howard. I'm a lifelong Calgarian. We're on slide 2. Good. The 2024 blanket rezoning decision can really only be seen as illegitimate. Can we go to the next slide, 3, please? Calgarians strongly and justifiably expect the city to engage us on important matters. Real engagement, though, where Calgarians are really listened to and compromise and change are made in response to legitimate concerns. Fortunately, the city has policies that strongly support these expectations. The overarching transparency and accountability policy, the Engage policy, the Engage administration framework, and the land use redesignation process. Next slide, 4, please. Included in the many commitments for respectful engagement in the transparency policy is a commitment that states, wherever possible, the city shall engage citizens. And the Engage policy states, the city makes its best efforts to reach, involve, and hear from those who are impacted directly. And finally, in the guiding principles of the Engage framework, it is noted that, quote, the city assigns a high priority to involving citizens early on and throughout the process, end quote. Next slide, 5, please. I'm going to skip over 5, actually. Let's go to 6. Given the strong expectations of Calgarians of the profound impact of blanket rezoning, why was there never any real engagement with us? And why were there very few information sessions not held for more than a year after blanket rezoning was first identified as a possible recommendation by the task force, in sharp contrast to the city's own clearly written policies? Slide 7, please. On May 4th, the city issues a news release about the task force recommendations, but fails to even mention blanket rezoning. Calgarians are in the dark regarding a recommendation that will profoundly impact them. At the July 4th council meeting, administration shockingly notes it will not engage with Calgarians, but promises more than once that the September 14th community development meeting will be publicized as widely as possible. September 6th, the city issues a news release about the housing needs assessment report, but there is no mention of blanket rezoning or the upcoming September 14th meeting. 4 months now have passed, and Calgarians remain in the dark. At the September 14th meeting, a total of 162 people spoke. In complete contrast to the rezoning hearing, just 19 spoke in opposition. Concerns are raised about the significant failure to communicate with property owners. The promise to publicize as widely as possible has been a failure. On September 16th, Council approves administration's application for the land use redesignation of over 1/3 residential properties. Slide 8, please. Despite having made its land use redesignation application, administration does not issue the required land use redesignation notification letters to impacted property owners. Not ever. The first critical step in the process just simply never happens, leaving most property owners completely in the dark. 4 months then pass before the first contact with property owners is made. It consists of a postcard sent in mid-January that means very little to most Calgarians. Critically, that postcard fails to mention the upcoming information sessions. On January 29th, the city issues a news release about online and open house info sessions. The first of just 2 online sessions was held on the very same day. And the first of just 6 info sessions before the Planning Commission meeting was the next day on January 30th. The only direct contact with the Calgarians by administration was made with effectively no notification, and just 6 info sessions were held for over 300,000 property owners. As for the March 7 Planning Commission meeting, since the land use notification letters were never sent, most Calgarians still did not know about blanket rezoning, and so their right to provide input into the commission is missed. On the first day of the rezoning hearing, administration informs Calgarians for the first time that the process being used is the standard land use redesignation application process. At the conclusion of a 2.5-week-long hearing, there was over 70% opposition, and yet the vote went through exactly the way it had been before. Slide 9, please. It's clear that administration was severely conflicted. It acted as the process manager of its own application and clearly performed very poorly. It consistently failed to inform, engage, and be transparent with Calgarians. It is the kind of behavior that leads to lawsuits by citizens against the city and councillors losing elections. Given the complete failure to follow the rules, the blanket rezoning approval must surely be seen as illegitimate. This council has an opportunity to send a strong message to administration and to all Calgarians that this city is serious about engagement, and the behavior of administration was completely unacceptable. Please fix this wrong and completely repeal blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. We'll go next to Gunter, please. I may have misheard. I assumed that Gunter was with us. We'll go then to Tim to round off this panel, please.
Mayor Farkas, I'm just wondering if it's possible that I could come back later today. I've got important work with the Citizens Appeal Panel today, and I wouldn't be able to answer questions if I remained here today. Can I come back later?
Certainly, if you don't wish to speak now, there'll be further opportunities for previous names to be called.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, no problem. Council, we'll end this panel with just the three. Let's go into questions. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yeah, my question is for Bryce Williams, please. Sorry, you had mentioned allowing neighbors to build whatever they want on their property.
Yep.
Would you think there would be a limit?
I mean, obviously, yes, there would be a limit. I think what we have presently is a good enough extent, because I mean, there is a reason why we have like an industrial district and a separate area specifically for like apartment buildings and stuff. But you know, I didn't get to say if my neighbor was allowed to cut down their trees or not, and you know, they can do that if they want, and that's totally fine. And so I don't think that just as a nosy neighbor, we shouldn't be allowed to just tell someone that we don't want to let them build something there because we just don't like it.
And you also mentioned, you know, they want to keep trees on their lot, but they didn't want a house built next to. Would you agree that there's a slight difference between a tree and a building?
Certainly, there definitely is, 100%. I think that one of the points that I've heard this hearing specifically is just talking about how the removal of trees remove homes for birds, squirrels, other animals, and I do know there was one person that mentioned how the removal went terrible and damaged their neighbor's house. But if that tree was getting removed anyways, no one would be allowed to say anything about it, right? So that's kind of the point on that, where it's like, if they just decide to remove the tree, they don't have to consult anyone. They can just remove the tree, and if it does accidentally damage someone's house, like, that is unfortunate, and there's a reason why we have insurance. But yeah, the removal of trees has frankly nothing to do with RCG.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thanks. Start with Alex Williams. So, Alex, you talked a little bit about some of the things that you heard from others, and you say but if we were to revert back to the original land use bylaw, that wouldn't prevent anyone from still applying to redesignate their properties. So it's not it's not or, in this case, it's a process issue, I think, is what you're arguing.
Yeah, it would extend the process that we're undergoing, and as we've heard from people from Norfolk Housing and people from the drop-in center in previous hearings, et cetera, it does impact people's ability to deliver affordable, accessible housing options to people.
So processing time is one of the main drivers?
It adds to the cost, right? I believe the number was $500 a day just to hold on to a property, waiting for the land use change to go through.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue the $500 a day. That's pretty far-reaching, in my opinion, as far as claiming that it's costing them $500 a day. But I'm not here to debate the numbers specifically. The other issue, I think it was more Bryce that spoke to it, so I'm going to ask Bryce a question. Thanks. Bryce. So, Bryce, you mentioned that there's a lot of folks, low-income folks, that couldn't come here because of for whatever reasons they're working. Mm-hmm. Do you know what percentage of those folks who were maybe more well-to-do that couldn't be here because of work?
Well, well, I don't know if I could really give you a percentage, but like I have a lot of my friends, I work from home, so I'm able to come here. And technically speaking, I actually have a meeting in 3 minutes, but even if I walked out of here right now, I would end up missing that meeting anyways. But they have to actually go to work, and so they can't be here personally. And like I was hoping that we would actually be able to get through and I would be able to speak on Friday. But that also didn't end up working out anyways. But yeah, there's like most people my age are presently either at school or they're at work right now. So you have some people who, like me, are able to basically skip out of work for the moment to be here and speak. But a lot of people we're not hearing from.
So what about the people that you're not your age, that are maybe a little bit younger than me, somewhere between you and I? Do you have any idea on how many of those people would not be able to come here because?
Oh, I'm sure that there are plenty, because I mean, you know, you go anywhere from 20 to 65, give or take. You know, we're all working full-time jobs, 9 to 5, right? Like, there's still a ton of people. The only reason why I'm more so I'm talking about people around the age of like 20 to 30 is because those are the people my age. They're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah. Would you say that it's fair to say that both age categories have equal opportunity to write in?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, please.
Mr. Alex Williams, if you don't mind. We obviously have to zone everything something, and so we obviously blanket rezone to RCG as our base, and now we're looking to re-blanket rezone as RC1 or RC2 as our base. Given what you just spoke about, curious, like what base zoning you think would best enable what it is that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the biggest things that has come up during this hearing that I really agree with from the people who are pro-repeal is the fact that RCG, when built to its max form, isn't necessarily the most accessible form. And of course, we see that if you ride transit every now and then, you'll see people using wheelchairs, people using walkers, people with some additional mobility needs. Earlier in the hearing, they were called mountain goat homes, that they have a lot of stairs and they require a level of physical ability that not everybody has. And so from the transit rider's perspective, I actually think it would be great for something like HGO or something to be more widespread, especially near transit stations, so that there is a little bit more opportunity to provide accessible housing options, to provide housing options that are single level, that people in those homes don't necessarily have a basement that they have to deal with or upper floors that they have to deal with.
I appreciate that, especially as we move forward and figuring out what comes next and addressing the MDP a little bit more. So thank you. Mr. Howard, if you don't mind. I wasn't going to ask about this just because it was about the previous blanket rezoning process, but we know that there's going to have to be another engagement coming forward as it relates to the zoning bylaw in a year or so. So I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts a little bit, because there's nothing more important than community engagement. So I'm really glad that you brought it up here today. I want to get a little bit of a sense in terms of if what we did last time didn't meet your expectations, what would meet your expectations? Because I'm just noting here in the what we heard report from last time around, we did what? We did 58,000 or 580,000 postcards were sent out for 9 public information sessions, which over 1,000 Calgarians participated at. 500 more Calgarians participated in the online webinars, of which I think there was 5 or 6. And then we received about 5,000 comments and 4,000 participants in the online engagement portal. Just curious, like, if not that, then what? Can you just give me a bit of insight from your perspective?
I don't think it was a terrible process. I think that the timing could have been better. Little advance notice was given in some cases, and this experience isn't actual engagement. I can't, for example, ask the councillors questions. This is a very one-sided debate. But I just think more notice, with a longer span of time is going to be very welcomed.
More notice, perfect, can do that. And I agree with you, this is not engagement. This is us listening and learning from you. This is not an engagement thing. And that process that I mentioned before was separate from the public hearing that I think was, 13 days that they held last time around. So thank you very much, Mr. Hatt, appreciate it.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Johnston, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Spencer again, please. I agree with you on, I agree with you on some engagement issues, and you had a couple ideas on how to do it better, but I just thought if you wanted to elaborate again just a little bit more on, because seeing what the administration does to try to get it out there, what would be the perfect scenario to ensure?
My take is that council did try to get it out there, but for whatever reason, too little notice was given. One day, no days, sending notification out on the very day that the first engagement was supposed to take place, and with 1 day's notice before the second engagement was supposed to take place, just simply isn't enough. Extend that span of time, give everyone a wider opportunity. That's going to help a great deal.
And I guess my question is, you're here, so you saw it and you're engaged as much as you can be. What would be the difference between you being here and somebody else not being here? They just didn't have the time to see it, or?
I don't know. I think that there are several facets to that. This is not an unintimidating forum. I think a lot of people would find it difficult to be here and to engage in this process. I think a number of people are concerned how they may react in this forum and have decided not to participate out of concerns how they themselves may behave. But we're not talking about this time around. Everybody saw this one coming well in advance.
Right.
I'm talking about the 2024 decision having been made based on engagement that was given or that was participated in with far too little notice.
Okay. I would just, say there's a KPMG survey results coming out shortly, and hopefully we can learn more from that on how to better engage citizens. So thank you.
Interested in
Mr.
seeing
Spencer.
that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this concludes our first panel of the day. We ended off on most of panel 96. Now we're going to go back to alternate to some of the names that were called previously. After this next panel, we're going to, again, constitute the panel from 96 onwards. So we're just trying to juggle fairness between those names that we've called and those names that we haven't.
Sorry, point of procedure.
Yes, Councillor Johnston?
Mr. Spencer had mentioned something. We weren't supposed to hear it, but would we be able to allow his friend to go into the next panel to allow them to leave at the same time?
So just out of fairness, there's many people who had been waiting in advance of that. I just want to, I want to be as, I don't want to be arbitrary in terms of who we accommodate or who we don't. So
Well, you did that with CREB and the other panel, so I think we've already set the standard that we can schedule people in. So I just thought
in the case of CREB, there's an organization that has 5 panelists all together. As a courtesy, we've allowed the opportunity for a follow-up panel for if there's anyone who wishes to speak in or rather against the repeal of blanket rezoning.
that's the definition of scheduling it. So I just thought to allow them to leave at the same time. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So now, is there anyone on the line or in the chamber with us from panels 1 through 25? Okay, hearing none. Is there anyone on the line or in the chamber with us from panels 26 through 50? Is there anyone in the chamber or on the line from panels 51 through 60? Okay, we see 2 people. Please come on down. Is there anyone from panel 61? 62? Come on down.
Yes.
Who just
And
spoke
on the
just now?
phone? Yeah, Catherine Wazinski on the phone in panel 62.
Thank you. Please stand by, Catherine. Is there anyone in the chamber on the line from panel 63?
Yes, Rick Miller from panel 63.
Thank you, Rick. Please stand by. Anyone from 64?
Yes, Chris Marchuk, panel 64.
Thank you, Chris. We'll ask for one more name. 65? Okay, come on down, please. Great. So we have 3 people here in the chamber with us. And we have Catherine, Rick, and Chris on the line, and that will be our panel. So I'll ask just the folks who are in the chamber here with us, you can approach one by one, maybe in the order that you're seated. And if you don't mind, just state your name, please, as well as which panel number you're on.
I'm Rob Miller, and I'm in panel 60, and I have a presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Please mute if you're not the current speaker.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I live in Ward 1 in the community of Bowness, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Calgary Climate Hub. Next slide, please. So the zoning bylaw is about density, affordability, sprawl, but it's also about tree canopy. So Calgary averages about 8% tree canopy, and some communities in the city are less than 2%. Next slide. The RCG blanket rezoning actually requires more trees on high-density properties than low-density, about 4 to 5 trees versus 2 for a single detached property. Tree requirements in the land use bylaw can be met by planting in an adjacent boulevard, which doesn't really appear to be happening in my neighborhood. And they can also be met by preserving existing trees on development lots. And again, that's really not a typical thing that happens. Developers usually take down most of the trees on the property. So density in the city prevents sprawl, and that results in less forests being lost to development in the outer edges of the city. Next slide. So RCG, it needs work, but we should support it with improvements. So the RCG tree requirements are double those for a single detached home, which you would find in like R1. They're also more than a R2 zoning. There's higher tree requirements for RCG. And if we're going to hit the city's target of 16% tree canopy, we need to get more trees on private property. The land available for tree planting is 30% city-owned and 70% privately owned. So that's why it's really important to get more trees on private land. Now, multi-unit infills under RCG don't appear to be meeting the land use bylaw requirements anyway, and so I'm curious why that happens. And also, developers removing trees on a lot, it happens where they take out all the trees, but this is happening both for multi-unit properties as well as single detached homes. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of a 4-unit townhouse that has 6 trees on the property and a single detached home across the street. This is in South Calgary, and it doesn't have any trees on that street. Next slide. So let's talk about solutions. We can monitor and enforce the tree requirements that exist. That would be an improvement. But when tree requirements aren't met, trees should be planted elsewhere in the community. All removed trees from a property should be replaced somewhere. Next slide. So there were recommendations by the administration in response to Notice of Motion EC 2024-374, and that included incentivizing the preservation of existing trees, increasing the tree planting requirements from what we already have, and improving site design measures, and that's things like increasing the amount of soil and mulch that has to be put down for the trees when you're planting them. Next slide. There's very strong public support for more trees in Calgary. 98% of Calgarians say trees are important. 96% want to protect mature trees. 82% want Calgary's tree canopy increased. Next slide. The RCG land use bylaw should also include requirements to address tree equity. Neighborhoods to the north of Nose Hill, wards 2 and 3, as well as those to the east, wards 5, 9, 10, and 12, have low tree canopy and corresponding low tree equity scores. The land use bylaw could be two-tier with higher requirements for prioritized wards and communities. Next slide. So this is my favorite example of two neighborhoods built in the 80s with a stark contrast in tree canopy. Terra Lake is in the northeast, Mackenzie Lake is in the south, and it's very clear that there's quite a disparity in the tree cover. Next slide. So I leave you with this. Is the land use bylaw tree requirement helping neighborhoods with low tree canopy? Why are multi-unit infill developments not meeting the existing tree requirements? And fixing RCG is an opportunity to include measures to double Calgary's tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll ask our next presenter in the chamber to please approach. If you don't mind just letting us know your name and panel number.
Good morning. My name is Jim Sterling. I'm a resident of Ward 7. I have a set of slides that I submitted. It's 3 slides. There we go. Yeah, so I'm against the repeal of blanket rezoning, but I'm feeling it's insufficient to address the inner city needs. On the left, there's a graphic there which I got when I was researching my candidates' positions on this issue, and this came from Mike Atkinson's office. Thank you, Mike, for allowing me permission to show this. Ward 7 and Ward 8, property tax revenue per capita, driven by land value, basically. Inner city land is valuable. Blanket rezoning works in Ward 7. I've seen lots of row housing, fourplexes. I haven't seen a great deal of people in my neighbourhood objecting to that. I've seen it accommodated. I like it. But Ward 7 remains relatively less affordable than other wards because the land value is so high. What I'm seeing is a lot of 1- and 2-bedroom condo and rental apartments of ever greater height. That's the wrong kind of density for me, and I think it's the wrong kind of density for the majority of the people living in the ward that I know. And what do I mean by that? A real community, to my mind, a real community has diversity in demography. And what we get here is we get single people and retired people. That's not the entire demography of a good community. It requires the whole demography that we would like. And also residential taxpayer amenity is being eaten away. So the solution, I say, is to invest to increase inner city land availability for housing and greater residential amenity. And what I mean by that is increase the land supply by targeting underutilised and vacant sites. And the city can capture the land value through that investment and gain an investment return. Second slide. Yeah, so we've heard talk about the donut of decline. I know that as timbits of trauma. What do I mean by that? Well, let's have a look at the Grace Hospital site being marketed as Kensington Yards, which is on 14th Street, just west of 14th Street. On the bottom left is a scale model of the proposal which the developer is seeking a land use change application for. So he's not applying for development, he just wants a land use change from what was laid out in the local area plan. That features a number of very tall condos, 36, 38-storey condos. As I pointed out at the public meeting that was held 2 weeks ago, you could zip line from the top of the 38-storey condo and land on the top of the Jubilee Auditorium roof, and you'd have an exciting ride. That's not appropriate. It's over 2,000 residential units on a 2.8 hectare footprint developed over 10 to 20 years. A number of years ago, the city put forward the West Village mixed-use proposal on the Canada Creosote site that I've been researching thoroughly over the last year, associated with another application in my community. It was mooted to accommodate 12,000 residents on 18 hectares, but it's environmentally contaminated, has been so for many years, and that contamination has leaked underneath through the bedrock into the Hillhurst community, and nothing really has been done to solve that challenge. So we have underutilized land, and the thing standing in the way in some cases is cleaning it up to make it usable for residential purposes. The reason why Kensington Yards is proposed is because it's not environmentally contaminated land. So last slide. Conclusions, recommendations. Higher density development is beneficial for Calgary, but where density increases, which citizens benefit, and what benefits are required is crucial for communities in the inner city. The inner city has significant area of underutilized land, including environmentally contaminated sites out on surface parking lots. So again, recommend invest to increase inner city availability for housing and residential amenity, increase the land supply, targeting underutilized and vacant sites, use land value capture, which provides the city with an investment return. You really are, in the inner city now, the developer of last resort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to our third individual here in the chamber.
I had a slide as well. I was on panel 59.
Sorry, could
Brendan
you repeat
David.
your name and panel number?
Sorry about that. Brendan David, panel 59. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, hello, my name is Brendan David. Thanks for listening, Council. Again, I'm on panel 59. I'm a professional in the buildings industry. I work across Western Canada. My wife is a teacher, and we have a 3-year-old. We reside in Ward 7, Mount Pleasant. So one of the areas with the highest amounts of blanket rezoning permits, as well as redevelopment permits under the prior framework. I'm here today to ask Council to please continue to support citywide missing middle zoning. Do not repeal the citywide zoning. Continue to move forward. I'm in favor of the proposed amendments, and I think those will help, but I don't think we should stop there. A repeal of blanket rezoning to the prior framework is just that. It is going backward. It's going backward at a time when we have over $1 billion worth of critical infrastructure listed in poor condition, and it's going backward at a time where this council is supposed to welcome potentially the 2 millionth resident at the end of term. So I'm also here to be at a bridge. Within a few blocks of us, there's already been significant development under both of the frameworks. So many in opposition have talked about what could happen. I'm here to talk about what has happened. I'm here to provide feedback on how that development went so we can further improve the policy. So again, to be 1,000% clear, my position is keep citywide zoning, just make it better, start with amendments, look for more improvements, and I repeat, improvements, not exclusions, not exemptions for certain areas or groups. Next slide. Yeah, I'm here to advocate for better rules. If we do that, we'll see even better outcomes and further reduce opposition. So I think we're missing a golden opportunity to really leverage this density, and I'm going to use the carrot and stick analogy. Next slide. Yeah, where are the carrots? Where are the sticks? When I had the same comment in the initial hearings a few years ago, my biggest criticism is around the parcel coverage, and I completely agree with the amendment to reduce the max coverage to 55%, but I don't think that should be for everybody. We don't need to incentivize density to that highest level because density is the incentive for a developer. So, and what about our other goals, whether that's efficiency, barrier-free access, heritage protections, as well as tree coverage. Next slide. So I'm going to chat about this in the context of a few projects I've seen. I'm going to use the dreaded eightplex, but I have actually seen a diversity of build forms, and I can certainly speak to that. So 98% of the projects I'd say are here. They're kind of okay to good. Build quality is met. There's some okay contextual setback matching, some not so much. And, 98% are going to end up exactly here unless we make more improvements. So yeah, it's middle density, so that helps, but I think it misses the point of some of the finer points of the greater housing strategy. So as currently set, a developer can do the bare minimum and get the maximum profit, and to me that doesn't really make any sense. So next slide. Now, I have seen a few glimmers of hope, but to my knowledge, a lot of those have come from some of, grant programs, national incentives, and that's not good enough. So this was a good example where, I think there's a bit more scale matching, so I like that in the proposed amendments. There's actually quite a bit of original tree retention there as well. Next slide. I've even spotted the occasional unicorn, so here's two project examples where they're adding density in a meaningful way. The builders are based in that community, so they actually care about, the outcomes as much as the residents. They included some larger setbacks. They also built to a very high efficiency standard, so you can see the exterior insulation on the bottom left, and that included measured and verifiable targets. There is zero incentive for builders to take those measures, and I think I think we can do a lot better. Next slide. So how do we create space for outcomes beyond just the bare minimum, and how do we balance the density we need with some of our other goals while addressing some of the legitimate concerns raised? And I think the answer is already there. We use the parcel coverage, but I challenge council and city admin to leverage it better. So just kind of rough examples, not to scale or anything, but left to right, the idea is you get to unlock that higher parcel coverage and the additional units and profits that come with it when you incorporate more of our goals. So whether that's air tightness, barrier-free design. So again, adding density, but we're also encouraging a stronger blend of outcomes and a better blend of affordability. Next slide. Talking to some concerns. Next slide again. We love our single detached homes in the city. That's not going to change. What I will say is that under the prior framework, I saw far worse examples and worse and bad actors. So yeah, I'm sorry, but our prior single-family zoning does not guarantee the existing form, and it's not going to save your garden from shade. People are not tearing down bungalows and then putting in additional bungalow or new single-story builds.
Thank you so much. You're just at time.
Yeah, happy to speak to the amendments as well. Thanks.
I appreciate you being here. I had only 3 people in the chamber who raised their hand. Is there a 4th presenter there? Okay. And you're on panels 1 through 66?
Yes, Tim Bacon, panel 62.
Yep. Thank you, Tim.
Mayor Farkas, councillors, city staff. My family are longtime Calgarians who combined have lived in many different communities, every quadrant, and most types of dwellings. We currently reside in a modest bungalow in a diverse Ward 8 community. 2 years ago, we advocated for more moderate measured zoning amendments than those actually enacted. Hopefully this rewritten presentation is not too redundant relative to the many fine and much more expert submissions that you heard last week and also this morning. It is evident that Council is faced with quite a challenge. As we see it, the major factors now at play include Calgary's recent record housing ads have been driven by the large rental and condo projects undertaken by major developers. This has raised supply and helped ease prices. These nodes and corridor builds would have proceeded under prior zoning and the MDP framework. B, recent smaller scale builds enabled by the 2024 amendments, wherein 6 to 12 units have replaced a single dwelling, have largely targeted mid-priced older neighborhoods. As predicted, their visibly excessive sizing and lot coverage has created negative impacts to tree cover, drainage, setbacks, and especially parking. To paraphrase my favorite Stampede wrestling performer, Tor Kamada, too much, Mr. Whalen. C, a strident and vociferous urbanist activist cohort adamantly opposed the proposed repeal and seemed, unfortunately, quite dismissive of the views of anyone with a detached house and car. Despite our climate rigors and blue sky city space preferences, they somehow see Calgary becoming the Paris of the prairies. On the other hand, a sizable segment of homeowners rigidly oppose any appreciable change to their communities and seem content to bury their heads in the sand. D, confidence in city planning has plummeted, an unfortunate trend largely attributed to reams of good faith public input and consultation being summarily overlooked and unincorporated. E, many young Calgarians are understandably daunted by their personal housing prospects. However, they desire a quick solution without realistic consideration of basic supply-demand economics, new building costs, government finances, and personal budgeting. F, there is an undoubted substantial need for additional subsidized social housing to aid the disadvantaged and struggling residents of our city. Non-market housing ads have not kept up with Calgary growth. During my undergraduate studies in urban land economics, the wizened, tenured profs repeatedly reminded us that what they termed the use and abuse of land was complex, complicated, and swarming with competing interests. In our opinion, the 2024 zoning amendments fell within the abuse portion. Thus, we support the repeal of the 2024 amendments with a moratorium on new permits to be followed by a reset emanating from a fulsome and transparent review involving public and expert input. From the many presentations to Council, we saw good merit in the following suggestions. A, the input of credible, unbiased outside experts to the zoning review stage. I think it was outlined very explicitly by Ms. Evans a couple days, or last week, prior to the next rezoning reset. B, reduced LAP sizes to ensure effective early consideration of community input, distinctive neighborhood character context, and local infrastructure capacities. C, negative and positive incentives regarding undeveloped properties held for speculation and for stalled builds. D, quicken the utilization of excess city lands held for housing. E, enhance building inspection resources to ensure timely and complete bylaw compliance and enforcement by builders. F, engage with the builders on development process streamlining. And G, decisively enhance adds to social housing supply, both directly and in conjunction with responsible nonprofits. Overall, Council need to find a solution to gently add density without changing the face of Calgary neighborhoods. We wish you luck in your upcoming decisions. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for being here with us. We'll continue our panel with Catherine on 62, then Rick after that. Please go ahead, Catherine.
Awesome, thank you. Just confirming you can hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Wazinski on panel 62, and I'm an impacted homeowner in Meadowlark Park in Ward 11. Just like a recent speaker, I am part of Calgary's future in the 30-something category with a young family. I am here to speak in favor of the repeal of blanket rezoning. I was in person on Friday morning, but lots of people had the same idea, so I thank you for the opportunity to call in from work between meetings. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to Council again on the topic of blanket rezoning and appreciate the level of engagement this Council is taking with Calgarians for the public hearing on this topic. Most of us are here to speak on what we feel is best for our city. So I would like to start with a couple things that I think makes Calgary unique. First, affordability. I was born and raised on the West Coast and have lived in Calgary for the past 10 years. I made the decision to move to Calgary from Vancouver for affordable living, in particular so that I could eventually be able to afford a single-family detached dwelling. Calgary is still one of the most affordable major cities in Canada. In comparison to what my childhood friends and colleagues in Vancouver can afford, it is astounding what my husband and I were able to purchase in close proximity to downtown Calgary. The second point, prior to 2024, was Calgary's incredible urban planning. Throughout Calgary's history, communities have been thoughtfully set up throughout the city. They are conscientiously designed with specific character and amenities. In the case of new perimeter communities, density is carefully contemplated with single-family homes, duplexes, row houses, and higher density spread throughout the community. Growth in this manner is planned in tandem with road development like ring roads and schooling needs for the growing population. So let's come to blanket rezoning. I think this has created a lose-lose scenario for Calgarians. From what I can see, people who are in favor of the blanket rezoning are not getting the affordability they are seeking, and existing homeowners are having their implicit property value compromised due to the uncertainty about what can be built next to them. So let's look at the Calgary uniqueness under the lens of blanket rezoning. Affordability. When my husband and I bought our first home 2 years ago, we were surprised to see that newer duplexes or infills on smaller lots were often more expensive than detached older bungalows within the same community or neighboring communities. When looking at older homes on larger zoned lots for increased density, we saw increased competition for purchase. This included developers, causing them to sell for significantly above asking. These patterns have become more frequent in the past few years. We have seen that density under blanket rezoning is coming in the form of shiny, costly infills or multiplexes, driving up neighborhood prices. Careful urban planning. With blanket rezoning, we have turned over the thoughtful planning our city is known for to many individual for-profit developers. They now decide where and when density occurs, and with many individuals at play, there's no coordination. We have seen this impact of unplanned densification around us. Streets being repeatedly dug up to tie into sewers. Density not supported by the right school sizes or public amenities. Existing homeowners are not incentivized to update their older bungalows because tomorrow a 3-story multiplex could be towering over them. I am very much in support of growth and densification, but I still ask this council to repeal blanket rezoning. Let's have an evolution, not a revolution, and get back to our thoughtful local area plans based on their original land use bylaws. What I implore council to consider is plan development that complements the character and diversity of our existing neighborhoods without a blanket one-size-fits-all approach. Target vacant lands like the Anthem property lot in Earlton. Target main thoroughfares. Target transit hubs and corridors. Target lots or roads adjacent to existing multi-story or higher density development that complement the character and context of that area. Consider aspects and grades that limit sunlight impact on offsetting lots and support solar development. Plan for and commit to building affordable and non-market housing. Properly finish what you started with local area plans and move densification forward responsibly. Confucius says, the person who moves a mountain begins by carrying away one stone. I ask council to continue to support the beautiful diversity of our blue sky city through carefully planned development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Rick on 63 now, and then Chris on 64 afterwards. Please go ahead, Rick.
Good morning, Your Worship and council members. My name is Rick Miller, panel 63, and I live in Altadore. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. I'm in support of repealing blanket rezoning. However, I do support some changes that I doubt I'll have enough time to speak to in my 5 minutes. Blanket rezoning has been a failure. It has not contributed significantly to the drop in housing prices, to the increase in overall housing supply, or to the supply of affordable housing. Calgary is fortunate to have a robust, capable, and dependable residential development industry. That's why, by the time council approved blanket rezoning, the industry had already started to address the shortage, resulting in record numbers of housing supply and thereby reducing prices and rental rates. Blanket rezoning developments did not play a significant role in this. The strong development industry existed before blanket rezoning and will continue to exist if it is repealed. The city does need to encourage and make it easier to develop areas that are appropriate for multifamily housing and needs to ensure there are enough multifamily appropriate areas to meet the short and medium-term demand. If so, developers will continue to build enough new multifamily housing to meet that demand. Blanket rezoning increases the value of all single-family homes in a neighborhood, including the most affordable or older, fixer-upper single-family homes that are suitable for many buyers. Unfortunately, these are often the homes that developers buy and take off the market to build more expensive townhomes. Apparently, blanket rezoning has reduced approval time, resulting in lower housing prices. Simply put, rather than making it easier and faster to build townhouses where they are unsuitable, council should make it easier and faster to build them where they are suitable. Some think that blanket rezoning solves affordability and supply issues for seniors, disabled, disadvantaged, and the homeless, but it does not do this. The city has a housing strategy to address these issues and should strive to do more to address these needs. In my education and work in urban planning, one of the guiding principles was to reduce the number and length of vehicle trips and increase transit trips and pedestrian traffic. Blanket rezoning does the opposite. Blanket rezoning creates negative impacts on health, safety, and the environment. By its nature, it introduces more homes into the interior residential neighborhoods rather than to the periphery. This creates more vehicle trips, longer vehicle trips, as cars wind their way through residential streets to exit the neighborhood and continue on to their destinations. This increase in vehicle activity not only increases noise and air pollution, but it also increases the risk of pedestrian accidents. These are the very streets and sidewalks where our children play, ride their bikes, play street hockey, walk to school, etc. Add to this streets lined with more parked cars, and we are destined to have more vehicle-pedestrian conflicts. There have been several times when I was driving down a residential street and had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting a small child running between parked cars and out onto the street. Our city is experiencing an alarming increase in pedestrian injuries and deaths, and I believe blanket rezoning will most certainly increase this risk. Blanket rezoning has been the single most controversial, impactful, and divisive policy I can remember in the 47 years I've lived in Calgary. Council should not dismiss the impact of stress and anxiety that blanket rezoning has caused for many Calgarians. This has created great division within our city, and many with the uncertainty and fear that a townhouse may be built next to them. At the risk of sounding hyperbolic, I believe the council in some small way is in a position to heal our community by repealing blanket rezoning and replacing it with a more moderate and gentle change, and also by escalating non-market housing initiatives. There's been a myth about loss in tax revenue if blanket rezoning were repealed. Supply and demand dictates that without blanket rezoning, a townhouse that would have been built in RCG would be built and pay tax in a different location anyway. I've also seen statistics claiming to show how inefficient and costly Calgary has been in building services and utilities compared to other large Canadian cities, but this is not a valid comparison. The entire developed area of the city of Calgary is contained within its city boundaries. This is not true for Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, where the city boundaries contain only the small, higher density, inner city portion of the larger urban area. All things considered, the many benefits of blanket rezoning far outweigh the few advantages of keeping it. I believe blanket rezoning is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Chris on 64 to conclude this panel.
Hello, my name is Chris Marchuk. I live in Ward 13 with Dan McLean, and I thank Dan for his truth and his common sense that he brings to the city.
I just
my presentation.
Sir, I just have to jump in.
Calgary's planning that has been put forward in the past, where blanket rezoning is an initiative that was born out of the controversial climate change narrative and climate resilient housing types and net zero goals. We need to back up the bus a bit here. Somehow, over the recent past, a troubling agenda existed to subdue taxpayers and to elevate municipal government to a new level above the people of Calgary. I suspect if this is not changed, there will be many more issues submitted by taxpayers. We would not be here if our city listened to the people when it came to ridding our city of densification rezoning agenda. Our troubles are far greater than blanket rezoning. The democratic process was broken. Additionally, funding for rezoning that came from federal government was illegal and broke the Alberta Government Bill 18. As well, the City of Calgary did not ask taxpayers to spend $650 million over the past 3 years on climate change initiatives, nor, I suspect, Did they do their due diligence in reviewing the premise behind the climate crisis narrative or the abhorrent expenditures associated with it? The agenda, along with those who promoted it in Calgary, had nothing to do with democracy and the will of the people, and everything to do with worldwide dictatorial motive by a small group of oligarchs who see an opportunity to control all municipalities and countries in the world, including the City of Calgary. It's not a conspiracy. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, the New World Order, Smart Cities, 15-minute cities, Net Zero, ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, Partners for Climate Protection, Federation of Municipalities, Committee of 300, N40, One World Government, attempts of strong mayors with the WEF, the WHO, the IMF, the BIS, the UN, and many, many more who have incentivized stakeholders, municipalities, and countries to follow their orders or be dismissed. Our city is under attack. Those heading this agenda are the same people who said in the 1960s that we would run out of oil soon. Polar bears would be extinct. The ozone layer would burn up the world. Sea levels would rise and cities on the ocean front would be underwater. And we basically have never seen any of that happen. And of course now, those same people are talking about climate change, and it's going to destroy the planet if we don't take drastic measures. Measures that are not accepted by the largest polluters in the world, India and China, nor climate experts. You'll find that the very experts who had been called upon for their expertise in the past, when they did not follow the accepted climate agenda, are not funded or relied upon now. The message was loud and clear. Follow the agenda we have, and you will be promoted, paid, and accepted. And within a few years, experts were never respected, and a new climate model was put in place. Not real evidence, but models. Models that have failed for decades and are failing now. I seriously warn Council, what we've seen is a means where corporations have been taking the reins of municipalities. If the direction of the City of Calgary doesn't feel right or natural, it is because it's driven by unelected non-governmental organizations and corporations, not taxpayers or the Council. As one councillor stated last year, no one knew where climate emergency came from, and I quote, "We still haven't seen the declaration of that climate emergency," and councillors had to learn about it on social media. And as much as the City of Calgary councillors were not aware of the climate crisis agenda, neither were anyone, including myself and any other taxpayers, yet stakeholders who, as non-governmental entities without any accountability to our city, have a model of profit and control over the City of Calgary, as we see right now. Who's in control? Non-governmental, unelected stakeholders, the City of Calgary, taxpayers? Not only do I think it is necessary to rescind the blanket rezoning initiative, but it is imperative that City Council review the climate change crisis model and make local decisions that do not include paying non-governmental stakeholders hundreds of millions of dollars and do nothing to change the climate. We need to admit we were played. I request a review of the Paris Accord, ICLEI, the PCP programs, and others that were needlessly crippling our city budget and elevating taxpayer property taxes, removing the unnecessary
Thank you so much, sir. You're just at time.
$650 million
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to please conclude.
That could have paid the average Calgary.
Thank you so much for being with us. That concludes this panel. We're going to go to Councillor Atkinson, please. Oh, Councillor Dhaliwal, I apologize.
Thanks, Mayor. I just got a question for first Mr. Rob Miller. Since we are on the repeal, I got to be very careful how I put this question because I don't want to start talking about off-topic trees. So my question is pretty much, there was another speaker the other day. There's a pressure of housing plus trees and all that. In your opinion, every RCG that is going into inner city that has an old tree canopy, we are ripping out on average 3 to 4 houses. You think, what would your solution be? There got to be some sort of a replacement ratio in place in land use? Should be a requirement to put certain trees? I just want to understand, moving forward, what could be done differently?
Yeah, so I think obviously we want to try and replace those trees, and there are provisions within the RCG land use bylaw to do that. But what I'm seeing is it's not always being followed. So one thing is to enforce the rules that are already there, but often you get more trees being removed than even the bylaw covers. So I would propose that you do an inventory before those trees are taken down, and that they are required to be replaced, whether it's on boulevards, like there is a recommendation to plant them on boulevards in the area, but even public spaces. Like there's a lot of municipal parks where you could be planting these trees where they don't have a lot of trees right now. So basically we should be trying to preserve what's there as well as replanting when they're taken down.
I think you made a great point that we are maybe taking 4 trees out, and bylaw is requiring us to plant just 1.
Yes.
So net loss is negative. And one thing I'm not a big supporter of is landscape relaxations. So my other question is, this is RCG, this is happening. What is your opinion about new growth communities? Because you show Terradale. Again, I want to be very careful that I stay on the topic. Tree canopy in my ward is 1.86 or even less. How do we make sure that we are addressing those concerns and that kind of development that is happening on the suburbs where we are not getting enough trees? Again, through bylaw?
I think it would be appropriate to do that through bylaw. I think the administration, Calgary Parks and Urban Forestry, should have some good ideas on how that can be done, but they need direction. They need direction to say, we want this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we need to look at that aspect in our land use bylaw. Thank you for answering my questions. My next question is for Mr. Sterling.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch. You made a great point about lands in inner city that are sitting there, vacant lands. Do you, in your opinion, do you think creating a residential subclass in our property tax about these lands would be a good idea, so we can incentivize development of these lands rather than them sitting there and whoever invested waiting for appreciation of these lands?
I guess I'm not familiar enough with the idea. My basic point was you have underutilized land that's virtually worth nothing. You invest in it, you make it worth something. You're going to make a profit when you turn it over to development, and then you're going to make a profit on all the additional tax revenue that you acquire. So that ought to be a pretty commercial.
These are public lands you're talking about.
You own, the city own Canada Creosote site. You guys manage the creosote contamination. You've spent millions of dollars trying to manage it, and it hasn't entirely worked. So you're actually spending money for no value. And you even bought more land there as part of your 2016 concepts for the potential redevelopment of the Flames Arena, which was going to be put over there at one point. You spent $30 million trying to buy more of that land, I believe, in 2016. So it's just a huge sinkhole of capital.
Yeah. My other question is, I think in your presentation, you said do not repeal this bylaw.
Right. But toughen it up for inner city, where we're getting over-densification due to these large condo developments going into areas that are not appropriate when there's land lying vacant that's more appropriate.
But my question is, there's vacant land that you're saying we could utilize, but the question here is that we heard from residents, they do not like the fact, there was one caller who said it leads to prices in the neighborhood going up and maybe affordable housing now becoming non-affordable because there's speculators, people who want to buy. The issue we are hearing is demolishing an existing house and making it into 4 units, 6 units. That's the problem, not the vacant lands. How do you respond to that argument?
My thinking is that it's not an apples for apples comparison, right? Like if it's costing more per unit than it used to, it's costing more per unit everywhere because land values are going up.
Yeah, because my thing is, if this bylaw has become so divisive in our city, there's other 97 action items in Home is Here strategy, and one of the things that you are talking about is definitely in there, using city lands to incentivize development along nodes, TOD, and all stuff. So I just wanted to understand the relationship, why you're against repealing when your argument is focused more on city-owned lands that could be incentivized for development.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very focused on the inner city. I don't think the inner city gets enough attention, so I'm going to be talking about the inner city, right? Okay. I have seen arguments about other areas which are perhaps more appealing. Okay. But I just want to say, though, that the inner city was the first communities developed in the city. You know, to some extent, why I think blanket rezoning has worked to an extent is because we've already gone through 1, 2 infill redevelopments over the years because, you know, we were there in the early 1900s.
Okay, great. No, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My last question is for just one question for Mr. Brandon, David Brandon. Oh, by the way, there was a norm in previous council that administration is going to bring a recommendation this year about creating subclasses on some of the residential properties that are sitting vacant and stuff. Yeah, David, simple question. You said make rules better. There's an amendment, recommendation number 4, that is talking about changing RCG rules. What is your opinion about that, please, if you don't mind, based on your experience?
Yeah, totally. Is it possible to bring the slides up again? It would be slide number 11. I kind of comment on those specifically a little bit. Hopefully that's somewhat visible. So yeah, the biggest one, I guess, would be the parcel coverage, which we talked about. I think we can leverage that better. A big thing with the opposition has obviously been the contextual requirements. I think that's an easy win. We go back to some contextual requirements, whether it's setback as well as height. That seems to be one of the most contentious items. So I'm in favor of the change there. When it comes to the 3 units plus 3 units, this might have to be something builders kind of weigh in on a little bit more. But one of the issues I could possibly see there is that you change your building code requirement from Part 3 to Part 9. And actually, this kind of relates to Councillor Kelly when he was chatting with a person about RCG and how it, plays out in a neighborhood. Is it all just eightplexes? And in reality, I haven't seen that. I kind of made sure I drove home and I was thinking about it. And part of that is because builders will kind of stick with what they know well. So some builders are continuing to do duplex. Some are continuing to do single detached, like literally on my street, or not on my street, but the street over. All new builds at the corner, yes, you have a larger kind of row house. But then in between, you have 2 semi-detached, new, and then a new infill. So when it comes to the 3 plus 3, one of the issues could be that, yeah, you go from Part 3 to Part 9, which is a lot more onerous. So if you went to maybe like a 4 layout plus leverage the suites, how many suites you get out of that, that actually might work a little better, in my opinion. But I'm not a builder myself, so.
Okay. Just 4 plus 2, what is that 4 plus 2, sorry?
Sorry, that would be 4. So right now, one of the amendments would be to be like a 3 units plus 3 suites. And from a building code perspective and with fire separation in particular, when you go from a semi-detached to then row houses, you end up triggering some higher requirements for fire separation. So I think when it comes to like saying people would be able to build 6plexes, I think there might be some complications there. A builder could speak to this better, but it might be easier to stick with a row house of 4 max, but then you're leveraging the amount of suites that are allowed. So the total units would still be 6, but it would be like 4 townhouses plus 2 suites max versus 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. How do you manage that through through approvals? Because that could become discriminatory, right? Like who's getting those 2 suites?
fair. I mean, again, my thing is we have other goals, so attach other goals to it. I mean, provincial government has said we cannot ask to build anything but the minimum. So we can't ask for higher requirements, but we can certainly incentivize and ask for incentives to, okay, you get those 2 suites when you are doing something, whether it's original tree retention or a higher tree replacement ratio or more setback matching.
Okay. No, great. Thank you for answering my questions. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please.
Mr. Bacon, please. Timothy Bacon. Thank you. Appreciated your presentation, getting into some of the nuances there. You spoke to the potentially having negative implications for vacancy and stalled builds, if I think I caught it right, as one of the potential carrots and sticks in the overall suite. Can you speak
Yeah,
a bit
I think
more to
there's
that?
a lot of empty land lots around. Certainly within 6 blocks of our house, I could count 7 empty lots. I think the one down at 38th and 14th Street has been empty for 12, 13 years. There's a number of stalled builds I've seen around during my walks between our house and Glenmore Park, say. I think there's got to be both the carrot but also the stick as to having these put back into inventory. Some are kept by major renovation developers to sell to somebody who wants to put up the bigger house, because if they're making their 16%, they make a lot more money on a 4,000 square foot house going up than a 1,500 square foot bungalow. So the incentive to get those lands back into housing, I think, is something that should be considered.
Great. Is there a certain mechanism you're thinking about when it comes to that, or just something to put to administration and sort of have them explore that? I agree that it's something that I see in my neighborhoods in Ward 7, but just wondered if you had a specific thought in mind.
Well, maybe as an ex-banker, I kind of tend towards the stick side. And I thought accelerating property taxes on lots that are unused, undeveloped, is something that could be considered. I don't know what rate you would increase it, but it seems something pretty simple.
Yeah, that's fair. And just out of curiosity, is there a level of housing, like by right, that you think should be permitted use that you think then maybe won't have the public backlash? Is there a certain point at which you think by right every lot in the city could go to this and not have the sort of public backlash that we've seen towards the townhomes and row homes?
For fear of getting backlash from my neighbors, I think when you're talking exempt on RC1, you want a number minimum 3 but not 4. And that includes all units, not this funny suite that isn't considered a dwelling.
Fair. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could speak to Jim Sterling, please, for a second. You mentioned at the end of your presentation land value capture, and I was wondering, I know that means different things to different people in conversations that I've had. What does that mean to you?
It means to me that if there's a piece of underutilized land that for the want of some investment could be then used for residential development, then there are some cases where the city should step in because it's beyond the capability of any given developer to make that investment. So when I said the city is the developer of last resort, there are some lands for which the city should intervene and can probably make money through upgrading the value in its investment. And the Canada Creosote site would be one. The Sears site would be another, where there's a gasoline plume. And the fact that you're seeing developments like the Kensington Yard proposal is an indication that developers are not prepared to go to those contaminated sites, even though, they've previously been slated for development, because they don't have the depth of capital to invest to clean it up. And given that the city owns some of this land, and if they don't own it, the province have ownership, then there's room for the province and the city to collaborate on this. So it's effective use of government to free up the market to work.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And finally, Robert Miller, please. You, in your presentation, you talked about sort of the loss of tree canopy, which is something we're seeing for sure with redevelopment. But you also noted that we're seeing it not just with, row houses and townhouses, but singles and semis as well. And that there's actually a difference in terms of the requirements for what the end result is for townhomes and row homes compared to singles and semis. Can you speak a bit to what you think a more equitable end result would be to sort of have with the various built forms that we are having in sort of low residential, what you think would be a better way to sort of pursue maintaining and growing our tree canopy in the city?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that question. So I believe that the tree requirement should be the same regardless of whether if it's a low density or high density. Obviously, with high density, maybe you don't have the area to plant the required number of trees, so then you need to take care of that in a different way. But with a low density development, there's no reason why it should require less trees than a high density development. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So, and then in terms of equity, if you have neighborhoods where there's less than 2% tree canopy, then there should be a focused effort on planting more trees there. And this needs to happen on private property as well. So that's why the land use bylaw is a mechanism for making sure that happens.
I appreciate it. We've been hearing things about some of the extra costs that come in with RCG townhome development and things like replacing the sidewalk. But one I had not really considered cost-wise, from just a cost perspective, with some of the landscaping costs that are associated with townhomes that are not necessarily actually there on semi, and how to sort of balance out the costs on those different. So thank you so much.
Exactly.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, that concludes this panel. Colleagues, it's 11:05. It's about an hour-ish to our next break. I'd like to accommodate 2 more panels if possible. We'll do 2 panels, going back to the names first that haven't been called from 96 onward. And then after that panel is concluded, we'll go to call names that had been called before from 66 onward. So we'll flip over to 96. Do we have Susan Gwynn with us in the chamber on the line? On to 97, do we have David Mowat?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, David. Please stand by. Do we have Shelley Tulloch?
I'm here.
Thank you, Shelley. Please stand by. Do we have Michelle Williams? Leslie Herrera? Craig Chandler?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Craig. Please stand by. On 98, do we have Sean Tuff? Connie Pringle? Anthony Cox? Michael Storoshikov? Deborah Teitelbaum? Nicholas Collins Hrychuk? Maxim Stanev?
On the phone.
Thank you, Maxim. Please stand by. Joyce Seeley? Thank you, Joyce. Okay, this will be our panel from with David, Shelley, Craig, Maxim, then Joyce. David, why don't you start us off? You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm David Mowat. I'm in Albert Park. I'm in Ward 9. And we took a course on the weekend. It was called Partners in Planning to the City of Calgary. And it was at the Banff Trail Community Center. And we found out that this planning this has been 3 to 5 years in the planning, not just a 2-week or 1 month what is going to happen. This has been planned for quite a while, and it's the reappeal is needs to be happening because it was never done. The public was never presented properly with this. And according to the people we talked to at that meeting that day, and according to the things that I brought up is, we live in Ward 9 and we live on 10th Avenue. We pay an extra tax for a view tax to see the mountains, the downtown, and everything else. Well, with the new development we have here now, it is these buildings they're building. Actually, a child, if you ask a child to draw you a house where they want to live, you'll see a house, some trees, you'll see a family, dog and a cat with grass, and everybody's smiling. What we have here now is people aren't smiling, the trees are gone, and these buildings are just atrocious to look at. And as a contractor myself, I look at some of these buildings, and a lot of them are at minimum code at best. So there's no energy efficiency whatsoever. As for the trees and the grass, that is a big problem because without the trees, less grass. Now we have less carbon capturing. We have more heat for heat in the atmosphere, and it's an ongoing cycle. So the more we lose in green space, the more we lose in carbon capturing, the more heat in the atmosphere. And then we were yesterday driving around and looking at these new developments, and where they have the garages in the back for their 4-car parking. If you have a small car, you can get into the garage, but you cannot open the doors to get out of it. And then it's just it's not a good system. And if it's a rental place where you have car parking for vehicles, their builders know that you can't put a vehicle in there, so you can't use it, so they use it for storage for themselves. And there again, there's no parking. So now you have 8 units, 12 units. It's very frustrating for people who live in the area. It's very frustrating for our area because it is getting to the point of less and less housing. And now with the taking of the parking lot at Franklin Station, we are losing parking for about 300 to 400 vehicles per day as they take LRT to downtown. Now it's going to be housing there, and now there's no parking for anybody to go downtown on LRT. Where are they going to park or drive downtown? Which they got to pay another $500-600 a month parking, which they probably can't afford. It's $11 an hour as we go downtown as you need a vehicle for parking. It's ridiculous. And they've taken out schools and on Radisson Heights, putting in 800 units. Where are people going to park there? There is no school there anymore. Where are people going to go? There's no place for children to play. The parks are being taken out. Okay, it's the reappeal for blanketing it's got to be looked at in a different state. And I'm up for change, but these buildings got to be done properly, which fits all areas of Calgary, which fits all the landscapes to make it appealing for everybody, just not to the developer. And the ones in Ward 9 right now, the developers, do not live in the country of Canada, and they are the ones funding the money for these developments. And it just seems to be going on, and it's not quite right. But say this has been in pipeline for the past 3 to 5 years, and it's been a little bit late now for everybody to be reappealing stuff because the city has shoved it down our throats already. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Shelley and then Craig afterwards. Please go ahead, Shelley.
Great. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Good day, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of Calgary and an affected party. I will cover as much ground as possible in my 5 minutes, but may fall short a few sentences. The physical mailer sent to residents regarding this bylaw is fatally deficient. It omitted critical amendments that materially alter the scope and impact of the proposal. Amendments buried in the city's website requiring a digital scavenger hunt, but entirely absent from the written notice to affected households, is a failure of statutory notice. Canadian legal precedents are clear on this matter. 1. The essence test. The Alberta Court of Appeal affirms that a notice is legally invalid when it fails to bring the essence of the proposal to the average reader. Omitting the amendments results in a misleading notice that fails this test. 2. Duty of fairness. The Supreme Court of Canada established reasonable notice. It is a cornerstone of procedural fairness. The city cannot cure a deficient physical notice with a web link. Attempting so discriminates against those without digital literacy or access and denies residents their statutory right to be informed and heard. Violation of city policy. Furthermore, this is a breach of City Public Notice Policy CS010, which commits this administration to, quote, adequate and appropriate communications. Providing only an omitted version of the bylaw by mail while tucking away the real impacts online is neither adequate nor appropriate. Jurisdictional risk to Calgary and residents. Because the statutory notice is deficient and misleading, this council lacks the legal jurisdiction to proceed on omitted amendments. Any decisions made on amendments or similar amendments, especially the corner lot +2 and the affected neighbors, is subject to judicial review in the Court of King's Bench and risks this hearing being declared void ab initio, or void from the start. Proceeding on a faulty notice is an inefficient use of taxpayer dollars that invites a court-ordered redo of this entire process. We urge Council to move to table the amendments portion of this proposal. Corner lot +2. Council cannot and did not have a fair hearing since the public was not legally notified of the full actual proposal being debated. Amendments or similar amendments may not be considered at this time. I formally object to the procedural irregularity, exclusion, inequity, and the validity of this hearing and raise a jurisdictional challenge based on the city's failure to meet the mandatory notice requirements set out in Section 606 of the MGA. I am raising this now to ensure we have exhausted our administrative remedies. Did administration already receive legal advice on amendments exclusion? Is that legal advice in writing and available for public inspection? Did internal advice warn against the omission of critical amendments from the primary mailer? Could this be central to a judicial review? Direct city manager or city solicitor, can administration confirm on the record here and now the exact date of the mailers were sent out and why amendments found on the website were omitted from the physical mailer? Simplification is not license for omission. All material facts must be present. Omission changes the essence of the proposal. Fairness is context dependent. Standard for reasonable notice is at its highest given rezoning has profound impact on all residents' lives and property values. Procedural fairness, correctness standard, for fair procedures, especially with respect to when private rights or property interests are at stake. Council needs to table the corner +2 amendment or amendments until administration can prove full legal compliance with the MGA's advertising standards, as we cannot have a fair hearing, debate, or vote if the public was not properly legally notified. City policy CS010 again, effective and appropriate communication, the consistency standard. Citizens should receive the same information in style and content across letter or website. Prejudice. By omitting amendments from the mailer, the city caused substantive prejudice to residents who cannot access the internet, thereby excluding entire segments of Calgary constituency from their statutory right to be informed and be heard. Buried key amendments is a jurisdictional error and a misleading notice. A resident reading the mailer would not understand the actual impact on their property, especially the corner +2 lots and their neighbors. A breach of procedural fairness plagues this hearing. This is a legally deficient notice as it failed to include the real impacts, even if a different version is online. It fails the legal test, placing the procedural validity and jurisdictional authority of this hearing into question, especially with respect to the amendment corner lot plus 2 lots. Municipalities are creatures of the province. It is not inconceivable that should a second rezoning hearing, and recalling the earlier defeated guidebook, be brought to a judicial review with a real possibility.
Thank you so much, Shelley. You're just at time, but I'd like to hear the conclusion of that sentence.
Okay, with a real possibility of being voided, that the province would be obligated to step in with a referendum or plebiscite to fairly and finally settle the matter of rezoning for Calgarians, not to mention the waste of time and resources.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate you being with us. Please stay on the line. We'll go now to Craig on 97, then Maxon after that. Please go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Your Worship, and all City Council for the opportunity to put my comments in. I'm sort of wearing two hats here. Firstly, as many of you know, I'm the Executive Director of PGIB.org. I'm also on the board for a Better Calgary Party. In the recent election, like all of you, I knocked on thousands of doors and made thousands of phone calls in both Ward 12 and 14. And the refrain was the same. Almost no one wanted or wants blanket rezoning, and we're furious that they gave their input and were not listened to. You heard them as well. Taxpayers are sick and tired of politicians who think they know best. This top-down type of governing is not what people want. Clearly in Ontario and the East they do, but not here. Let me be crystal clear. We elected each and every one of you running the corporation of the City of Calgary. You report to us just as the unelected bureaucracy must report to you. The tail can no longer wag the dog. I'm sure that for legal reasons you must be going through this process and wasting tax dollars on an unnecessary process when we could be doing other things. The reason for this repeated process has not been explained well to those outside your chambers, in my opinion. You need to eliminate any idea of blanket rezoning, or you'll find yourselves on the outside of council chambers next election. So go back to the old LAP and scrap any amendments. Just say no to blanket rezoning. Listen to the voters. Listen to us shareholders, if you will, of this great city. So far, so good, guys, although there was zero reason for a tax hike of any kind. Reducing a tax hike is still a tax hike. And with billions laying around for infrastructure and money spent on things that are not municipal jurisdiction, blue rings, etc., it was really frustrating to see this new council put their hands deeper in our pockets. There is but one taxpayer. Anyways, there was no need for me to have charts and graphs, etc., as Chris Davis and group and many others have already done that throughout this process. Just do what the public wants and do not be bribed by federal money. We've already met the threshold for the percentage that was tied to the money anyways. Listen to the people and let's make a better Calgary.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go now to Maxon on 99, then Joyce after that.
Good morning, Mayor and Member of Council. My name is Maxim Spanev, and I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I represent myself. I'm here to ask you to repeal the current blanket rezoning bylaw. Before continuing, I would like to inform you that I'm too, like many others before me, was baffled by the registration form question, are you in favor or opposition of the issue? I don't even remember how I answered it, but I would like to go on record that I support the immediate removal of the blanket rezoning. My position is not about stopping growth, but about ensuring that growth is responsible, community-led, and backed by the available infrastructure. My opinion was informed by the following observations of what is actually happening in our inner city communities. First, blanket rezoning has led to destruction of affordable, detached older houses and property price inflation. Communities with extreme level of development have seen the highest detached house price property increases, driven entirely by land demand from rezoning and densification policies. Families who want to buy an older house in inner cities have no chance when they compete against builders with deep pockets, preferred financing, government incentives, and future profits from development. Those who were lucky enough to buy before the current craziness are being squeezed out by huge property bills, tax bills, or worse, by ugly structures being built right next to their home. I keep hearing that blanket rezoning will bring house choices and low prices. But after only a short period of densification push, the only widely available house option in the inner city are these depressing, high-density, overpriced units with windows staring at garage walls, completely unsuitable for families. This is not a choice. Calgarians deserve the stability, space, and dignity of a real home. Second, we cannot ignore the physical reality of our schools and infrastructure. Our inner city institutions like Rosedale School, Capitol Hill, Rosemont, or Crescent Heights are already at or above capacity. I urge the City Approval Committee to do their due diligence. Any new high-density development should only be permitted after the school capacity extension. Do not be afraid to reject permits when the math doesn't work. Seriously, I have kids at school, and the schools are overcrowded. And I know that the new provincial bill basically includes new schools, but none of them have mentioned any expansion in our inner city communities. Furthermore, there should be no institutional pressure to approve at all costs when our 70-year-old pipelines and electrical lines are already screaming for relief. Density without social infrastructure is not progress. It is failure of planning. I also want to debunk the misconception that the inner city is a donut of decline. Our community is not a hollowed-out shell. It is a vibrant, thriving neighborhood with a healthy mix of young, middle-aged families with children, and alongside established senior households. We are a multi-generational success story. Please support the repeal. Let's return to a system where growth is earned through infrastructure readiness and community engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Joyce on 99 to wrap up this panel. Please go ahead, Joyce.
Thank you. My name is Joyce Seeley, and I also live in Ward 7, Banff Trail. I agree with everything the previous gentleman said to me, or said to us, and I'm in support of repealing blanket rezoning. So much has gone wrong in my neighborhood in Banff Trail that I don't even know where to start. I have so many mixed feelings about what I see and what I now live in my neighborhood. Initially, because I live on a corner lot, there was constant harassment from builders wanting my property. They sent me notices, they phoned me, they talked to me when I was out in my yard cutting my grass. It never stopped, day after day after day, as soon as blanket rezoning was put out there. I resent that. Eventually, a 12-unit DP was introduced on my street, and it's been almost a whole year of research with neighbors to figure out what we could do about it. We don't have a functional community association, so we couldn't get help there. We had 2 people on our association at the time. Why? Because only 25% of the houses in my area are actually owned by people who live there. The rest is rental. So why would I volunteer my time to go to a community association to make plans for people who don't live there permanently? They don't live there. They come and they go.
I'm going to just jump in, and our legal proceedings really require us to be very focused on the user, or rather the use and not the user, and speaking to say whether renters are actually members of the community can be quite considered offensive. So let's just really focus on the merits of what's before us.
We didn't have help to find out what was really going on in our neighborhood. I took it upon myself to walk the streets of Banff Trail last fall. I discovered that there were approximately 200 bungalows torn down and replaced with 1,600 dwelling units. I counted the doors. I was wondering, is this dense enough? Have we surpassed our point that we were supposed to surpass? What number means enough is enough? I saw numerous examples of shoddy, dangerous workmanship. I saw pipes coming out of the walls in front of the stairs where people would have to exit in case there was a fire. And I wondered how that got passed. I actually talked to DP managers, and I said, look at what some of these builds are. And they were both shocked by what they saw, and they said, we're going to have to check that out. They checked it out, and it was the result of relaxations. So whatever goes, goes in my community. The overmassing issue is the fact that there are so many, this is a point that I don't know if it's been addressed, but there's so many builds that are done well, but there are so many that are not done well. And when I see basement windows that are at or below ground level when I'm at the street, and 6 feet wells to get out of those basements should there be a fire, it makes me very, very nervous and upset. And I wonder, why is this happening? How is this happening? I talked to a fire inspector. He didn't like what was happening either, but his hands were tied because of the policy. So we have a DP on the corner of the inside corner, a pie-shaped lot of my street, backs onto a 90-degree blind corner in the alleyway. The developer initially wanted to build 3 separate buildings on the single-family lot, which would include 36 bedrooms and 36 bathrooms. Who does that? Who needs that? What is the purpose of this build? And did I mention that the water pipe burst in our street in January? So we invited the developer to come to talk to us because there was no other way. We just kept sending invitations. And it became clear to us that this was a purpose-built commercial development, a dorm or a rooming house in the middle of our street. He told us it was going to be used to be rented to university students. So that's a dormitory. So I'm wondering, are all the requirements for a commercial endeavor like this and the safety requirements going to be built into this or checked afterwards and then built? My question is my whole street going to go up in flames because all of these doors have to be knocked on by the firefighters before they'll turn on their hoses? I asked this question, and he said, yep, all the doors have to be knocked on. So that means that if there's 3 buildings, and if there's a fire in the middle building, and a fire truck cannot get in the back alleyway, and nor are they legally required to go in the back alleyway, this fire has lots of time to spread sideways, not to mention how people might be killed. So I'm very concerned about this. 2 weeks ago, this particular DP, after all our fighting, was actually grandfathered in because of the clause. And now we have to go to an appeal hearing in June. This has been so stressful. You have no idea. The person who has to...
Joyce, unfortunately, you're just at time, but I ask you just a final sentence, if you don't mind.
I just wanted to say the person who has to stand up and fight against this is a doctor who works in a cancer clinic, and he has to give up all of his patients for that day to go to a hearing to discuss this when all of these other cancer victims are worried about their lives.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay.
We'll now go to questions for this panel. Colleagues, I'd ask that we can keep it tight if possible. It'd be great to go to one more panel before we break. Over to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it was Ms. Tulloch. Ms. Tulloch, are you still on the line?
I am, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. I want to be clear about what it is that you're saying. Are you suggesting that you believe that the entire hearing today is something that could potentially be challenged, including the repeal?
I cannot submit legal advice, but I am happy to share my concern about the amendment plus corner lot particularly, and the 2 adjacent lots being a poison pill. And that does not protect from mid-block upzoning either. And as such, the fruit from a poison tree places this entire hearing in legal jeopardy. And if I can be allowed to finish the last couple sentences here, I think that will add some clarity.
Sure, please.
Okay, so let's draw our attention and memory back to the vast rezoning for housing campaign of 2024, which included, but not limited to, weeks and months of radio and digital advertising, billboards and transit advertising, TV advertising, webinars, social media campaigns, town halls, 9 information sessions, in-person, online, walking tours, postcards, and much more compared to this skimpy, deficient mailer. And I want to emphasize this last bit. The past 5 days of this hearing, which I've watched on and off, displayed how uninformed and confused residents are, and even counselors expressed confusion with no clarification from administration at the outset of this hearing, even when clarification of amendments was needed and requested by council members, and then repeatedly requested over the past 5 days. This entire 5 days is a discovery goldmine for lawyers. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. If you have other questions, I'm available.
Yeah, no, I do actually, but thanks for that. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you believe that some of the amendments may not have been clearly advertised or clearly understood, but the repeal aspect of it is where I'm trying to go with this question. Is do you believe that the repeal aspect of the pamphlet that went out provided enough clarity?
Well, you can refer back to the mailer where the repeal portion is stated. It's pretty crystal clear. People understand this to be a repeal hearing. The amendments, even though some of them might be okay with the height, 0 lot lines, the 55%, I don't think a lot of people are going to argue with you on those. But even well-informed members of community associations, people who are very up to speed on things, years and decades, are not coming and understanding the amendments piece about the corner lot plus street. And there's no way to protect mid-block because those lots have a right to be upzoned as well. So this is completely deficient in every aspect.
Okay. No,
you open the door. The doors are wide open to legal challenge, and this entire hearing will be placed in front of a judge in the Court of King's Bench, and good luck with that.
Okay. So, but you're not citing any specific sections of the MGA that you think that this would be in contravention of?
Section 606. I have case law as well, which I didn't include because it's simply just too much information to add, but I can try to pull it up really quickly here. Section 606 plus the city policy CS010, and then there's also another policy about transparency. Yeah, I mean, I just had so much to share, and you can only squeeze in so much, even when you're a fast speaker, into 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm only interested right now in which sections of the MGA that you believe are a potential things that could be considered at a Court of King's Bench. And so if you could cite me those specific sections, I'd be more than happy to get clarification around those and do further exploration on my own.
Well, I can say Section 606 definitely, and there's other, as I said, there's other relevant information that I just don't have at hand. But
which would be a council policy, right? The other section you were referring to?
Section 606.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for your submission. I have no further questions for you. Appreciate your submission.
Thanks. Looks like we have a significant amount of members of council in the queue for questions here. What I'm going to say is this will be our final panel before breaking. Over to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Chandler. Are you still on the line, Craig?
I sure am, sir.
Well, thanks for calling in. I do recall you calling in last time for the public hearing for blanket rezoning, and you had a lengthy conversation with Councillor Carraw, former Councillor Carraw at the time, where you spoke quite passionately in favor of blanket rezoning. Now you're speaking against or for repealing blanket rezoning. So my question is, what made you change your mind?
Well, the first time I presented, I was in person and I was for it. The second time I called in and I was against it. And, you know, I guess you could say smart people, when presented with facts and evidence, change their mind. And I looked initially, Carraw's a friend of mine, I initially thought, okay, this might be a good idea. And then I started to look at the ramifications and realized he was wrong. So
Good answer. Okay. That's all I had for you, Craig. Thanks so much. Bye now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Jameson, please.
Mr. Chandler, are you still on the line?
Sure am.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for calling in and being part of this public hearing. If I may ask, how do you know what people are thinking about this particular issue with such confidence?
Well, as you know, being involved with a Better Calgary Party, we had several candidates, and the candidates would share information on regular meetings, whether it's on chats or whether it's personally, on what the big issues were. And it was overwhelming in every ward that there was a candidate that the number one issue was get rid of blanket rezoning. And I continue to door knock myself in different areas for nominations, and all I'm hearing from the door myself now too is nothing but this is a big issue, and we're saying, no, that's municipal. It's still coming up as an issue at the door. So I'd say maybe, I don't know, 100,000 doors recently might have led to the belief that, yeah, this is a problem.
You had mentioned it's obvious that the public trust is eroded. So do you have any ideas on how we can, repair that or do a better job of listening to Calgarians?
Well, I think on this particular, overall, I think you guys are somewhat doing a good job. As I said in my commentary, didn't think the tax hike was necessary regardless, but having consultations like this is good. I just think having two of them when it's overwhelming, that everyone was against it before, and then election, everyone told us we were against it. This is a waste of time and money, but consultation processes like this are important. I think what Dan McLean did as well by having something at Cardell was important as well. So Dan seems to understand consulting with his constituents. That was a great example. So things like that are a way to do things.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Actually, it looks like we surprisingly exhausted all the questions for this panel. I'm going to call names that had previously, or panels that have been previously called. We do have that important water security meeting over the noon hours, so that's a real hard stop for us. I'm going to ask for two more panelists to approach. Do we have anyone from panel 66 in the chamber? All right, those are two people. So, yeah, please approach. So we have these, we have two people in the chamber with us. Please approach, and you'll be our final two folks to hear from today. So please come on up. If you don't mind just letting us know your name and your panel number. Oh, 66.
Yeah, Peter Dormar, 66, and I have a presentation. Thanks. Yeah, we can just go to the first. Thanks. So I'm going to begin. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Peter Dormar, and I'm a business consultant living in Huntington Hills. And I'd like to speak in opposition to the rezoning changes. Just to be clear, I support keeping RCG in place. I imagine that many on council and in the public can think that these public consultation meetings are great gauges for public opinion and that the speakers here are representative of Calgarians. Inspired by a book called Neighborhood Defenders, my friend Catherine Davies and I tested that. First, let's look at Calgary's 2021 profiles. About half of Calgarians live in communities below 105,000 median household income. These residents benefit most from keeping RCG in place. Many live in apartments and basement suites. They often live paycheck to paycheck as renters, and if they can, are saving up to buy their first house. The more housing supply available all over the city, the easier it is for them to stay afloat financially. Roughly the other half live above $105,000, and 3%, roughly 35,000 people, are in a class I'll call the ultra-rich, who live in neighborhoods with median household incomes above $160,000. Communities like Upper Mount Royal, Britannia, and West Springs. Their basic needs to live are generally, they aren't affected by housing affordability. Let's do the next slide, please. This slide shows the average income in the communities these three groups live in. As you can see, the 3% of the ultra-rich households make $200,000 on average annually and live vastly more financially privileged lives, elevated above much of the economic problems of the other 97% of Calgarians. We wanted to know more about the representation at City Council public hearings, so Catherine watched the recordings of the public hearing meeting for the guidebook and the meeting for the approval of RCG rezoning, and recorded whether speakers were in support or against rezoning and what community they lived in when that was announced. I compared this info with the 2021 Calgary Community Profiles. What did we find? Can we do the next slide, please? Between the two meetings, 245 speakers spoke in opposition to both the guidebook and RCG and announced what neighborhood they were from. The average community median household income of opposition speakers in these meetings was $145,000, $40,000 higher than Calgary's average. In the guidebook meeting, the average community median household income was $188,000, $83,000 higher than Calgary's average. How did this happen? Across both meetings, 23% of the speakers were from communities in the ultra-rich class. In the guidebook meeting, the number was 50%. The vast majority of these ultra-rich opposition speakers were from communities with median household incomes above $288,000. Looking at this slide, the pie chart on the left shows the proportion of the three economic groups in Calgary's population, and the three pie charts on the right show the three groups' representation at the two housing reform meetings individually and then combined. Just to be clear, they were the anti-guidebook and anti-RCG group. To test if this was a coincidence, I ran a simulation 200,000 times to ask the question, if these speakers had been picked at random from Calgary residents based on where people actually live, how often would we get an RCG opposition group of communities this wealthy? The answer is never. The makeup of the opposition speakers is so unrepresentative of everyday Calgarians that they didn't appear once in 200,000 simulations. So let's look at the next slide. So this is a scatter plot. The y-axis shows the population of these income groups, and the x-axis shows the number of meeting opposition speakers per 1,000 in their population. So as we can see, the 97% of Calgarians are the two dots on the left. They have very high populations and low representation per person at these meetings. And the ultra-rich 3% have extremely high representation per 1,000 people and very low population. So what does this all mean? We tend to think of these public hearings as good gauges of public sentiment on housing reform, that they are like straw polls on an issue. I'm here to say that they are not. The anti-RCG group is unrepresentative of Calgarians. The numbers show that they are being
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in. I jumped in previously to suggest that a tax, say, on renters as not being members of the community wasn't appropriate, and I'm also going to do the same thing for talking about those with higher incomes or members of any specific group as not being representative of being Calgarian. We're all Calgarian here. I get the point that you're trying to make around statistics here, but if we can just keep it on the issue and not attack any identifiable individuals, it'd be much appreciated.
Okay, I understand. I guess I'll just summarize by saying that we often tend to think these groups are representative. Like, I guess in some way, income actually does make a difference because people who the people who are most affected by this decision aren't being represented here. I guess that's what I would say. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to the other person who's with us. If you don't mind just stating your name and your panel number.
Yeah, my name is Devangi Kode, and I am a Ward 12 resident. And first of all, thank you so much, everybody, for giving this chance to speak up today. This is such a privilege being in a society that is multicultural and democratic. So it's such a privilege, and I'm gonna, many people have raised many great points, but me as a migrant, just 10-year-old Calgarian Canadian, I'm gonna share my personal story. We migrated in 2015, started living Elbow Drive, and we had an opportunity. A family member wanted to visit Canada, see the beauty of Canada, Calgary, of course. We welcomed that, and we started looking for two-bedroom apartment. The rent of two-bedroom apartment in Britannia was so high that in my research, I looked up and I realized we can actually pay mortgage, which is going to be lesser than that. So we moved to suburbs, accepted the sprawl that was already placed hundreds of years ago. And my husband and my family thought that, oh, that's going to be a great life, living in the big house or whatever. 2 years in there, I fell into depression. I attempted to end my life. My depression got worsened because the social life or socialization was so limited in that area that me and my daughter could not adjust for the first 3 years. The same story repeated of my 3 friends who migrated to Mahogany, Urban Bay, and recently, because I started after my recovery, I'm thankful to AHS Services and this city for giving me so much treatment, said I'm better now. So in my community work, I found out a woman in Urban Bay actually was successful doing what I decided to do in 2019. That's a one point. Now, I came here on Friday and I got to listen so many incredible human beings raising their voice and their concern, incredible platform here. And they said things about character. When, as a migrant, I came to the city, I see the character of Calgary as its snow, the 6'1" in the winter. It's 2 beautiful rivers, the confluence of the river. Even indigenous people in their land acknowledgement say that this is a confluence of Elbow and Bow River, and these beautiful parks around the city. I thought that is character of the city, and its diversity, its people. And some of them are not represented here. It's been repeated again and again. And I had an opportunity to facilitate a workshop at Genesis, and I was talking about this process that I'm being part of. 1 person living in Northwest, 1 person living in Southeast, 1 person far Southwest, 1 from Caribbean African community, 1 from Philippines Islam community, and 1 a Punjabi. They had no idea something like this is happening right now. And they asked me, what is this? Where are you going? Why are you going to City Hall? So what I'm trying to say is some of the voices are not being heard here. It's a very limited thing going on, and it's been repeated. Now, transformation every time, as a migrant I know, can be challenging. Change is also challenging. And what I say, healthy society and healthy governance should not miss out voices that are not being represented here. Youth voices are not being represented here. People who are digitally not literate are not represented here. People who cannot speak proper English are not taking courage to be here. People from different governing system coming here, building life, they don't know what public hearing is, are not here because they are not confident enough to share their voice. The other thing I would like to say is transformation is going to shake up some things, and I am in a position of repeal, but I do respect the concern the residents who are facing right now. Some amendments needs to be made. Repeal is going to be a step backward. And I'm going to give the another point that I want to make here. Climate crisis is a problem. We cannot keep giving this responsibility to the next generation. And next generation have raised their voice. They are not here, many of them. Mayor Farka, you and your administration is a new, brand new, all new faces, few repeated. You have a chance to put climate action in one hand, housing affordability, and bringing them together by not going back. Your administration has a chance to be innovative. Keep this upzoning, get the concerns noted, but do not go for the repeal. It is a huge step backward. And Calgary can be a national leader by actually keeping the upzoning and its promises ahead by making needed amendments. I humbly request you, do that for my daughter who's going to build life here. Do that for many of our children. Please, the Central of Calgary, which has incredible socially multicultural diverse spaces, they are being underutilized. I travel every day 35 minutes to Genesis. Mr. Daliwal might have seen me somewhere, my face.
Unfortunately, you're just at time, but thank you so much.
That's okay, thank
Devang.
you. We'll be looking at you. Please make the right choice.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in real quick for you, Peter. I kind of cramped your flow with how I interjected. I just wanted to see if there's anything you wanted to conclude with. No, sorry. Devang, we're just speaking with Mr. Dormer. Yeah. I know I with my interjection about the identifiable groups, I didn't give a chance perhaps for you to finish your thoughts, and I know it was awkward. So if you had any other closing remarks or any thoughts that you wanted to share with us, please do so.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the time again. I think I spoke about most of what I wanted to get to. And I think that it's not that I have, like I understood what you said, that we're all Calgarians, but I guess I think there is an issue in that like, I know counselors' jobs are really hard and stressful, and you don't have a lot of time to get in all the information as you need. And it's often easy to, like, have a few meetings and do these hearings and say, like, this is all of Calgarians' opinion, but often they can be biased towards, or they can be unrepresentative of, the people who aren't as economically affected by this decision, which is really important to everyone.
And that's really the point I think we touched on with Ms. Lamb at the conclusion of Friday night is certainly the people who participate in the public hearing are those, they represent themselves. My final question to you would be, is it your position just to retain in full the current version of the blanket rezoning? Do you see from perhaps any of the submissions in support of the repeal good advice for how it should be modified, or is it your position that it should just stay the course, no revisions, no changes?
It's my position to stay the course with no revisions. I do really value tree cover, so I understood a lot of the speakers who were defending keeping tree cover, and I think if there were revisions, it would be to like have a bylaw to promote keeping the large trees that are in neighborhoods still, even if we still have a blanket RCG.
Thank you so much. That's it for me. I'll go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Ms. Dormer, thanks for being here. And your submission was rather interesting, I thought, because it made reference to very specific demographics, very specific incomes. And I know that we've received some information about certain areas and what the average income is on in those areas. But you seem very definitive about the individuals that represented. I'm just curious, do you have detailed information on the incomes of those individuals?
No, so we were inspired by a study that was done in the US. And in the US, they have a lot more data that's very granular. But in our study, we just looked at the individual community. So if they said they were from a community, they would, if they said they were from a community, we would just say that the average household community in that area, they would that would be one dot for them or one data point for them. Although I will say that the section, the 3% of the wealthy Calgarians, they actually made about $288,000 in their average median household incomes, which shows that the chance that it's very definitive that
it's not definitive.
They're likely more wealthier than the average Calgarian.
Probable.
Probable, yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Not definitive.
Correct.
So the answer is no. You do not have detailed information on
Yeah,
any of the
mostly
individuals.
it's about probabilities. Yeah, in my analysis.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please.
Just Domer, just where did you get the financial data for your analysis?
Yeah, so I just looked at the community profiles, the 2021 Calgary community profiles, which you can find online.
So they're the city's reports, which is using median income data.
Household income?
Yeah. on a household basis. And did you at all do, when you were doing that, also sort of map to where the changes are being experienced within the city? I know you were speaking about sort of the differences that we're seeing with those that showed up and those who maybe we didn't hear from, or the difference between those who were opposed to rezoning and those who were for. Did you see anything in those different groups?
Between for and against?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for the RCG supporters, their average community household income was $91,000, which is way closer to the Calgary average, roughly $14,000 lower than it. Only 2% of the people who support RCG were from the ultra-rich class, which actually matches our actual proportion in the city.
Right, so you were looking at sort of the difference in terms of the numbers of people that were speaking up during versus the percentages of representation across Calgary.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I disagree that singling out the affluence of people that are coming and speaking and sort of bringing up this proposal is necessarily speaking against a group. Affluence doesn't mean you're speaking against someone. It's just giving another data point into the information that we are having at our disposal.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll allow for a lot of time for debate when it comes to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Devangi.
Yes.
I just want to understand, I heard your point, don't repeal it. I just want to understand why.
So I did mention that repeal is a step back. That's what I'm feeling, I'm thinking. But I said with some amendments, for sure, we can take the concerns of the citizens who are affected. Because me living in Ward 12 and people living in Calgary for more than 40 years, obviously I cannot be their voice. I don't have capacity for that. But this was put in place because the city needed it. That's why the previous administration has proposed it. I am just saying opposition to repeal, but if there are any ways we can target last year, and the heat is increasing in Calgary. So for future generation, this sprawl is not going to be something that is going to help. And that generation may not want bigger houses and better bedrooms. They are going towards a different way of life.
Yeah. No, well said, but what I'm hearing is the speakers who came here who wanted repeal necessarily didn't say they don't like density, they want more housing. But I think it's not, I think the concerns I heard were that the way it's being done, that there's more sanity for density rather than just everywhere. What are your thoughts about that? Like if it's repealed, hypothetically, but there's a plan to still keep supporting housing and mostly very near and dear to my heart is non-market, non-for-profit housing. Would you be supportive of that?
Yes, I need to look into that, but yes, if there are some referendum made that would allow the central of the city utilized in a better way, and the sprawl is stopped or limited, yes, of course, I'll be supportive. Yes.
I have other questions about participation and all that, but they're not related to repeal,
Correct.
so I will not go into that. But please, let's connect after this meeting so we can continue those discussions. So thank you so much for coming. I really, really appreciate you coming here. Thank you.
And we thank you, your leadership in Ward 5 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Ward, please.
Yes, for Peter, please. I think that was the name. Yes. Peter, you talked about the community profiles, which I brought up while you were speaking here. Sorry, this is for Peter.
Councillor Ward's wishing to speak to Mr. Dormer. Yeah.
Thank you. So I brought up, I closed one by accident, but 3 communities in my ward that are quite opposed to blanket rezoning are Haysboro, Kingsland, and Acadia. If we look at, for example, Kingsland, the median household income in Calgary is $98,000. Kingsland's median household income is $68,000. $30,000 below the average, yet that community is quite opposed to blanket rezoning. Are you able to help me round that square?
Well, what I would say is what we find in these meetings is that I guess what my point is about representation at these meetings, and that oftentimes, like the people who attend these meetings are the makeup. I get what you're saying, and that's also a probability as well. So, but I would say that the people who oppose it and also come to these meetings are far more wealthy than the representation of Calgarians, essentially.
For sure, and I would generally agree with you on that, but people are able to provide written submissions. I've had several open houses. I've, door knocked 24,000 doors. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we can draw a conclusion from one aspect of engagement, which I agree this is not perfect. It's intimidating for most people. So I guess what I'm saying is I agree what you've said, but I don't think it tells the whole story, right? Like, this is one part of engagement. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and that's also something I would recommend, that there be multiple points of input that other than this. Yeah.
Okay.
But I would also say that a lot of people in communities that are of average income or below would benefit the most from RCG zoning as well.
And that may be so. I'm just saying, based on my experience, like, these communities that are well below the average income are some of the strongest voices against it. So it kind of went against what you were presenting. That's why I wanted to have the discussion. But I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I love stats, so thank you.
Thanks. We have two more council members. I'm just going to say, colleagues, I think we've really exhausted the income question. We got to really stay tight on the use and not the user. Over to Councillor Panzopoulos, please.
Great, thanks so much. You just called out certain communities within Ward 6. So I just wanted to pick that up, particularly West Springs, where I live. And I just want to understand, do you think the issue, whether it's West Springs or Glendale, Glamorgan, which have a substantially lower income, and there's been lots of Calgarians that have spoke, is the issue against blanket rezoning density, or simply the fact that it's absolutely no plan, no strategy, and it's a shotgun approach? What do you think the wealthy in Ward 6 and also the ones that have an average income that are 50% the Calgary average, what do you think their reasons are coming against?
Against RCG?
Against blanket rezoning. You said that generally people in West Springs, as an example, with an income over 200,000, had a concern. Do you think it's a matter of density they're against, or is it a matter of the uncoordinated approach to density?
Well, to me, so this is just my personal opinion, so I don't have
We're
data
using
on
data,
this.
so what's the data say? What's your, based on that, if you correlate back, what do you believe that is?
I jumped in previously to call out some others, but let the let the public speak, Council.
I'd say that they would probably want the density to be as low as possible, and they're just using this to be to say it should only be in certain places. They're saying they don't want it to be close to them. So if we went halfway, they would argue to go the full way. This is just my personal opinion, yeah.
Thanks so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, please.
Question is for Mrs. Cody. Sorry, do you mind me asking what neighborhood you live in?
Rangeview right now, but my first home was in Cranston, very close.
And you are against sprawl, right?
Yes.
Live in sprawl, right?
Yeah, we had to. That's why I started my voice with that story, that we were looking for something in Britannia, even renting. But if rent was higher, it was, I think, 2,200, and the mortgage was coming out as 1,800. So it was just a random luck. And yes, we did come up with some savings. We both were working back home. So we had some money to put down for down payment. So within 2 years, or even less than 2 years, we bought our first home. Yeah.
So would you agree that outer sprawl, if you want to call it that, produces affordable housing?
Again, like we all are talking, there are certain facts, they don't share the whole truth of the story. And that is why I mentioned that it seemed like a good thing. What ended up happening is I was extremely isolated. My daughter was extremely isolated. I like to get into the community. I do that even for past 5 years I've been doing it. And that's where I'm going to be all my life. I was not able to do any of that when I went to Cranston, and that affected my mental health. My daughter, I had to drive every day to take her to those parks and keep into that community, because the community connection did not happen there. And there might be personal reason, but that's not the only story. We had to go there. And as I mentioned, 2 of my other friends, a young family, had to move out from Heritage Drive and come to the suburbs because they saw from our thing that, oh, mortgage is better. So affordable houses is a one point of it. But I'm big advocate of climate crisis. That's why I said to Mayor Jeremy Furka that Calgary is in a very unique position right now. We can keep affordable houses goal on one hand, climate action goals on the other, combine them and build something greater for the future generation. Familiar patterns can work time to time, Mr. Johnson, but that doesn't mean that they are as effective. We know better. That's how the human world works. When we know better, we do better. So we need to do better. That was a strategy that worked. Yes, I got benefited by it, but in an entirety, no. Because I go 4 to 5 times Genesis a week to keep my community momentum going. Past 2 years, I've been trying to do International Women's Day for South Asian community in South, red tapes everywhere. I have to choose Genesis Center because they fortunately allowed it. There are incredible spaces in 17th Avenue that allowed multicultural events and gatherings with such a warm welcome, like the Alex Community Food Center is one. And I miss those type of spaces in Southeast. I don't have those spaces in right now. I have to always travel, even though I don't like it, but I do have to.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Stay right there. We have Councillor Jameson, I think, to round us off.
Oh, yeah. Hello, sir. Nice to meet you. Namaste.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you very much for coming. So first of all, thank you very much for sharing your personal story. It's very, well, all of us have different perspectives, right? And, I'm sorry to hear that your time in Cranston wasn't, it was filled with, as you mentioned, some isolation. And do you feel that the community experience is better for you in Rangeview currently right now?
It's still building. So this time, because I've been here 10 years, I've learned some lessons. So I'm going to try when the community center is being built. The Seaton is already up. So I'm trying to reach out to them, and a beautiful church is nearby. So I'm going to reach out to them too. Just yesterday, I had a call with the lady who runs craft classes for seniors, and I love to serve seniors. That's my roots. That's how I was brought up, and it's my to-do list. Like, it's my vision. So yeah, we're gonna look into some spaces, but we reach out to Mahogany. We reach out to the nearby Sonashee. There is this area. There's so many restrictions there. The same event was warmly welcomed at Genesis with the same requirement we had. But they did not accept those requirements. Not even Mahogany Beach Club, as well as I keep forgetting. It's the big ice hockey center near Shaughnessy YMCA. They did not allow our event to happen. We try hardest to explain them that we need this type of feature to bring in community together. And it's been a 2.5 year struggle, and it still is my struggle, and I'm gonna work on it. And we were supposed to reach out to you. We were to write you a petition or an email, like 5-6 organizations together.
Well, I think the timing's good here, and I would definitely, as soon as break happens here, I'd like to just, if you don't mind sticking around, to connect with you.
Absolutely.
Because there's lots we can do together, and there's maybe some ways that I can help too. Okay.
That's such an incredible opportunity.
Yeah. So thank you very much for
I
speaking.
appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much, colleagues. This concludes our panel. I'm about to hit the gavel. I have accommodated request for 2 panels, both for and against, as it pertains in the procedure bylaw. When we come back at 1:15 or so, we're going to have a panel from CREB with Anne-Marie Lurie, Susanita De Diago, Stephen Shawcross, Sano Stanti, and Terry Wong. And then following that, we will have a presentation from More Neighbors with Sandra Mann, Denis Robinson, Philip Turnbull, Clyde Buchert, and Rob Zhang. So with that, see you back at 1:15. Hello and welcome back to the public hearing meeting of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Clark. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Here. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, colleagues. As mentioned previously, we're going to start our first panel with a presentation from CREB. We have Anne-Marie Lurie, Susanita Didiago, Stephen Shawcross, Sano Stanti, and Terry Wong. Do we have you folks? All right, please approach and we will get started. I will have to leave in just a few moments for council business on the water main repairs. Following the conclusion of this panel, as well as the questions from council, we'll go to a subsequent panel from More Neighbours Calgary, and that includes Sandra Mann, Denis Robinson, Philip Turnbull, Clyde Buchert, and Rob Zhang. Great. Thank you so much for being here with us. Please, for each of you, I may not have called you in the right order that you've planned it out, but please just introduce yourself by name.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Susanita Didiago. I live in Ward 11. This is panel 61. Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and councillors. As I said, my name is Susanita Didiago. I'm the chair of the Board of Directors for the Calgary Real Estate Board, or CREB, as we call it. Our organization represents more than 8,700 realtors, serving home buyers and sellers across Calgary and the surrounding areas. We are the largest member organization in the Calgary real estate community. Member engagement and collaboration are built into everything we do at CREB, so I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in the public hearing today and share our perspective. Let me begin by acknowledging something important. Housing affordability and issues of supply have been real challenges in recent years, and we recognize the urgency many Calgarians feel about addressing them. As a realtor myself, I work with these buyers and sellers every day who care deeply about these issues. Our members are uniquely positioned to work with housing consumers to help them navigate a wider range of complexities in the marketplace. We work daily with families trying to buy their first home, seniors looking to downsize, and renters hoping to transition into ownership. We understand the importance of policies that support housing choice and availability across the spectrum of housing options, both market and non-market based. We know that real estate is local. Housing outcomes are shaped by local infrastructure, transit access, and community design. Factors that vary widely across the city. This is why a one-size-fits-all approach is not the most effective way to manage growth and housing demand. For these key reasons, CREB supports the repeal of blanket rezoning. In its place, we advocate for growth strategies that increase housing supply while safeguarding infrastructure capacity, affordability objectives, and the vitality and character of our communities. Historically, Calgary's housing supply has responded when demand justified it, mostly in the new communities and without the need for blanket rezoning. Since 2000, the city has experienced 3 major housing shortages in 2005 and 06, 2013 and 14, and 2022 and 2024. Each was driven largely by a sudden increase in migration. With population growth expected to slow, there's time to ensure that rezoning is done in a way that provides certainty for existing residents, potential residents, and builders. Our chief economist, Anne-Marie Lurie, is here today and will expand on these market trends and what they mean for housing supply in Calgary. These patterns also highlight another important consideration: market certainty. Blanket rezoning has created uncertainty for buyers and sellers, mostly in our city centre district, and has not resulted in improvements in affordability. Stability and predictability are important for maintaining confidence in the housing market, particularly during periods of economic adjustment. A blanket approach to rezoning is leading to densification that creates parking pressures and potential safety issues, reduced livability, and long-term community cohesion. Rapid changes in land use can strain infrastructure, contributing to congestion and reduced service levels. CREB supports a more thoughtful approach through local area planning for existing communities, which look at each community to determine what forms of housing are appropriate for specific streets and neighborhoods. This type of planning provides a clearer blueprint for how communities will evolve over time. It also creates greater certainty for existing homeowners, future residents, and the building and development community, while maintaining the diversity of housing types within neighborhoods, including detached, semi-detached, row, and apartment houses. Another important consideration is affordability. Anne-Marie will dive a little deeper during her presentation, but more effective ways to support housing supply and affordability could include targeted densification in priority growth areas, better use of public land for attainable housing, support for secondary suites and gentle density where infrastructure can support it, and partnerships such as community land trusts that can help maintain long-term affordability. These approaches allow the city to increase housing supply while still aligning development with infrastructure.
I'm sorry your time has ended, but please stick around for questions should there be any.
Thank you. One more sentence. Calgarians deserve housing policies that are both ambitious and well-designed, policies that create homes, strengthen communities, and stand the test of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my order may be incorrect here, but Anne-Marie Laurie, next, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I am Anne-Marie Lurie. I'm the Chief Economist of the Calgary Real Estate Board. While we support several measures taken to improve affordability and densification, we continue to feel that the uncertainty that blanket rezoning creates is more problematic than the perceived benefits and should be repealed. This does not mean that we do not support changes in existing communities, but would rather see the densification occurred based on local area plans and specific land use that outline the where and what of densification, providing clarity to builders and residents in each community. While this planning does take time, shifting market conditions have given you the time that you need. If we go to slide 1. At the time of approval of blanket rezoning, there was a lot of concern regarding housing affordability and the lack of supply. Much of this was driven by the sudden shift in migration, as we went from under 20,000 migrants per year to over 140,000 migrants over a 2-year period. The sudden inflow caused a supply shortage for resale, rental, and new homes, ultimately causing significant gains in prices and rents. However, thanks to our available land supply, like previous cycles, the shortage also drove a construction boom. If we go to the next slide. The share of redevelopment versus new development remained relatively the same pre and post approval. 70% in new communities, 30% redevelopment, indicating that blanket rezoning has not significantly altered the level of redevelopment compared to what was already occurring before approval. Furthermore, of the units added in the city centre, the majority were apartment-style homes rather than row or semi-homes. Missing middle construction in these areas that were redeveloped accounted for less than 6% of the total starts, no different than what occurred prior to rezoning, indicating blanket rezoning did not result in an increase in the share of missing middle development occurring in existing communities. The next consideration is how prices were impacted. Following 3 consecutive years of record high starts and migration returning to 20,000 per year, conditions have shifted, taking the pressure off home prices and rental rates. However, it was the supply growth in the new communities that have improved affordability over blanket rezoning. Most of the redevelopment has occurred in the city centre district, yet resale prices in the city centre continue to rise across all property types, despite the improvement in supply. So while additional supply can weigh on prices, how it influences resale prices is not only dependent on the where, what, and how much supply is being added, but also on the price of new supply. If we go to the next slide. Within the city centre, the highest price growth occurred for row homes built within the previous 5 years, bringing the resale price up to levels that were closer to brand new row homes. Meanwhile, affordable older row homes continue to report price growth and really tight market conditions. Meanwhile, in the southeast area, an area where all construction activity occurred in new developments, the spread between new home prices and resale prices are much closer than what is reported in the city centre. So new supply growth has caused resale prices to ease in this area. Ultimately, new home and resale prices are related. And while increasing supply can weigh on resale prices, the impact is dependent on the price spread between new and resale homes. Next slide. So how do you deal with affordability? The first consideration is exactly what segment of the market are you trying to target? Affordable ownership, affordable rental, or non-market housing. The addition of secondary suites and lane homes can help add more affordable rental product in the market, as rents in these units are typically less than what you would see from a purpose-built rental, and can help also with affordability for owners. However, there is still a significant need for non-market subsidized housing for those who struggle most. The challenge on the ownership side is often more related to suitability and desirability. We have a wide range of lower-priced apartment condominium product that is attainable for a large share of households, but ultimately, they may not be suitable for larger households or households with several dependents. Blanket rezoning has not drastically shifted conditions nor created affordability, but it has created uncertainty for residents, leading some to consider restrictive covenants and legal action. The challenging economic climate and record high starts point to a longer absorption time of current supply. Given the city time to find a solution that provides more certainty for builders and residents while achieving density targets. Thank you.
And next up, I'm sorry, I'm catching up here still. I believe Terry Wong, since you're sitting right there, we'll go to you and then I'll move to the telephone.
Actually, Chair, we have two other speakers, Sano Sante and Steve Sarkos. They're online, and they're supposed to speak next.
Certainly, sorry, yes, and I don't think my list corresponds with the order in which you were called, so bear with me here. So we will start with Stephen Shawcross then, please.
Okay, I'm on the line. Hopefully you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Your Worship, members of City Council, I'm Stephen Shawcross, and I'm here with my co-author, Sano Stanti. In 2024, we produced a paper entitled The Unassailable Case Against Blanket Rezoning, in which we made predictions on a number of outcomes and impacts associated with the implementation of blanket rezoning. Unfortunately, these impacts have come to pass as predicted and are further elaborated upon in an update of the original paper, which was recently forwarded to City Council. In the interest of time, we've generated a voiceover slide presentation highlighting the salient points of the paper, and we'll be happy to elucidate on specific aspects at the conclusion of the panel presentations. On that note, we request that the clerk play our updated dissertation, which is 8 minutes in total for both speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Sano Stante, please.
We're waiting for the presentation to be played.
It looks like we've got it up
the
on screen
Unassailable
for you.
Case Against Blanket Rezoning 2.0. This updated assessment incorporates current market data, administrative performance metrics, and international policy shifts to demonstrate that our original arguments against blanket rezoning have transitioned from predictive warnings to documented realities. As Calgary City Council moves towards a potential repeal of the rezoning for housing program in 2026, it's imperative to review the data that substantiates the need for a full repeal of the blanket zoning bylaw and a return to comprehensive, context-sensitive planning. The original promise of blanket rezoning was to increase affordability through supply, streamline the development process, get more efficient use of infrastructure, etc. Unfortunately, the blanket rezoning has failed to achieve these objectives, but at high social, environmental, and economic cost. As evidenced by the record-breaking year of 2025, supply is not the issue, as only 5.6% was the result of blanket rezoning. The boom occurred in greenfield sites and via local area plans, with a large percentage of the supply already in the pipeline prior to 2024. The city's notion of improving overall housing market dynamics by adding new supply is counterintuitive and specious in the extreme. As evidenced, house prices in Calgary have remained stable or increasing from 1980 to the present time, except when impacted by exogenous and extreme events, NEP, the global financial crisis, and COVID being those particular instances. The other mitigating factor in terms of oversupply is that land development and home building are for-profit enterprises, and they utilize sophisticated tools to prevent chronic oversupply of units in perpetuity. Supply demand is monitored and refined regularly to match market demand and prevent overproduction of supply.
Blanket rezoning has been an affordability failure. Prices have continued to rise. They've increased on new homes between 2024 and 2026, and resale prices increased in the city centre in 2025. Calgary's Housing Progress Strategy states at least 1 in 5 households are unable to afford their housing. Blanket rezoning did not lower prices, it inflated the land basis. Blanket rezoning turns family homes into redevelopment assets, pricing out families and seniors, and accelerating gentrification of communities.
Madam Clerk, we're at time.
Recent data in Calgary demonstrates the inflationary impact of upzoning on land value in these inner-city communities. In Mount Pleasant, for example, a typical 1950s bungalow on a 6,000 square foot lot or a 50-foot lot increased from $722,000 to $986,000, about a 36% increase in land value. Similarly, in Killarney, a typical 50-foot lot increased from $740,000 to over $1 million, a 37% increase in land value. The unintended downside of blanket rezoning was an immediate inflationary impact on the land value pegged to its highest and best use. That affected a decrease in overall housing affordability. Blanket rezoning promised to streamline the development process. However, removing public hearings at the beginning only created gridlock at the end. It's proven that the tree canopy is one of the major contributors to the appeal of any community in Calgary. Aside from being one of the goals of the City of Calgary to increase the tree canopy, blanket rezoning initiative has reduced the tree canopy by drastically reducing the green space available to plant trees. This also results in the creation of urban heat islands, increasing the need for more summer cooling and wasted energy. When initially promoted, city administration used Auckland and Minneapolis as the urban leaders in best planning practice to sell blanket rezoning. However, Auckland reverted from blanket rezoning in 2025, and Minneapolis just recently also reverted. The world is moving back to contextual planning and targeted, sequenced intensification focused on areas that are best suited to density.
Blanket rezoning constitutes a sundering of the social contract, and the uncertainty benefits no one. There is a psychological impact of uncertainty on health and well-being, which is contrary to the principles of planning for healthy communities espoused by the City of Calgary. We believe a better way to grow is through comprehensive planning via LAPs, followed by land use redesignation that will provide certainty, designates the best sites for density, corridors, nodes, and high-intensity areas, but not all sites, and matches population growth with infrastructure capacity. Blanket rezoning is a blunt instrument, a sledgehammer when urban redevelopment requires a scalpel and a deft touch.
The solution for affordable housing is a community land trust. Land is 30% of the cost of any housing. The city owns an abundance of surplus land sites. The city could establish a community land trust and lease these sites to the trust on a 99-year lease. The land trust would then develop affordable housing and sell these homes into the market to qualified buyers at presumably 30% less than market value. Owners would then resell back to the land trust at their cost base plus a cost of housing increase, providing a perpetual, affordable housing solution.
Our recommendation is to repeal blanket rezoning and reinstate IP 2007, and then establish a separate public hearing on recommendations regarding policy, programs, and protocols to achieve the stated objectives without the attendant impacts. As evidenced, blanket rezoning has failed to achieve the stated objectives, instead delivering unintended and undesirable social, environmental, and economic impacts. Given the easing of in-migration and the current supply dynamics, we have the time to fashion policies and programs that are capable of addressing the identified affordability, product diversity, and approval streamlining issues. This is our opportunity to get it right.
All right. Thank you, PowerPoint presentation, and the presenters that prepared them. Terry Wong, you are up next.
Thank you, Worship. I have a document I'd like to put on the corporate record, if that's okay. Thank you. Your Worship, members of council, my name is Terry Wong, resident of Ward 7, Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, former member of City Council, former Executive Director of Chinatown's Business Improvement Area, former president of the Hounslow Heights Briar Hill Community Association. As you've heard of our speakers in the panel, we've given you a number of facts, evidences. We've given you perspective of analytical, rationalization of the recommendations and the change of recommendations. These are from people who have been in the business of real estate, economics, land development, and industry preparation. In my case, I'm not going to speak about that. I'm going to speak to you about my role as a member of council and as a member of community. Many of you know when we talk about blanket rezoning, we're talking about densification, we're talking about intensification, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about environment, we're talking about transportation transit. That is the role of Planning Commission and council to establish the great city that people want to live and work in. Go back into 2006 to 2009 timeframe. The City of Calgary engaged in what we call Imagine Calgary. Imagine Calgary was again the view of 100 years. What will Calgary be? At that time, many people took a look at that. 18,000 people, as a matter of fact. 18,000 people over 18 months engaged in that planning process. It was a city-led process, but owned by communities. It was a process that led into Planet Calgary. It was a process that led into a lot of the conversations we're having today. When we talk about those processes, I often say in the course of 2006 to 2026, have we gone through Groundhog Day? We keep popping up over and over again, looking for a different world, but we're back in the same world, doing the same thing, hoping for a change, but the definition of insanity, we're back to the same place again. Pardon me. So when we talk about Imagine Calgary, what was Imagine Calgary? Imagine Calgary asked the question, what kind of city does this Calgary want to become? The core idea at that time was it's a great place to make a living, a great place to make a life, based on built environment, economic systems, social systems, natural environment, and governance. It was based upon understanding that Imagine Calgary formulated a policy, which therefore then helped shape policies and bylaws and to get us to the place we are today. So where we are today is really on the evolution of creating great things. The question I asked during my years in administration and subsequent during my years council, are we doing the right things the right way? That's the perennial question. That's the Groundhog Day question. Because 9 times out of 10, when we go back to, when I started back involved in this conversation, when we talk about the Established Area Guidebook or what became the Developed Area Guidebook, we talk about the North Hill Local Area Plan, which is part of Ward 7, which I represented. When we talk about creating the RCG bylaw amendments, the HCO bylaw, when we talk about creating the Housing Affordability Task Force, the Homeless Care Strategy, each and every time we do these things, we ask the public, what do you think? We ask the public, where do you want to go? We ask the public, is this right or not? But guess what? Each and every time, and with evidence, you see it in the media, each and every time, the public says, no, we missed the mark again. When we missed the mark, of not doing the right things the right way, we erode public confidence, we erode public trust. We are all here, as a former member of council and a current member of council, to do the right things the right way. Because at the end of the day, the constituents elect us to put us there. So there are a number of speakers have spoken to relative to different approaches, and one of the things that I'll say when we talk about the housing strategy, the housing strategy really focused on the Affordability Task Force report, really focused on the need for non-market affordable housing for those that are struggling on the streets, whether they be struggling because of income, whether they be struggling because of newcomers, whether they be struggling because of COVID and mental health and drug addiction. That is the area that is struggling the most. We are coming through a winter time period like we've had for the last 5 years, post-COVID, mental health, drug addiction, homelessness, people are on the streets. But yet, we are struggling in 2024 and 2026, dealing with a homeless strategy on housing that's affordable, as opposed to affordable housing. Why are we talking so much time, dedicating so much time about market housing when we need to spend more time on the other part? Now, some people say we need to address the Housing Affordability Task Force, Housing Accelerator Fund. With that, we will get the money to do what we need to do. There's no doubt about it. We do need to rely on the federal, provincial governments. We do need to rely on our
Wong,
partners.
I'm sorry, but your time has run up.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back.
Stay seated, yes. Okay, for questions, we have Councillor Tyers.
Thanks, Chair. First, I wanted to bring up a potential point of procedure. For public hearings, it's clear in the rules that we're unable to provide, or one speaker is unable to provide their time to another speaker. Would you say that this was kind of walking the line a little bit on that? It was like an 8-minute presentation. It wasn't by one individual. It was by 2, but it was combined. I just want some clarity on that.
Yes, it was a little bit complex as far as one speaker ending far under their time and then partially going over to the next time. Madam Clerk, who's not currently present, had set up the PowerPoints to fall one after another, and I think that was the intention there. So was it slightly irregular? I would say yes. However, it still ended up being 25 minutes approximately in the end. Okay. So your point of procedure is taken. It was an awkward position as to doing the math, and so the ship has sailed, but it is well taken, so thank you.
Okay, understood. I had a question for Miss Anne-Marie Lurie. Thank you for your presentation. So something that we've been hearing a lot during this public hearing is that there is a missing middle. but you're saying that the missing middle wasn't built. The opposing side says you just need to give it more time. This is a policy that was put in place, in 2024. It hasn't given much time to mature. The missing middle will appear. I want to know your opinion on that. Like, do you think it does need more time, or?
I think it was getting built before. So I think the challenge is did blanket rezoning speed it up? It didn't really. We're still seeing a lot of, and it's not that we're not seeing that developed, it's just, it's still at that 70-30 split. Even on the row type homes, we're still seeing a lot of it happen in the newer communities versus in the redevelopment side. So, and I do feel we need to continue building that stuff. I just don't think blanket rezoning is the way to approach it. I actually just think you should just plan out this area of this community looks best for that type of property. So I don't, it's not that I don't agree that we do need that product. We do absolutely need that product. It's just how do we get it in a way that, works for everyone and with certainty? Because I think that's probably always been my biggest challenge, is that if you're in a community and you want to see more of that row houses, which really falls under that missing middle, you're not seeing much of that semi anymore. That stuff's starting to shrink. We're seeing it more row versus semi. But that being said, if you just plan certain streets, you do those local area plans, you give certainty for everyone, then you know exactly where it is. And I think you might actually get even more developed than you would just under a blanket approach, because now you have certainty and you'll have less people fighting about it. I know the time to take to get there, I'm sure, is longer in some ways, but I think that in the end, you'll still get that product. I mean, it was being developed before, and it's continuing to be developed at the same pace.
Thank you so much for your feedback. Appreciate that.
I believe Councillor Kelly, you are up next. Councillor Yule, you are up next. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I want to. Why don't we go with Ms. Diego? I'm just curious. So CREB, you represent a membership of how large? Like how many?
We have a little over 8,700 Realtor members.
Okay, and so you guys are speaking on behalf of that many realtors?
Yes.
And so it's interesting to me to see that, realtors would be advocating against or for the repeal, in that, like, doesn't this zoning provide more housing, I guess, for realtors for the industry to sell? So maybe just kind of speak about that.
Sure, and I'll use my own self as an example, because I am a realtor buying and selling houses every day. We care about the communities that we serve, and as Anne-Marie brought up, we care about the certainty that our clients can expect when they buy into a community. Yes, is more inventory beneficial to our members at large? For sure, but at what cost? And every realtor member that I've ever known in my 38-year career cares deeply about their clients. And so that certainty is a really big part of what we do, or what we would like.
So as a realtor, so my parents are getting older, and they're in one of the donut communities, unable to find the downsizing in their community, have to look at places at the outskirts of the city. Is that like, are you experiencing that as a realtor?
Most definitely. So if we're looking at established communities in the inner city of Calgary, that affordability factor for seniors who are downsizing is definitely an issue. But I think that, again, if we're talking about how those communities are developed, if we're looking at putting the density in those communities, there's a better way to do it. If we are still looking at putting them in areas that are higher traffic areas, that can lessen the cost of that new product. There's currently in my neighborhood in Oak Ridge a new development going in where the co-op is, and it's going to be multifamily apartment style, both off-market and market housing. If communities can support that, that actually solves the problem too. So these will be affordable for the owners that are selling their homes in my community.
Okay, think that's all. Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
You did, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wong, please. This may be the first time I've actually asked you to speak longer at council, but I value your opinion, all of your presenters, expertise, statistics. This is what we need, and you are an expert at that. So I like you. I don't think you finished your presentation. If you have anything more to add, please do.
Thank you, Councilor McLean. And a bit of a sidebar. When I was on the other side, I never knew. Yeah, I exceeded my time. Now that I'm here, my goodness. Okay. Thank you. Let me just summarize a couple of things. You've heard from our chair of the real estate board. You've heard from our economists. You've heard from realtors. You've heard from our urban planners. All the different rationalizations, realizations. But at the end of the day, when you get down to my statement, the choice is yours. The choice is as to where you go, how to go is yours. When you do that, you have to take all the variety of input that you've heard over the course of the last 5 or 6 days. You have to take a look at all the facts and evidence, but you have to also sort out fact from reality, right, as well as some of those aspirations and wishes and hopes. One of the things that wasn't said before, or maybe said vaguely, for example, is that Calgary is going to be a population of 2 million by 2030. When you take a look at the actual demographics right now, number one, we haven't done a census since 2019. So a lot of the basic decisions have not been based on accurate data, up-to-date data. But the projections right now for Calgary to be 2 million, the city of Calgary to 2 million, is 2045, 2050. Our metropolitan region, our economic region, yes, we're there, but we're not responsible for Airdrie, Okotoks, and Balzac and places like that. You need to take a look at the facts of that population data. The other thing is we need to take a look at, and I talked to Anna Marie about this, we talk about income and housing. Back when I came in Calgary, back in 1980, and I bought my first house, the income ratio to housing was about 2.3. So over 2.3 times the household income could buy you a house. Today it's 5 times, right? But you ask yourself the question, what was the differential there? What was the change there? The change was inflation pushed housing prices up, but inflation did not keep up with cost of living and the household income. So consequently, we're in this conundrum about how do you resolve the social income challenge, affordability challenge, using things that you are in control with, and that is land development and marketplace, right? I'm not 100% convinced that council has all the tools to solve all the questions about affordability. So again, you're going to hear from more speakers after the back, talk to you about affordability and income and rents and their thinking. There are certain things that we can do and we can stay within our lanes. The second part about staying within the lanes, and San Jose and Stephen Shawcross made reference, community land trusts. We have an abundance of city land that can be converted into city leases. Turn it over, build housing for 99-year leases. Taking that 30% of costs out of that property will create market housing to be sold, but again, at that without the land value. Those are things that are within your control, Councilor McLean. Those are things that you can do. The last thing I'm going to say is that we often say on council, you don't make sausage on the floor, right? I agree. We don't make ham out of sausage either. As a former, when I was younger, as a meat cutter, we made ham by carving up, the pig accordingly. We didn't make ham by making sausage first. And that's what people want. They want quality housing, not sausage housing.
Yeah, well said. And again, I thank you. It was very important for all of you to come down with a really expert opinion on real estate and homes and what blanket rezoning would do or not do. So again, thank you so much for coming today.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lurie, if I could start with you just really quickly. Really appreciate your comments here today. If Calgary hasn't seen any proportional difference in missing middle housing, I kind of want to ask this question a little bit the opposite of how Councillor Tyers asked it before. If we haven't seen any increase in that, why do you think that we're seeing so many of our neighbors come to advocate for the repeal of the zone that is enabling it?
I think they're feeling it. They just feel that redevelopment, and I think that some people were, people were complaining about this before. Let's be honest, people in Altador have had issues with this before any blanket rezoning came in. So I think it's just now more people are potentially seeing that. And we have to remember, we had a record high number of starts. So technically that number has risen, just in proportion it hasn't changed. We just had a record high in both new communities and in the redevelopment. So I think it's just more different people are feeling it as opposed to communities that were already dealing with redevelopment for quite some time.
Perfect, thank you. And Ms. DiDiego, if I may. We've had a great conversation here over the past several days. Local area planning is continually coming up, so much so that I'm contemplating bringing forward a motion of some kind to expedite that, to do more. Just wanted to get your thoughts in terms of whether that would be a good idea or not.
I've been present at hearings where people are talking about this issue, and I think it's a really good idea to reopen the discussion with the residents of communities. They know best what is going to be best for their neighborhoods, and it is very local. It's very specific. So if you have, an LAP that constitutes, 24 communities, well, all of those communities are quite unique and distinct. So yes, I would welcome reopening that discussion for sure.
That's great, thanks. I also I appreciate the presentation overall. Lots of really great ideas. Unfortunately, most of those ideas are not before us today. So I just wanted to get really clear on this, if it's okay. We're talking about what should the base zoning be for low-density housing. That's what's before us right now. So to be clear for all of us, are your members better served by that being RCG and HGO, or by R1 and RC2?
I think it depends on the community for sure, but we are recommending a complete repeal without amendments. So to go back to the RC1 and RC2.
So your members would prefer R1 and RC2, and that's why?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
That's it, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
I'm not sure who this question would be for. It was during the presentation, but about tree canopy. Stephen Sano?
You can take it, Sano, if you want.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Fair enough.
So the tree canopy, we heard from a presenter this morning that was talking about how we are losing tree canopy, but we're also seeing that happen on single and semi-detached lots that are being rebuilt within the inner city. I'm wondering, we also heard that RCG has higher requirements in terms of trees being replanted than you have on semis and singles that come up new. Do you have any thoughts about equalizing that and helping our tree canopy in terms of new singles and semis that get built in the inner city?
I'm not sure that, I guess what I can say is that I know that the tree canopy is one of the most influential factors in the community's appeal, and so I know how important it is. I don't know that there's any differentiation between building infills versus building, an RCG, other than, it's a fact that there just simply isn't any land available after you pave and provide for sidewalks and other amenities on an RCG lot on an 8-unit, development. There simply isn't the available land to replant trees. So I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
No, RCG requires 5 trees to be planted after the building goes up in a way that singles and semis do not. So we actually have more trees getting planted on those sites after they're constructed that we don't see on singles and semis. And I'm wondering if you think we should maybe be looking at something equal for singles and semis that are being rebuilt in the inner city to help with that.
I think the notion. I think that notion has virtue. I'll just add that I think in practice that the evidence isn't there, but the notion certainly has virtue, and I'll over to you, Stephen.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the issue relates to coverage, lot coverage in a typical a single at 45 versus if you get a double row of townhouses at 60 and above. I don't know how you're going to get trees in there, and moreover, there's no room for the canopy, to actually grow. So, that's a bit of a falsehood. You may be asked to plant more, but you certainly don't have room for the canopy to expand and provide you with the canopy space you get at 45% coverage. However, to your point, it would make sense to look at making sure that we continue to, to not lose the canopy. And it's kind of interesting if when I did the work on Garrison Wood, we came up with a set of customized infrastructure standards that had sidewalks bent around the tree, so we could preserve the mature canopy. That's one example of how you might be able to deal with it through customized infrastructure standards, where you're redeveloping in existing areas and you want to preserve the canopy.
Okay, thank you. There was a slide about social well-being. Which of the two of you would be the right person to speak to on that?
I could speak to that.
My question is, you spoke to sort of the social well-being of homeowners and sort of their loss, potentially the loss aversion, the uncertainty there. But we've actually had a lot of young people who are sort of feeling a lot of social unease and well-being by not really having a path to home ownership and not really seeing a future within Calgary. Did you study any of that in terms of your look at social well-being within, because I know you represent both, home sellers, but also home buyers. And so first-time home buyers who maybe are feeling a little bit worried about their prospects for being able to purchase a house within Calgary.
Yeah, obviously we've quoted in the paper, and you've got our larger paper. We have you've got footnotes on the more recent research. It's interesting. When we did the Nose Creek area structure plan with the city, it was based on healthy planning principles and a whole series of items you could put into the plan that would improve health and well-being. Uncertainty is a killer. That's stress, and you're absolutely correct. It weighs on both sides. And as someone who had 3 jobs and a renter in my first house in Calgary, I know the pressure and the stress that can put on one. So, what we're suggesting is that's why I'm saying after you get an LAP that the community can sign off on, you go to land use, because that creates your certainty. Certainty for the existing residents, certainty for builders. Where we might be doing a better job is, again, on the public land trust, is providing housing at below market rates to facilitate and to house the younger generation that's starting out, that could get into one of these houses to start out with before they build some equity. They move up, they advance in their career, and are able to move into market-based housing. So that's the way you would address both of those, the uncertainty related to both of those cohorts.
Okay, thank you. Anne-Marie Flory, if I could. We're hearing sort of this idea to sort of repeal, but I think you actually bring up a great point. Like, we've seen only really 5.6%, 6% of this kind of product being built, right? It's not actually that significant. I guess I'm having a hard time with this sort of idea, like, on the one side, it's having the most drastic impact. It is the world-ending problem that we need to deal with right now. But on the other hand, it's only 5.6%. Can you help me sort of rationalize this disconnect that I'm feeling?
Well, and I'm on the camp of, it hasn't had that much of an impact. I mean, that's what the numbers are telling me. And that's why I'm arguing that you have time. Like, why don't we plan it so that you give everybody certainty, so those people who are feeling that angst, both for existing homeowners or people looking to buy in communities, have that certainty. That's the whole point. It hasn't changed much yet. We still know we need that sort of product. Densification is going to happen as your city grows. We know this is going to happen. So why don't we just take the time and plan it in a way that gives everyone certainty? And that's part of the argument, is that we do know that this hasn't had that much impact yet. So why don't we just take that time to do things in a way that makes sense for everyone?
I guess when I pair that up with your piece around this, we've seen a flattening of the prices. We not decreased, so we haven't necessarily created affordability by reducing the price in townhomes, but we've seen it flatten. And if we hadn't been building those row homes, I mean, I only took economics to 203 in university, but like the basic idea, right? More supply, then it brings down the cost. Maybe doesn't bring down the cost because we actually haven't seen that many, but this flattening, had we not been building the townhomes, we would have actually seen that product, which has been selling and whatever, increase in price. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Okay, no, on the price side, that is not exactly what's happening. So what I would say, what we have been seeing, and again, it's hard to, we only had 1 year of full data, so that's part of what we're looking at. Most of where the price adjustments have been happening to date have not been in the inner city, not in that city center. I know our mapping doesn't perfectly align, but our city center, we've actually seen prices rise for row homes for existing resale, in part because of the price spreads. So the challenge is, in the inner city, in the city center, the new product is coming in at a higher price point. So let's say the row product is at $775. That's generally what the numbers that we're seeing at, on aggregate. Well, the row homes that are, let's say, not even 5 years old, we saw actually a stronger increase in price for those homes to bring it closer to the new home price. Whereas the lowest price stuff in the existing, so this under 6, which is the typical for the resale, that stuff still saw price growth.
Right.
But in the other areas, so again, when I look at outside, so you added supply there, not enough to change the pricing point because of the relative spreads.
But isn't that sort of saying that there is a demand for this? Like, people have different choices about how they want to live, where they want to live, and that there is a demand for living inner city, and that demand is being met in terms of this townhome and this price point at a steady level by the amount of supply that has been coming on in this area. By the fact that we have sort of seen this level off and not huge vacancy rates in terms of the sales of that product.
Well, the supply-demand ratios are actually very different depending on price point. So what I've actually saw in some of the numbers in the city center is you have much more supply at the higher price point than the demand ratio. So one thing I look at, sales to new listings ratio. You're at a 40% ratio for newer product that's higher priced, whereas you're at a 70% ratio for older product. So what that tells me is that there's a lot more demand for the affordable product than there is for the higher priced product. So naturally, that supply will start to shift as market changes. Right. So I think that's partly what we're starting to see, is it's not necessarily, supply will just start to slow. At some point, if the demand isn't there, you will see the starts start to slow because they can't sell them. Right. So I think that is something that you always have to be aware of, even in the surrounding, in kind of at the outskirt areas. That supply that's coming on, that new supply, that price spread isn't very different from the resale. So what we see happen is a lot more substitution effect into the new product versus the resale because the price spread is so much smaller. So the challenge in the city center, or in our city center bubble, is that the prices of the stuff that's coming in is so much higher that at some point, the resale prices have to come up enough to create that more demand from new builds.
Until the market sort of levels off or whatever, right? So the market would take care of that in theory in terms of swings. And I guess the other thing that your presentation really brought up is we have these 10-year cycles, right? Basically in terms of housing affordability. And so the decision that we're actually making today will actually not be felt. We'll have the housing starts that are already in the queue, those ones getting built, but we'll really see those. I mean, it's by and large, we'll probably see it around 2035 is when we see the next housing crunch. And I'm just wondering how you think that this decision today can make it so that we don't see the housing crunch that we saw in 2005, 2015, 2020, right? Like, it's kind of on this cadence of every 10 years. So how does the decision that we make today, yes, we maybe have rounded that side of the curve, but how do we make it so that we level it off? Because every one of those times we have these huge price spikes, which just make housing that much unaffordable for people trying to get in.
Right, and it's driven by migration and economic conditions. So I think that, again, I'm a favor of like, plan it out. You have local area plans where you can actually identify where everything's gonna be, you have time, and that way when it's time for builders to ramp up, it's easier for them to do so. They'll face less opposition, everyone knows what's happening in those areas, they've already identified it. It's like your new communities. You go into a new community, everyone knows exactly what you're getting. It'd be really nice if we could do the same thing in the existing communities where it's very clear. And if you set up that principle now, by the time that, you know, our next sort of spike comes, you're able to ramp up that demand much quicker, similar to what we almost do in new communities.
Okay, thank you. This is good. On that note, I'll go into LAPs maybe with Susanita De Diego, please. Thank you. You were really mentioning sort of this like long-term stability, predictability, and sort of this focus on LAPs as providing this. Do you know, like, have you done a lot of research into where we've seen townhomes and row homes being built across the city in your research for this?
So I work in so many communities in the city. I do a lot of relocation work, so it takes me all over. I can tell you that in the new communities, you see where that multifamily is being built. The density is on the corridors. Even Taza, which is kind of inner city, that's where the density is in the corridors. If you're able to look at opening up the LAP discussion and look at each community and see where those corridors are, and that's where the density happens, I think that the residents in those communities, again, they'll have the certainty, they'll know where it is, and also for people who want to live in those communities, they'll know what they're getting themselves into and the certainty going forward. And I think that's probably anecdotally the most complaints that I get about blanket rezoning when I'm out in the communities is that you just don't know where those things are going to be built, and it's a big fear.
Are you quite familiar then with the LAPs that have been done to date?
Not with firsthand experience. I couldn't speak to that, no.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. We've got South Shaganapie, Riley, North Hill, Westbrook, West Elbow, Chinook, Heritage, and East Calgary International Avenue are all the ones that are done. And actually, if you take those and you map where we've built townhomes and row homes, there are only 2 communities in this city that sit outside of LAPs that have actually seen any real townhomes or row homes. That's Bowness and Bridgeland. Those are the only 2 communities that sits outside of existing LAPs, places where we have planned the density. So I guess I'm having a hard time with this idea. On the one side, we need to plan our density, plan our LAPs, land the density in this very planned sort of way. Every community that has had townhomes and row homes built in any sort of significant way within the last 10 years sits under an LAP currently existing. We are building out new ones in South McKnight, South Bow, and Kayburn. But those areas actually have not seen the density coming in yet. They will likely see the density coming in a planned way as it comes. So I guess I'm having a hard time with this rectifying of like, we need LAPs to land where the density comes, but we have LAPs where we have the density that has come in terms of townhomes and row homes. The 2 almost overlap, except for those 2 communities of Bowness and Bridgeland. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not an expert in LAPs. That's not what I do. I buy and sell real estate and work with the realtors at my member board. If that is already in the LAPs and that's where the density is planned for, great. It's the inner city communities that are having this, mid-street 8-plex being built. These are the communities that I'm hearing from. These are the clients that I'm hearing from. They have no problem with density. It's just where it's happening in their community. How that relates to the LAP for that community, I'm sorry, it's not my area of expertise.
Yeah, because they just seem to basically 100% overlap. So we've done that exercise. We've told community they can look up any of these LAPs. They are standing LAPs. But I guess the certainty has not sort of been provided in that.
Well, and I think it's, from what I've heard from other presenters at these hearings, is that a lot of the residents don't feel that they were fully consulted before these LAPs were created. And I think that's also the source of frustration.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Pantasopoulos.
So much. Oops. Thanks so much. Several questions been answered, so I'll try to make sure I don't duplicate. Mr. Stante? On the phone.
I'm online.
You gave the presentation about what wasn't working, or excuse me, what didn't work with blanket rezoning. A lot of conversation has been from Calgarians about amendments, and I appreciate Krebs' position is no amendments. But if you were to build back something, what are some successes that Krebs observed in what was implemented 2 years ago?
Well, I would say that what we recommend is that a full repeal, followed by a structured plan to rebuild the LAPs across the city. And, we believe that the LAPs are the path forward, but in a more consultative way with communities. But I think the mismatch that everybody's addressing, and if I can sort of read between the lines, we have a system where supply is provided on a slow curve, and we only have a limited number of houses. If we pulled out all the stops, every builder in Calgary could only build so many houses per year in Calgary. And we have a system where immigration, for example, reached something like 3 times that. So no matter, the best intentions, we're never going to be able to achieve a supply matching supply and demand. So you have to have planned growth, long-term growth in communities, in consultation with communities, and preserving the nature and the character of these communities. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that's...
No. What about, a lot of community members have said the benefit of blanket rezoning was that approvals were accelerated, so you didn't have to come to council, building could save. Any thoughts there? Again, just looking if there was to salvage one of the 100 things that blanket rezoning provided, does Krebs have any saying they all should be thrown away, or is there a few gems we could pull out?
I wish there were, but we looked at all 6 goals of the blanket rezoning, and in our paper, which I think we provided a copy of our detailed paper. In every case, for every one of those 6 goals, blanket rezoning worked in opposition to them. So, and specifically for streamlining approvals, it worked actually in reverse. So we had more cases at STAB. So you really, instead of you streamlined the front end, but you kind of loaded up the back end at the STAB process.
I wonder if I might interject here. Being a planner of 50-odd years with the second largest architectural practice in the world, I've had a bit of experience. I think, and through the chair, this is getting back to a couple of the points. The LAPs are the mechanism that one uses to identify the best locations for your higher density product, and invariably you want to be working collegially with the communities in a participatory versus a dictatorial manner in defining your LAPs. Mm-hmm. But then what you want to do is you want to go to your land use redesignation as soon as you get an approved LAP, because then you've got certainty, and you could start to stimulate some more of that building, because again, you do have the certainty. The other thing that the removal of blanket rezoning will do, and when you do have an LAP with the land use in place, is you're not getting into a lot of spot rezoning, which is what tends to clog up council. If you have a definitive LAP that has land use in place, you have far fewer issues that are going to be coming to council to be resolved, because the community is on side. They've worked through the plan. They support the plan. You've got land use in place. Developers and builders know what they can do and where they can do it, and you have solved a lot of your issues. The blanket rezoning was again, as I've explained, it's a sledgehammer when urban redevelopment requires a scalpel. And so we've indicated, and again, I've been through this mill a few times. And the examples, some of the larger urban redevelopment projects I have done are Garrison Wood, Curry, Lincoln Park, Quarry Park, and more recently Midtown Station. All of those, we engaged with the community early on and had full support of the communities bringing those master plans forward. And that is the key to having a relatively smooth process as you are moving forward, adding units and densifying. And I think the existing LAPs provide a reasonable starting point. They need to be refined and again, followed up with land use redesignation.
Perfect. And maybe I'll just continue on there, Mr. Shawcross, about LAPs. I'm in a ward that maybe a third of my communities have LAPs and 2/3 don't. So certainty, I agree with you 100%. We've heard a lot of that in the last week. So how do you give certainty to communities when there isn't existing LAPs? If we went and used the LAPs as the guiding, should we go and get it across the city? How do your thoughts are? How do you bridge those areas that, as Councillor Atkinson said, there's several that don't have? How can we address that to still provide certainty? But we still want our goals of gentle densification across the city.
Well, that might be, again, you may have to expedite that process, expedite the LAP process, and if there are existing area redevelopment plans you can work with. Again, I don't, blanketing is not a good method. It suggests you really have to you have to get with the planning and the intensification in those communities, and that could be you may have to, as I said, fast track or expedite that process in the communities where there are development pressures and where you don't have an LAP in place.
Thank you so much. Ms. Lurie, thank you. Interesting. A lot of conversations have come and said the 5.6% supply and demand. If you build it, trickle down impact, and I know 10 years ago you commented on an article, but that sort of logic, if you build it, every home is important. They come with compelling arguments and just simple supply and demand economics. What is the disconnect? Why does CREB come to the saying, no, that 5.6% does not have a material impact, and others say we need it. Absent the 5.6%, there would be whatever, price spiking, et cetera. So what are we missing as a community?
Well, I think that the reality is if there is a market demand for it, it will come. The prices will drive that, and the demand will actually happen. So you'll see the supply that will rise to meet that. I think sometimes the disconnect is, there's a lot of talk over the filtering effect.
Sorry, what was that?
There's been a lot of talk over the filtering effect. So somebody moves out, they frees up, another unit. Yes, that is true to a certain extent, but what we have to remember is that we went through a massive migration period. So what that did is it slows that impact. It's just because we had so many people come here at such a short time frame that you're not going to have that same impact in terms of the filtering effect. So that's where some of that disconnect is just because of the sudden change. When you go from under 20 to 60 to 80,000 migrants, that does it. The next aspect is sometimes there's a disconnect of what people want and what's available. And that's another challenge. And again, suitability. We have no problems building condos and higher density stuff. That's the stuff that's the most oversupplied right now. It's not necessarily what people want. Not to say that that's broad base. I mean, obviously somebody is still buying them, but that's where we're seeing the most oversupply. So row homes, what we've seen is almost a shift in that less semis are being built in favor of more row. We do still have some pockets of the market where there's too much supply in row as well. It tends to be more in areas where they're building much more of it, and where the price spread is much closer to the existing supply. So I think some of the challenges is price point, where, and how much supply is being added.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Just trying to thread that needle. Maybe that along that line, you've said it, hey, look, this didn't have a material impact on supply, and it's referenced. Our own administration said 64 units completed to date, 64 of 25,000, 784 under construction. But 4,500 are being enabled. So have we had enough time? the argument people have said, give it another 5 years, come back, give it another 2 years, let it go through. You even said your own presentation, look, most of the housing that came on today was approved prior to 2024. So help me just sort of thread that again, is saying, do we need another 2-3 years just to check? From an economics perspective, from your area of expertise, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, would it be detrimental, or let it go through and see if it actually has an impact? Because 18 months, it's short. It's short.
Sure, but if market conditions are changing and there's less demand for it, then you might not see that show up in your numbers anyways. I'd argue that some of that supply growth is starting to slow now. So because of the changing market conditions. So again, you're saying, well, you might see more of it. You might actually see less of it. What I'm actually seeing currently play out in the market is the demand for detached is far higher. In fact, that is one of the tightest markets. That market is starting to slip into much tighter territory than any other market. So we're not seeing a lot of detached, we're not seeing a lot of semi. So even if you're saying this stays in place and we'll start to see over time more row, depends on the demand preferences.
But to not even say that, there's folks that say, but RCG is the most flexible. So if the market changes and the builders, they're smart men and women, they're gonna make an economic decision. So now they're only gonna build single family homes and just, knock down the old fixer-upper. So do you think, it's a failed experiment, time to move on and go back to more?
I just think there's alternative ways to do it. So I think that's probably more my basis on that, is I just think that, the market will determine what they want. Blanket rezoning there's a lot of other tools that the city were doing that, I applaud them for. There was great things that they were doing to try and achieve density. They do focus on transit oriented and looking at where it makes sense. I think that that's probably a better mechanism. And that's why we were saying, well, just plan it out so that we know what's going to happen, help enable the market to actually develop it when it needs it. I just don't know if I feel blanket rezoning is going to do that. I know there's a lot of talk over time. Honestly, as an economist, you don't know. Time will tell if that's the case. I can't say offhand that, no, it won't ever happen. But from what we've seen to date, I'm just not seeing that. I'm actually seeing some of the starts levels are starting to slow for some of that middles product, just because people still want their detached homes for the most part. And we're not even factoring in that leapfrogging that's happening in our surrounding areas. We're seeing a lot of development happen in Airdrie, Chestermere, Cochrane. So if they're not getting the product that they need in Calgary, it's not to say that they're not willing to go outside of these areas. They are also growing tremendously.
I appreciate that. No, just trying to you hear the arguments and your years of experience and expertise and knowledge just to help understand, because they're compelling arguments, and you see the logic of just one more year, and to hear the other side. And maybe for who, I don't remember who spoke a bit about the backyard suites and the garage suites. So whichever of the panel, there's been a conversation right now, it's or, and I would just love the commentary in the context of gentle growth, provide certainty, market economics. If we were to make that subtle change to an and from or, so allowing 3 on an R1 as an example, thoughts? Would that have material impact? All the issues you faced with blanket rezoning, would they be addressed, or is this a nuanced way, a subtle way to get the density?
Well, in terms of secondary suites, that I did mention secondary suites, lane homes. Again, how many? I'm not an expert in that by any means, but what I can say is that really does tend to add affordability. That does tend to be more affordable rental. It also offers a lot of options for potential owners. Mortgage helpers, multi-generational living. Like, the benefits are pretty significant with secondary suites and potentially lane homes. I would hate to see that disappear for many reasons, just because, again, I think that fills some of that niche. I mean, we know that even the new rental that's coming in tends to come in at a higher price point. We don't necessarily struggle with building rental that's in that higher range. How do we get some of that product in the lower range where you don't have a lot of supply?
Great. Can I ask the same question to Ms. De Diego as the final? Just the and, I think in your presentation you mentioned about that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, the and versus or for basement and garage, impact to market, impact to affordability, and so on, and from your client's perspective, from Krebs' perspective.
I'm so happy that you asked me back. Thank you. I think so I was watching the news the other day, and it was profiling a family, I think it was in Brentwood, and they had a house where they built a laneway home for their parents. And that helps multi-generational families. The grandparents were looking after the kids during the day. I know from, we talked a lot about new to the market buyers. I listened to a couple who I think they were both doctors, or one was a doctor and a lawyer, and they were talking about the affordability issue in Calgary. And even though they were working professionals, it was going to perhaps be a struggle for them to purchase a property. That's where secondary suites come in very handy. If a neighborhood can support it, and if the lot sizes are large enough so that it doesn't become, an over-density issue, I think it's an and. It would be for me.
Got it. So it's interesting because, if you put it above a garage, it's already a building there.
Yes.
So the density doesn't increase the lot coverage and things like that. But no, I appreciate your commentary, and thank you all.
Right, and also, secondary suites are actually lower rentals than brand new inventory as well. So from an affordability standpoint, it would be helpful.
A much more targeted approach versus the, look, thank you so much, Kreb, for the presentation, the data, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Winus, please.
Thanks. Ms. Diego, you're back up.
Sorry.
I have one quick question. When you answered earlier, you said you wanted to repeal with no amendments. Are you happy with the built form of the definition of RCG right now?
So this isn't my area of expertise either, so probably either Mr. Stante or his co-author would be better to answer that question. But if we're talking about the difference between 3 units, I think it was 3 units, what was the amendment again?
Removing 0 lot lines, reduction of height, contextual setbacks.
Right, so the amendment was to change it back to the way it was before?
No, to improve, because there's still 0 lot line building in the way it goes back, because, and you're still gonna have 4 versus 3. It just sounded like everyone's talking about repeal into R1. They're not talking about what's happening with the RCG definition that still exists on the books. That's where I'm curious, because when you hear a lot of people talk, they're talking as if when we repeal, RCG definition is no longer a choice of housing, but it still will remain on the bylaw, because what's before council is a bylaw with definitions.
Right.
And we're actually amending the RCG definitions off of what's before us.
Right, and I think it goes back to, the beginning of these hearings when I think the amendment discussion began. I wasn't here that day, but, if it is a matter of an amendment to take it to the 3 units rather than the 4 units, I think that would be something that would, be appealing. I can't speak for Krebs' position to that because we didn't look at amendments.
But that's the foundation of what's before us, because we're amending the bylaw from putting it everywhere. We're re-bringing back definitions for single-family duplexes with secondary suites. And those are all the rules that's before council. And so I was just curious about your statement. So
yeah, I'm sorry, I can't help in that regard. When we were speaking about it as, from Krebs' perspective, it was before amendments were suggested. So, our recommendation is to repeal without amendments.
But the amendments have always been there since the notice of motion was passed. And so, yeah, anyway, thank you.
I'm probably not the right person to ask, sorry.
Thank you. I believe that concludes this panel. We will move now to our next panel, and this will be likely the final panel before we go on break around 3:15-ish or so. Next panel is Sandra Mann, Denis Robinson, Philip Turnbull, Clyde Buchert, and Rob Zhang. All right, let's proceed. Sandra, we're ready for you.
Go second.
Okay, who is first up? Okay. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Rob Zhang. I'm from panel 45. Hello, council members and mayor. I'm here to speak in opposition to the repeal of blanket rezoning. I live in Ward 6 with my wife. I'm a mechanical engineer and she's a registered nurse. We moved here from Winnipeg in 2023 in no small part to the fact that we knew we wouldn't be able to afford Toronto or Vancouver. The housing affordability, mountains, and economic opportunities of this city are what drew us to Calgary. We currently live comfortably in a detached home in Aspen Woods because we're fortunate enough to receive help with a down payment from our parents. Without that help, our house would be much poorer shape or we will live much further away from downtown where I work. We are grateful for this advantage, but I believe home ownership should be accessible for everyone that works hard. Many young people like me, like my wife and I, have moved to Calgary for the opportunities the city offers. They all want a place to live, and the topic of housing is ever on our minds. If we want to have a strong economic base in the city, we have to make living here easier for the younger generation. Science of the 2024 blanket rezoning is just starting to work. 4,500 new housing starts were enabled by rezoning. And I also took a little economics in university, and I learned that when you increase supply, the price falls. But in our case, where demand is high, the velocity of price increases on homes can flatten. While reduced demand from immigration cuts may play a role, limiting population growth is not a long-term strategy. Housing is cheap in Detroit, too. Calgary and Edmonton have been leading the country in housing starts in the last 2 years, and it's no coincidence. People want to come to the city to work, and it will be economically detrimental if we couldn't properly house them all. Calgary has been leading the country in economic expansion, tourism, and population growth. If we can also keep housing prices down, Calgary will be the greatest Canadian city of the 21st century. The only other way to provide housing without density is to do greenfield development, but that comes with a lot of baggage. It means new paved roads, new water pipes, and new garbage truck routes. It means destroying the natural environment and putting more commuters to be stuck in traffic with. This inevitably leads to increased property taxes and more points of failure in our critical infrastructure. It also locks us into more car ownership with its myriad of problems. I don't want this to be the path that we set for our city because it'll be really expensive for all of us in the future. We don't even need to look very far for the results of failed housing policies. Toronto, Vancouver, and the entire state of California are stark examples. They've resisted change for decades, and now their cities are unlivable, especially for those living in poverty. The insane housing costs, commute times, have driven tens of thousands of people out of the metros. Those places have tried nothing, and they're out of ideas. Calgary doesn't need to follow their path. Council members, I know many of you ran on a campaign of repeal, and you're gonna have to keep that promise, and I get it. What I hope to see from you is that you don't simply put things back the way it was. I hope you can compromise on things like duplexes everywhere, upzoning around C-train stations, or 8 plexes on corner lots. Exclusionary zoning worked when this city had a population of 600,000 people. It's not working for us now, and it won't work for us in the future. This is my first time speaking on council, so thank you for listening. I'm open to any questions as long as they're softballs.
Thank you. We'll go to Sandra next, please.
Hi, I'm Sandra Mann, and I'm a resident of Brentwood in Ward 4. I'm also a member of the Calgary Alliance for the Common Good, and I've been here for a while, and I'm just super impressed at how well you councillors have been listening and really trying to understand what people are saying, and I really thank you for this opportunity to talk as well. First of all, I want to say that I am against repealing the blanket rezoning, but if you decide to do so, please have a replacement plan that addresses affordable housing, accessibility, reduces urban sprawl, and meets the criteria for federal funding. I've lived in Calgary for 46 years and have witnessed tremendous change during that time. Our city has not just grown in size, but in diversity, and unfortunately in need. Through my work with the Calgary Alliance, I've joined many others who are committed to ensuring Calgary remains a compassionate, inclusive, and welcoming city. It's deeply troubling to me to see so many people without stable housing and those with mobility issues struggling simply to find shelter. When I first moved to Brentwood, my family lived in a single-family home across the street from several apartment buildings. While I didn't get to know all my neighbors personally, I saw them caring for our shared spaces. Most of them are renters, clearing the snow, clearing the ice so meltwater could flow and prevent dangerous buildup In other words, they were great neighbors. Over the years, I've seen 3 high-rise buildings constructed near us, and these buildings have just brought so much vitality to our neighborhood. We have so many more amenities these days: sandwich shops, coffee shops, game stores, doctors' offices, and the neighborhood feels more alive. There are more children playing in the parks, more families gathering outside, and there's a sense of joy when you walk through our neighborhood. Actually, it's a very fun place to live. Brentwood is especially suited for thoughtful increases in density. We're close to an LRT station and the University of Calgary. And before the apartment towers were built, my family often took in students because they couldn't find homes. The demands for homes was urgent then and remains urgent now. So for those reasons, I strongly believe that it is important to find ways to increase density in my neighborhood and other inner-city neighborhoods. The infrastructure already exists. Increasing density in a well-established neighborhood like Brentwood enriches the community rather than diminishes it. The alternative, continuing to expand the footprint of Calgary, comes at a significant cost. Sprawl requires more roads, more vehicles, more transit lines, and more water and utility infrastructure. And I guess it weakens the city, I think, in terms of a sense of cohesiveness. But I also want to highlight another concern that's paramount in my mind. I think it's critical for this council to ensure there are mechanisms for affordable housing for people who have disabilities and for those who have mobility issues, like many of my friends my age. People with disabilities in Alberta have already been hit hard by the provincial government, which has clawed back the $200 federal disability grant from those who spent their time to apply for it. And those who are currently receiving Alberta income for the severely handicapped, AISH, will be soon losing another $200 a month as the new Alberta Disability Assistance Program replaces AISH for most recipients. This puts a huge financial strain on so many people with disabilities in Calgary. It's so challenging now to find an accessible home, and retrofitting one to be fully accessible is prohibitively expensive. I fear that more people with disabilities will join the unhoused population in Calgary if affordable, accessible homes are not made available. So my message to you, honored members of City Council, is please do not repeal this zoning legislation, and if you must, I urge you to do so, not to do so before replacing it with a clear and effective plan, one that supports affordable housing, gives options for affordable disability access, preserves access to federal funding, and reduces the need for further urban sprawl. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the City of Calgary.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Let's go to Philip next, please.
I emailed some slides. Are you able to pull them up?
Yep, please stand by.
All right, thank you for your time, Mayor and Council. My name is Philip Turnbull. I'm actually on panel 94. My slide is incorrect. I've lived in Calgary for 20 years, and I've been in the Mount Pleasant community in Ward 7 for about 10 years now. First as a renter, and then I came back when we bought a house. Next slide, please. I'm going to speak to 3 things today: my community, infrastructure, who you've heard from, and perhaps more importantly, who you haven't. Next slide, please. When I first started renting in Mount Pleasant, I paid about $1,500 a month for one of those old bungalows some speakers have referred to as affordable housing. It was a typical setup with a 2-bedroom main floor and an illegal basement suite. So I took a look at RentFaster to see what I could get for the same amount today. And I found that several of the new RCG builds have rentals at rates that compare favorably to what I rented 10 years ago, and that's before you account for inflation. And what's important is these are actually built to current code and safe for somebody to live in. Don't get me started on some of the basement slums that I've lived in over my time. We've also seen rental prices decline in Mount Pleasant in the time period after RCG was implemented. For the free market enthusiasts, this is simply supply and demand. It's early days, but let's give this early trend some time to continue. Next slide, please. When I first moved to Mount Pleasant, it was a declining community. Many of the buildings were at the end of their life cycle. Peak population was 6,000 people in the late 60s. Mount Pleasant only hit that mark again in 2017. Next slide, please. Even in 2021, as the community's population was starting to grow, we had a different kind of missing middle compared to the rest of the city. 10 to 19-year-olds were significantly below the Calgary average. We had no kids. Over the past years, that has changed as new families have moved into more affordable locations, and that makes the community more vibrant and exciting. Next slide, please. Now, some might say that much growth must have been a burden. Sure, there's construction. It's inconvenient sometimes, but we live in an inner city community in the fastest growing city in the country. Of course, there's construction. And my 4-year-old son loves watching all the big construction vehicles, so that's pretty fun too. So I invite you to reframe the so-called density burden as a positive. In the 10 years that I've been here, as the community has been redeveloping, it has gotten significantly more vibrant. We have new businesses on 4th Street that can be supported by a larger population, and I look forward to welcoming new ones. In fact, I'd love to see more commercial on 4th Street, but that's a topic for another hearing. As I mentioned earlier, we have more young families, makes things more fun and interesting. Now, of course, growth inevitably brings us to infrastructure. So next slide, please. I apologize, as this probably gives you some nightmares. Rezoning allows the city to raise more tax revenue and get the most efficient use of infrastructure investment. My friends in corporate finance would call these synergies. The feeder main break is clearly the most prominent, but recent reports from the city highlighted $49 billion in capital infrastructure needs over the next decade, with $18 billion in assets at poor or very poor condition, and a further $1.7 billion of those in poor condition that were deemed critical. A full repeal going back to RC1 and RC2 for the majority of the city is a recipe for large increases in property taxes or a continued infrastructure deficit and the next disaster 20 years from now. Continuing RCG zoning is fiscally prudent and a meaningful action you can take to address the infrastructure gap as it enables more effective use of your existing infrastructure spend. Next slide, please. Now, much has been made of how many submissions or speakers were for or against repeal, but let's remember that every one of us coming up to speak are the hyper-engaged and, frankly, the nerds. While this hearing is a marathon, in a city of 1.6 million people, those speaking represent less than 1%. The remaining 99% of the city haven't heard, can't be here due to personal or work commitments, or probably they're just thinking, it's fine. In fact, Janet Brown's polling found clear support for RCG amongst youth and parents, the same people that are building or will hopefully be choosing to build their future in this city. Next slide, please. And even beyond that, you know who else isn't here to speak? It's people that will be moving here in the coming years. Even if they can't come to council today to give you their opinion on rezoning, they're coming, and they're going to need somewhere to live. So in conclusion, rezoning for housing is working. We've had the most housing starts in the country last year. That's a huge achievement, and we need more years like that, just like that to catch up. Don't throw that away and send almost 90% of the city back to RC1 or RC2. I urge you to vote against repeal, and if not, to at least pause until a meaningful plan for reform is put into place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Denis next, please.
So I had a presentation as well. Just wait for it. Great. My name's Denny Robinson. My wife and I are homeowners in Banff Trail. We live quite close to the university. And I'd like to talk today about a slightly separate line of thought, but something I think is very important to this discussion. COSI and bargaining solutions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about what is COSI and bargaining. I'm going to explain my own experience with 2 HCO developments going up beside us, how we got a successful resolution there, what we can learn from that, what I think council can learn from that, and what I think that tells us about the path forward. Next slide, please. So here's Ronald Coase, he's a Nobel laureate, and he pointed out and mathematically demonstrated that there are ways to solve externalities that do not require government intervention. Private citizens, neighbors can contract together and solve problems of economic externalities, arrive at optimal solutions, and they can do that if there are clear property rights and low transaction costs. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for dealing with infill development near somebody? What it means is that we need to think about the different types of externalities. More cars in the street, parking, that's a neighborhood-wide issue. The shading from a row house development on somebody's backyard, that's a neighbor's, a one-to-one issue. Our current system says, go to the community association, go to the city, talk to the planner. Let's have a fulsome engagement process to discuss all of these problems. That throws the immediate neighbor under the bus because they actually have extremely low transaction costs with the developer. They just need to talk one-to-one with them and say, I'll say yes if you can do some things for me. And if you can do enough for me that I don't want to roll the dice on blocking the development or not, that it's good enough, then we can come to an agreement. But as you heard from Mike Borkrystal earlier, the current system makes it very hard for developers to actually engage directly. In fact, blocks them from hearing the comments in some places. So next slide, please. So what happened in our situation? So that's the elm tree in the property adjacent to mine and my wife's. That's going to turn into an HCO, a 7/7, and my wife didn't want that elm tree to go away. So I said, okay, well, do you want me to go down? You know, I'm fairly familiar with these processes. I can be an absolute nightmare. Do you want me to cause problems and, you know, whatever? And she said, no, we believe in housing. Let them build, but I want you to save the elm tree. So I engaged early. As soon as they bought the property, I figured out who owned it. I gave them a hard time. I want to talk to the architect. Once they actually hired one, I talked to the architect. I talked to the planner. And I went and I engaged our community association. And I said, look, if you guys have concerns about this, that's fine, but we're the only lot adjacent, and I expect, you know, our needs to take primacy here. I was also civil. It was struck me throughout the process that you know, there was almost a sense of fear from the people I was engaging with about how I was going to behave. Merely by being polite and being outcome-oriented, I got good solutions. And well, who knows if they cut it down or not, but assuming they're honest, they said they're saving the tree. In the DP, it says they're saving the tree. And whether planting new trees in the lot, the one right beside, you know, my wife's patio there, they let her choose it. So it was a very satisfactory resolution. And by getting involved in the process early and using my familiarity with this, I was able to ensure, you know, there was no external influence that was undermining our interests in this negotiation. I did spend probably 100 hours working all this out, so it's not like there were low transaction costs, but we could do better. Next slide, please. So that's the conclusion, right? Neighbors of new developments lose out in a process which prioritizes wider neighborhood questions at the cost of individual homeowners. Next slide, please. So where are we? We're growing. The paper house is too expensive, and new development can impact neighbors. Your problem is not with the RCG-based district. The most obvious and extreme problems here are the immediate impacts of the direct neighbors. The problem is not with the RCG district, but with the process that cuts them out of the bargaining and prevents them from reaching good solutions through conversations directly with the developer. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's what we learned. Next slide, please. And here's some questions you can ask me.
Thank you so much for being here. Don't go far. We'll ask Clyde Buchert to jump in now. Clyde, are you with us?
Okay.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, esteemed members of council. I am Clyde, and I was born and raised in Calgary. I have family roots that are deeply interconnected with the city and its identity, and I'm also a very proud Calgarian. I love the city and plan to live and raise a family here as well. And I mention this to show that I have a vested interest in Calgary's growth and sustainability and to characterize who many are worried will affect their neighborhood's character. I'm in full support of keeping the city blanket zoned to RCG. I work in the city as a programmer, I receive a good salary, and I'm considered a skilled laborer. But like many in my demographic, I am seriously struggling to find affordable housing. We have a housing shortage for many reasons, including stagnant wages, investors owning much of our property, and what is known as the missing middle, or lack of medium density housing. Our zoning laws are Euclidean, which is inextricably linked to exclusionary practices. But Calgary zoning was also intended to protect property values and prioritize car usage. I want to discuss these points today. Is preserving home value worth as much as providing access to housing during a housing crisis? I disagree with that viewpoint, but even to its proponents, I would say, research shows rezoning has no negative impact on home values. The city agrees with this based on its own market research, and increasing supply also causes rents to be cheaper. Prioritizing car usage also leads to many issues that others are mentioning, such as parking issues or urban sprawl. Continuing to build outward fuels our dependency on cars, gasoline, and necessitates parking. Alternatively, higher density housing leads to walkable areas, increased access to localized services, and lessens car dependency. Building outward is also environmentally devastating. Viewing the situation holistically, we have to consider building new roads, building new infrastructure, displacing wildlife, pavement causing air pollution and not absorbing water, which leads to flooding. And finally, people living further out will be car dependent if they wish to access the rest of the city or services. Roads are also very dangerous, and this is all very expensive. Who pays for new roads or maintenance when they inevitably break down? It's passed back to the taxpayers. In Calgary, like most cities, denser populated areas bring in more tax for the city, which effectively means suburban areas are subsidized. Denser areas also cost less because they decrease the amount that needs to be spent per person, sharing roads and services and even heating. One more point of note is that single-family homes are comparatively very inefficient for heating. They're constantly losing heat from all sides. Mixed density and high density have better heat retention, which lowers our use of fossil fuels, coal, and natural gas during winters in Alberta. I just want to highlight this for the city council that declared a climate emergency. So I don't mean to demonize single-family homes or cars. Funnily enough, I aspire to own a single-family home and would love to purchase a car, but can't as it would be too expensive and push home ownership further out of reach. I can only choose one. But this leads me to my final concern I wish to address. I hear a lot of fear about adding new people to a community and destroying its character, which can be quite insulting to Calgarians like myself or my friends or my family who just wish to own a piece of property. So I want to offer an alternative perspective. Row housing and townhomes can be very conducive to communal living. An urban advocacy group in Vancouver, Urbanarium, shared many designs for possible living in RCG-type housing that promotes communal living. Things like green areas, communal areas, and vested interests in property promote cooperation and camaraderie. Density contributes to market targeting, promoting doctors, cafes, grocery stores, etc. to move into an area. This further contributes to access to services, walkability, and desirability for an area. RCG zoning is not a mandate. People who own single-family homes will not be forced out. As mentioned before, some areas are not even financially feasible for RCG zoning, or for RCG housing, and are likely to remain single-family areas. But rezoning standardizes and smoothens the process for developers. RCG zoning saves money for the city, lessens car dependency, helps the environment. But something that RCG zoning is not is a silver bullet. The housing crisis is a complex and multifaceted issue. Other North American cities have rezoned, and it hasn't been the perfect solution. This is due to things like mandatory parking minimums, design restrictions, and in larger buildings, outdated safety codes and mandatory staircases. I implore the city to consider these factors as well. Just as single-family zoning was outdated and required updating, RCG rezoning should be monitored and updated, not regressively repealed without reasonable cause. With all that said, I am vehemently against repealing blanket zoning. I am against the proposed ban on mid-block row houses and the aggressive changes in the recent proposals. I want to be proud of Calgary, and for that, we must grow sustainably. RCG zoning promotes sustainability for the environment, for our city's growing population, and for the city's finances at once. This is an extremely rare and beneficial combination that repealing would destroy. Please do not wound our city like this.
Thank you so much for being with us. We'll go now to questions for the panel. Councillor Pentazopoulos.
Thanks so much. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Thank you so much for coming to present. And you said it's your first time presenting at City Hall. I hope it's not your last. You were very articulate and you expressed your opinion quite well. And I'm glad you came and brought up the area of Aspen. It's a wonderful neighborhood, a lot of single families, but I actually think it's one area that has proper city planning. I know many folks that live in the seniors complex off 17th. It's true transit-oriented development. And in fact, I don't know where you live specifically, but within 100 meters, you can live in a 12-plex, 12-story, a townhouse, an estate home, a single-family home. So I think it's epitomizes what Calgary needs and from planning. But obviously, you live in the neighborhood and your lived experiences, it's not enough. So maybe I'd just love to reconcile that when we see proper planning, people know exactly where the 12-story is going on 17th, next to the high school, next to the C train. Why you think a bespoke approach, that blanket rezoning, where your neighbor could knock down their home and put up an eightplex, makes more sense. How do I reconcile that, given I believe that Aspen has a wonderfully thought-out process and plan?
Right. Aspen is a very nice neighborhood. My whole thing is I was able to afford, me and my wife were able to afford Aspen because our parents helped with the down payment. And we bought our house in 2023, and with the pre-approval that me and my wife were able to obtain, we were looking at around $500,000. But in 2023, the housing market was going crazy, and houses in that price range were being overbid like crazy as well. So that's when my parents chipped in, and we thought we would get out of that price range and buy something more expensive where the competition was a lot less. And we live in like quiet contentment in Aspen. We're quite satisfied with the neighborhood, but it's not fair for people who don't have that advantage from the bank of mom and dad who can help them with that. And in my opinion, that if we can do what we can to increase the supply, the prices will flatten and will eventually fall. And if we go back to the exclusionary zoning that the city and many other North American cities have had for decades, that's a big step backwards, and it puts a lot of young people out of reach for homes.
Yeah, I just think, what if we replicated the density that we have just south of you on 17th Ave, where, think of that, 85th to 77th. I'm assuming you live in a single-family home. Is that fair? It's perfect. So do you think blanket rezoning would help single-family home pricing?
I think eventually will trickle down. What I've seen so far is that single detached homes have been the most resistant to price change, and the prices have come down the most in like one-bedroom rental apartments, townhomes, and row homes. So if we do increase supply, I think eventually, single-family homes could be next for price flattening or price decreasing, which is what I want for younger people.
You mentioned you're a mechanical engineer, and engineers are always going to bring order over chaos. And do you think the planning is a better approach where it's very clear for community where density is going to be versus a bespoke approach where an eightplex anywhere? What would be the best outcome?
It's kind of like an LAP process.
No, I was thinking what if we don't repeal blanket rezoning in areas like Aspen, we can see RCG remains, you can have eightplexes, 4 and 4, and so on, sort of anywhere, versus right now, if it went back to R1, which would generally be in Aspen, the density would occur where the community has agreed on 17th Ave, that area. So if we go back to the way, if we maintain where it is, you'll have density anywhere, no matter what, with no community input, versus if we go back, repeal, the argument is we go back to what we sort of planned. And you think maintaining now density anywhere is a better approach than a thoughtful?
Yes. And I think that because if we go back to picking and choosing what neighborhoods should be densified, we're going to be in this kind of hearing all over again, where the naysayer is going to come say, well, sure, I want thoughtful growth, but not here. This neighborhood doesn't make sense like where I live. I want to put it somewhere else. And if we do this across the whole city, it's going to waste a lot of your time, a lot of our time, a lot of the city's time. And that's a big patchwork approach, which I don't think would be conducive to building more in the city. I think a blanket approach for the whole city is is actually a little bit more fair this way, because everybody gets hit at the same time, and it'll be better for housing development.
Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you coming down to City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. I've jumped in. We got about 5 minutes or so until the break, but I'm up for Denis, please. I just want to go back to your second last slide. I didn't get a chance to read that. If you could just walk us through that. I think it was about the learnings, or?
Oh, yeah, it was a summary of the presentation, so.
Yeah, so what did you and your partner learn through the experience?
I don't think much, just that I think most of the learnings were afterwards, when we realized, oh, it's actually incredibly difficult to get the outcome we got without having a bunch of knowledge and a certain amount of persistence. You know, I'm willing to, you know, sort of implicitly threaten somebody on the phone that I'm going to be a bureaucratic nightmare if they don't, you know, deal with me in the way I want them to. And not everybody is necessarily willing to engage in that. You know, it can feel, right, I was very polite about it, but not everybody's necessarily willing to, you know, do that kind of sharp bargaining. And I mean, I think I behaved well in this situation, right? They're building their 7/7, they're going to do okay, but also we got what we wanted. And so the question then is, how can you replicate that? How can you create a process that has a higher rate of replicating those successes for other people? And part of that, I realized when I heard Mike talking about how much of the comments they're able to see is breaking down the barrier between the immediate neighbors. So what I actually think should be happening is that there should be a separate process, that the engagement process is actually lighter for the broader community and should be focused on broader kind of community-wide planning standards, but that there be a specific process for the immediate neighbors of anything under 4 stories and the immediate neighbors in 1 over. So, and I mean orthogonally adjacent neighbors. I think diagonally, you add diagonally if it's like 4+ stories, and where they get to, they get a notice, and then they're allowed to have a 30-minute meeting with the developer. And you create some kind of general outlines for the general public of what base level low-cost accommodations look like. So a member of the general public may not be aware about some of the things you could do with window placement, or they might be concerned about a balcony. I didn't know the solution to the balcony, but they just pointed out, look, we can pull the railing back like 6 inches, and then unless, you know, they're hanging their, you know, it's like they're hanging themselves out the balcony, they won't actually see into your yard because there'll be a privacy wall. So if you can create a piece of the process for that, some guidance for people to engage in it, and then separate it from the other piece of the process, lighten the responsibilities for engagement in the other part, because I just don't think that whether there's a couple extra cars parked on your street is nearly as impactful as whether or not somebody, you know, builds a large wall immediately adjacent to your garden. I think they're sort of an order of magnitude of difference in the level of impact. And once you get to that point, then you can start seeing, you have to pilot it, but then you can start seeing if you can actually get people more comfortable with development, and if they're aware that that process is coming, that they can then use that to have their needs met or get better outcomes. There's a sort of a deeper problem in you know, what I'm suggesting, which is what do you do when there isn't agreement in that case? And I think that you can't just like give veto power to the neighbor, right? I didn't try to exercise veto power, even though maybe I could have, maybe I would have been successful, maybe not. But what happens is it becomes, when the DP comes to this body, it becomes a factor, right? Did you do consultations with the 2 immediately adjacent neighbors? Was there some requests? What were they? How did you meet them? And, you know, did you get to a sign off of like, okay, that's good enough, or I asked for these 3 things, I got 2, so I don't love it, but that's where we are. And that it can then inform this body's decisions on what to do.
Yeah, I'm very much reminded early in my council career, there's a Oak Ridge co-op redevelopment, and there was this huge amount of community opposition for it, but we went back to basics and we looked at who was most acutely impacted. It was single-family homes abutting it. Developer came back to the table, said, all right, we're going to taper that off. What's it going to take for you to support it? And significant amount of reductions were provided there, but we found more community support when the most acutely impacted folks were treated with respect.
Yeah, and that's COSA's insight, that not on the acutely impacted folks, but that people are often willing to bargain, and that it's actually the agency. You're right, the private property stuff's already sorted out. We have very clear system of private property rights in this that's kind of we're already working within, but it's the the transaction costs. Does somebody need to lawyer up? Does it go through council and CPC and SDAB? And do we add costs and time to all the parts? Then you can't come to a resolution. But if you can push as much of that away and get to the heart of the problem, then you can actually get. And it sounds like that's what happened at Oak Ridge, and that's what I think you should try to replicate in the, on a personal level, I actually don't think most of these things are a big issue, but if council has decided on a political level that it is an issue for residents, then here's a way to better address the heart of the issue.
My final question for you would be, I've heard from folks, and even through this public hearing, many people engaged in the local area plans that said, all right, we're willing to make concessions, we're willing to make some levels of compromise. They came to the table, supported those LAPs, and then they felt subsequent land use amendments above and beyond what they had compromised and committed to really impacted their trust in the process, where they said on a go-forward basis, why should they engage and why should they give a little bit if they knew that down the road the city would be taking more. Do you have a sense of how we could be acting to restore some of the trust and confidence in the process overall? Because I think many people are coming to us and speaking about the bill form, whether an eightplex is appropriate here, lot coverage, but I'd say more deeply than that, through the public hearing, we've learned about the lack of trust and confidence that many Calgarians have in the decision-making process.
Okay, yes, that's a really good question. Briefly about the LAPs, so I participated to some extent in the South Shaganappi LAP, kind of well, actually a lot, but towards the end of the process. I wasn't immediately involved in it in the early.
Just a moment, Council, can we have your general consent that we conclude this panel? Okay, sorry, proceed, Denny.
I thought, what I heard during the South Shaganappi LAP process was that there were people who wanted less and people who wanted more and people who wanted in the middle, and we ended up with a lot of compromise and nobody being entirely happy. And maybe, in these kind of planning processes, that's always where you're going to end up. And if people go in with the expectation that, they're going to get everything they want, then that expectation is inevitably going to be broken, because we talk about what the community wants, but the community is a lot of people and they don't want all the same thing. And so there's going to be compromise within that. On stuff that's non-LAP compliant, I would have a hard time speaking to. I'm not familiar with any developments in the South Shaganappi LAP that are not LAP compliant. There may be some, but I'm not familiar with them. I have noticed that council has voted down a couple of land use amendments that were LAP compliant, HGOs in Hillhurst, and so I think that that's the same concern, but on the other side. But on trust, there's actually a deeper question, and the question of trust has been framed as, we wanted you to do something, and we believe we had a majority that wanted you to do that thing, and you didn't do it, and that's a violation of trust. And I actually think that's the wrong way to think about it. First of all, other speakers have talked about the polling data. It's much more complicated than the, whatever you get from the blanket hearing, the blanket rezoning hearing, whatever you pull out of the comments there. But the way I like to think about the reason we have problems with trust in government right now is that the trust in government doesn't flow from disagreement with a specific policy decision. It flows from a general observation of failure to execute and implement. So when you talk about trust in government in Calgary, there's a big drop after the water main disaster. There are a ton of things that in the last 20 or 30 years in Canada, government has gotten appreciably worse at doing and delivering on. So I think if you want to solve trust in government, it's actually not about engagement. It's at improving the quality of execution within government organizations. So Green Line gets built on time and on budget. The roads get fixed, and the procurement process and the capital spending get improved so that people drive on roads that are of adequate quality. The water system gets maintained better, the leakage rate goes down. And 311, I actually think 311 is probably pretty good, but there's a perception that it's maybe not the greatest, maybe it has room for 10% improvement. So all those execution things are, I think, what create like a broad level of distrust and frustration in government. And then all the specificities of the policy compromises that are an inevitable part of a city of 2 million people with all the disagreements within a democracy become far less salient and concerning to people if the core function of government and the execution on that is perceived to be effective. And the final thing I'll say on that is I think folks are doing a little bit better than they maybe recognize. I understand last election was contentious, but I knocked on over 10,000 doors, 9,000 of them in Ward 6, and the number one thing I heard was not any of the policy issues we're discussing today, but, well, maybe something could be better, but actually things are pretty good. Or there's an election on, oh, I hadn't realized. Yeah, I guess stuff's good. Well, maybe now that I think about it, X or Y. And number two was property taxes. And the property taxes are deeply connected to the trust. People, especially in Ward 6, don't mind paying property taxes if they trust that the organization using them is executing on spending them to good effect. Like, you know, there's some very large homes in Ward 6, very wealthy people. And it's like, yeah, sure, 10, 20, 30K, whatever, I'll pay it. But you have to actually do useful things with it. I'm not going to pay for Blue Rings is the example everybody gives. I think that was quite old now. But, you know, I don't want money wasted, but I'll pay a lot if it's spent well, and I won't mind. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm going to go over to Councillor Schmidt, please, or Deputy Mayor.
I actually rescinded my RTS.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep.
All right, colleagues, that is it for this panel. We're going to come back reading panelists from 99 onwards, and then we're going to alternate back to names that we had previously called earlier. So we'll be back here at 3:50.
Sorry, point of procedure.
Yes,
is
sir?
there any chance we can go back and see if anybody here still wants to speak before we go further? Or are we just going
I believe
in
we
order?
need to change out the staff. We need to take our break now.
After the break, sorry.
After the break, we'll come back. We'll fill the panel from 99 onwards. Those are names that have not been called yet. And then we'll alternate back and forth with the previous panels that we had called up to. I believe it was 66 that we had left off on.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Jameson, was that you remote? Thank you.
Yes, it is. Yeah, present.
Thanks. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, first panel is going to be counting up from panel 99, and then after this panel, we'll go back and do a catch-up panel from 66 onward. On 99, do we have Nora McGregor with us? On 100, Philip Barber?
Yes, Nora McGregor is here.
Thank you, Nora. Please stand by. Do we have Autumn Malsbury-Boag? Kenton Manning? Stan Ingham? Thank you. Coming up, Stan. Cheryl Sullinger? Come on up, Cheryl. On 101, Heather Sherman? Sylvia Kowalski?
On the line?
Sir, was that you, Heather?
That was, thank you.
Thank you. Please stand by. On 101, Sylvia Kowalski? Jan Schreider? Come on down, Jan. All right, this will be the first panel. Nora, Stan, Cheryl, Heather, then Jan. Nora, why don't you start us off, please?
Sure. My name is Nora McGregor. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I've been living here since 2003. And during that time, we were one of the most northern communities, and we've seen a lot of city sprawl going north this year, northwest, north-north, and northeast. And yeah, I just want to thank the councillors and mayor for the opportunity to speak. My position is I'm not in favor of repealing blanket rezoning. The more we sprawl outwards, the more expensive development gets. We need to make far more roads, more transit, more utility corridors, emergency services, et cetera, et cetera. The other option, of course, is densification, which the blanket rezoning is meant to achieve. Once we lose valuable watershed and wetlands, native species, et cetera, we just can't bring them back. So I would like to see less sprawl and more densification. And so I am not in favor of repealing blanket rezoning. I assume that council will need to make some changes to the blanket rezoning bylaw to make it more workable for inner city Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Stan, then Cheryl next. Stan, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Farkas, and greetings to the council. My name's Stan Ingham, and I live in Canyon Meadows, which is part of Ward 13. I'm on panel 100. I'm here to support the repeal of the City of Calgary blanket rezoning bylaw in its entirety. Amendments to the land use bylaw to allow the blanket rezoning was against the wishes of the majority of Calgarians when it was first introduced. Now, the thing is, I'm not against it. I'm not against densification. I'm not against having the zoning, rezoning. But what we are facing is that there are people out there that feel that this is all about affordability, and it clearly is not a point with this rezoning. I am flexible to changes in our neighborhood, but I am against an haphazard approach that is being applied. Houses or changes in redevelopment need to be planned and implemented thoughtfully. The current strategy that we have with the blanket rezoning is all about densification. It lacks clear citywide planning. Local inputs can provide guidance and a more orderly development in the process of densification, but what ends up happening is the developers or the people or what's being built are the largest possible structure, allowing the maximum amount of usage, units to be developed on the land that is provided. Treetop canopy lossage, loss of habitats for insects, birds, animals, shadowing neighborhoods, increase in pressure infrastructure, safety issues, everything like that is really an afterthought or not even considered in this blanket rezoning. Let's see. In many of the inner city developments that are meant for diversification, we are seeing three-story structure or three-level structures with no provisions for the handicapped or the mobilely impaired. And guess what? We're all getting older. So how are we going to get around when they take away all the bungalows and say, no, 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 we only have these three-story structures that you have to climb up and down the stairs? Planning, what I would like to go and suggest, so blanket rezoning, the decrease in number of lots available for the ownership is suitable only for the fit population. These limitations are in addition to the issues surrounding affordable housing. What I'd like to suggest is amendment to allow for greater involvement in the process of reviewing, approving, and appealing any proposed developments. This can happen only if this blanket rezoning is repealed in its entirety. This suggestion plans that are developed by the public with the interests of the community and the city in mind are a good beginning. This suggestion is focused on reducing the time for approval for the application, which is a plus for the developers, and because of the better communication during the process, a plus for the public. The outcome is a win-win situation. Addressing conflict at the end of the process after development has been appealed is going to be a costly and time-consuming process to both parties. Repealing the blanket rezoning necessary for the implementing of land use, I've already said that, okay. If a lot cannot be subdivided and the unit will have to be a rental unit. It's not going to be sold. Time's up.
Thank you so much. Just in time, but so appreciate you being here with us.
All right.
We'll go over to Cheryl and then Heather after that, please.
Oh, you have it up quickly. All right. Okay, so I'll start. Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Cheryl Sellinger. I hold a master's degree in public policy and have over a decade of experience in affordable housing research and policy. But I come here today as a homeowner and a mom. I'm here to share our story, an actual example of what the redevelopment process looks like for an average homeowner in Calgary. Next slide, please. My husband and I are long-term residents and homeowners in Ward 7. We have 3 kids who were born and raised here. Those kids are now teenagers who are becoming young adults. We don't know where our kids will end up, but living in Calgary is expensive. Anyone who's had to look for a place to live in the last 5 years can tell you home ownership is out of reach for a lot of people, and the cost to rent is skyrocketing and fraught with uncertainty. We want to future-proof and create some flexibility and security for our kids and for us as we age. We think the best opportunity for this is with the land we own that our current house sits on. Next slide, please. We're on a 50-foot lot, currently zoned RCG. That zoning means we have way more choice with what we can do with our land than we did previously, where the only thing we could have was either a semi-detached or a single family with a basement suite. Maximum 2 units on the lot in either case. We want to create some options for our family. We're not looking to maximize what is currently allowed, and instead would like to build a semi-detached with basement suites plus 1 backyard suite over the garage. This would meet our family's needs and critically enable us to pay for it all when we subdivide and sell the other half of the semi. This is not a money-making opportunity. We will be in the hole on this, but we think it's the most affordable long-term solution. Next slide, please. This is something we've been thinking about for years, but until the 2024 rezoning came through, it was too murky and too risky. We're not planners or in the development industry, and the prospect of seeking a land use redesignation was scary. The rezoning gave us the certainty and clarity we needed to take the next step, because the next step is incredibly expensive. I don't think people understand the cost and risk of simply submitting a development permit application, let alone the actual construction. We're almost $10,000 and hours upon hours into the process just to get up to the DP stage. The list of requirements is long. The amount of expertise needed to understand the zoning, regulations, local area plan, everything is immense. And being able to pull it all together in a development proposal is best left to the experts, not us. We don't have those sorts of skills. The only way for us to get through it was with help from architects, builders, and other professionals. But that costs money, lots of money. We never would have risked these expenses and time without the certainty in the zoning. This is because of the expected opposition. We live in a great neighborhood and have good relationships with our neighbors and across our community. We know that everyone wants what's best for us. Still, we 100% expect opposition because ultimately, everyone wants what's best for them as well. I don't blame them. This is why society relies on governments to consider what's best for everyone, to take in all the evidence and look at the trade-offs, to understand the big picture and find the best possible policies. Just a point of clarification, because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, I don't take issue with the planning department or their processes. They're simply implementing council's decisions. So as you consider this item, please understand that in our very real world example, every single restriction and requirement you add makes development less feasible. Next slide, please. I hope there's room for reasonable compromise on this issue. I don't support going back to the old zoning. Among many other issues, it would mean people like us would never build or adapt our homes for our needs. Calgary needs a variety of housing at different price points. As part of the solution, you need homeowners like us building things like this. On the other hand, people have reasonable concerns about the 2024 districts and regulations. I think the proposed amendments before you are a reasonable compromise, and I mostly support them. The one change I would ask you to consider would be allowing a basement suite and a laneway suite or a backyard suite in the same development versus one or the other as proposed. Thank you very much for your time and good luck with your decision.
Thank you for being here. We'll go to Heather on 101, then Jan after that. Heather, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Heather Sherman. I am in my late 30s. Today I speak on behalf of myself and my husband. Thank you for this opportunity. We are professionals residing in an inner city community in Ward 8. For the reasons that follow, we are in support of a full repeal of the blanket rezoning bylaw, a reset of the zoning designations to what they were prior to the blanket rezoning bylaw, and a return to thoughtful community-based planning. Prior to moving to our current community, we lived in Marda Loop. In the span of approximately 5 years, the block we lived on underwent a significant transformation. Bungalows that had stood for decades were demolished. Large mature trees were cut down. New trees that were planted appeared to struggle to flourish. Reflecting on this morning's discussion, I question whether the ongoing removal and replacement of decades-old mature trees with saplings that may or may not thrive will be sufficient to preserve Calgary's tree canopy. There came a time when Marda Loop was no longer suitable for our growing family. Among other things, we desired a larger yard, more privacy, and a quieter street. In 2022, we chose to move to our current community in part because of its park-like historic nature. We made the decision to purchase our almost 100-year-old home with some certainty regarding community character, based in part on how the community was zoned at that time. Consistent with the statement of the Calgary Real Estate Board, we believe that blanket rezoning significantly reduces certainty for individuals and families who have chosen or are looking to enter Calgary's housing market. This is in part due to the disproportionate impact that blanket rezoning has on historic established neighborhoods. The policy neither recognizes nor protects the unique nature of these neighborhoods. For example, in newer master plan communities, we understand that houses are often grouped by type, which creates certainty for people who live in or choose to move to these areas. In contrast, allowing 8-unit complexes to be constructed mid-block in established communities with limited, if any, input from neighbors has the potential to create significant uncertainty and place undue strain on utilities and schools. Further, it is our understanding that blanket rezoning has not effectively addressed Calgary's housing affordability challenges. We have seen modest, relatively affordable homes and rentals demolished and replaced by higher-priced developments. We understand that blanket rezoning increases redevelopment pressure everywhere at once and incentivizes demolition over renovation, accelerating the loss of lower-cost housing. We are not opposed to densification, however, it must be pursued strategically and thoughtfully with stakeholder input. The Calgarians that participated in the historic 2024 public hearing on rezoning for housing overwhelmingly opposed blanket rezoning. That opposition was reiterated in the 2025 municipal election by electing a council majority that campaigned on repealing blanket rezoning. We respectfully request full repeal of the bylaw and a return to thoughtful community-based planning. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Jan to wrap up the panel.
Good day. I think I was at a presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, hi, I'm Jan. I live in Ward 8, and when I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about, it occurred to me that there are so many things pertaining to rezoning that can be addressed. And the one thing I focused on was what makes Calgary a city worth living in. And I think you've seen the next picture quite a couple of times. Can you go to the next one? I think that one has been shown quite frequently. To make Calgary worth living, or to make Calgary an amazing city, you need affordable houses, you want low taxes, you want great services. And well, where are we at with that? So if you can go to the next one. I think you've seen that as well, because it's from the City of Calgary website, and it shows that on the taxes front, we're doing quite well. I mean, tax in Calgary, obviously everyone would love to pay less, but we're doing quite well. Next one, please. Then on the housing start side, I mean, that has been discussed earlier today, so I don't want to go too much into it, but we are seeing that the amount of missing middle that is being constructed, it is increasing. Next one. Then we're also seeing that we get at least a leveling out, if not even a decrease in prices. And next one, that the CREB is forecasting that prices may even drop further, or at least they stay stable, which I suppose in light of the last years is also quite a win. Next one. And on the services side, I mean, there are quite a lot of projects that are ongoing to improve the city. We've got the repair of the water main feed, we've got the green line improvement or green line implementation, and we've got the new arena that is being built, that's being set up. And well, you need a good tax base in order to make sure all of these projects are paid for, right? I think last week there was a presentation on the fiscal conservative case for increasing density. I think that was on Wednesday, and I thought that person made very good points. Next one, please. So all in all, it seems like we are on a good track between the taxes, the services, and the affordability, at least in terms of the trajectory. Next one, please. So what's the problem, actually? And I think the problem is that, well, we are on a good trajectory in terms of the city, but what about the communities? What about the neighborhood? What makes a neighborhood worth living? What makes you come back from a long day of work and you pull into your driveway and you think, well, that's an awesome place to live. That is my home. And I think that is where people have anxiety about what is going up. There was a woman here this morning, I think it was Joyce from Banff Trail. I think she just nailed it. She was talking about how she saw that there was sloppy work in adjacent houses, how she had concerns about the safety, about access of emergency vehicles to other buildings, which then led to anxiety from her or in her, that if there were ever a fire, that this would burn down the neighborhood. And that is obviously a problem, and that can't stand. So I'm wondering, if we were to repeal blanket rezoning and we would have this added layer of a hearing on zoning change and all of the input from the community, and a building proposal would come up like that 12-plex that she was referring to, what would that change? Or are all of these concerns in terms of how do we need to build buildings to have proper access for emergency crews? How do we need to build buildings, and how do we need to inspect buildings, that there's no sloppy workmanship? How do we ensure that there's proper canopy, proper tree coverage? Isn't that all part of, well, what does our GC allow, and not what is blanket rezoning? So those were kind of my thoughts this morning, which I would like the council to dive in further. Now, actually, I do work myself a bit in problem solving and solution implementation. I work as a quality manager in oil and gas. And one thought I would want to leave you guys with is, don't let perfect stand in the way of good. The blanket rezoning has had benefits to the community. And with the implementation, there are new challenges. But these challenges, they need to be overcome. And that's also part of the process. If you think about the hockey club up north, the Edmonton Oilers, they aspire to win the Stanley Cup one day. And they've been made it to the playoffs for the past 4 rounds, and they failed to win it 4 times in a row. But they're not kicking out Draisaitl or McDavid. They're not making a complete 180 and walk everything back. They're looking at improving what they have. And also, I would like you to, so a lot of people, I'm going to wrap this up after this one. So I hear a lot of people talking about common sense solution, and what I think are common sense solutions are solutions with a proven track record of effectiveness. And there are quite a lot of cities who have gone through that process that Calgary is currently going through, especially, for example, Austin or Auckland in New Zealand. And in Austin, you can look for the newspaper articles from 2022 and then compare them to 2025, and they have exactly the same conversations. If you look at the 2022 articles.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you're just at time, but please don't go far in case there may be questions.
Awesome, thanks.
That concludes this panel. Over to Councillor Atkinson, please.
Cheryl Sullinger, please. Yeah. Hey, thank you for coming and sharing. It's a great perspective that we haven't had a lot of within the presentations. We've heard a lot from the development industry, builders, architects, that sort of set of things, but for homeowners who are sort of venturing into this sort of world, I just wonder if there's anything that you've experienced on the process. And I know you maybe don't know the difference of what you'd be going through if it was a semi-detached or a single necessarily with what you've gone through for RCG, but if there's anything that could make it so that more current homeowners see this path and sort of don't run into the many roadblocks that you were sort of speaking to in your presentation, anything that we can do on our side for the process?
Yes. I wouldn't say I've hit roadblocks. I think it was more that when the zoning came, before the zoning came in, I knew that we could only build a semi-detached or a single detached with a basement suite. Those were the only two options. We were RC2, right? And so, you know, I have some background in this world, but going through this process has really opened my eyes to how complex it really is and how, not difficult, but uncertain. And so when the rezoning came in and it was like, okay, now you can do all these other things, that opened our world. And all we ever wanted to do was create enough housing for our kids. Our oldest is 18 now. He has some disabilities and will probably be living with us for a while, but he's an adult. And so we don't want him, you know, living in our basement, trying to get on with independence for years and years and years. So when the rezoning came up and there was an option to do something different, that didn't mean we had to go through a land use redesignation or whatever else, because as I understand, that adds months and months and months to the process and a lot of uncertainty. You know, there was no way we're not rich. We weren't going to lay out thousands of dollars just to see if we could do something. You know, this way, we know we're pretty certain to do something, and our architectural firm has been a godsend, and they've been so patient and wonderful with us, educating us along the way, and figuring out what we can do and, you know, helping us along. But there was no way we were going to go through that process without knowing that we were going to be able to build sort of what we want to build.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's such just a different perspective and just sort of shows something that we haven't heard. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
And Cheryl, I'll ask you a couple questions. I'll stick with your personal experience there, because you mentioned that you expect that you might get some pushback from neighbors. And we heard a presentation on the panel before yours about sort of the relationship between a neighbor and somebody who's going to develop. So I think just hearing how you might approach that issue with your neighbors would be helpful for us.
Yeah, and I was watching that, and I loved his perspective. And I think a solution like that could be really helpful. I sort of see council as being the 10,000-foot view, right? You guys set the direction, decide on what's getting built where. And then dealing with your immediate neighbors and trying to find solutions there is the micro, right? And we're already, you know, we submitted our application and, you know, something was a little different than I expected, and immediately started chatting with my neighbors to be like, okay, I know that sunshine's going to be an issue for you guys. I know you use your back deck a lot. We're going to look at making some adjustments to move this, because I knew as soon as they saw it, they were going to be calling me up saying, oh, this is kind of a problem, right? And so we want to work with them. They're our neighbors. They're our kids' best friends, things like that, right? This is our community. So working with neighbors that are immediately impacted, I think, is a really good solution. But having all of Calgary or all of your community, or like through a local area plan, getting to decide what is where, I feel like it's a bit inefficient. I think that council should be setting a broad direction that's beneficial to the whole city, and then you work with your close neighbors to make it work.
And which gets back to our role as governance and not sort of the micro of each issue. On that point, though, something that's come up a lot in this that we kind of keep floating back to is that a lot of what you're discussing there is actually not related to the actual land use. It is the process outside of land use. And so it sounds to me like the suggestions that you're making are signaling to us that things outside of the land use process need to be looked at, and not the land use process itself, because things like shadowing and trees, setbacks, those aren't necessarily the land use issues. So tell me if I'm right that it sounds like the issues that you're identifying are not actually the land use issues, because those things could arise with a single family home as well.
I think for us, we were always going to work with our neighbors, no matter what the situation, what we were building. But we had a type of thing that we wanted to build, and that thing wasn't even allowed under the previous land use. So that's land use redesignation. That's months, that's a lot of uncertainty, that's a lot of people commenting and reviewing that, right? The application that we went in, because we went in with a laneway suite, is discretionary, so people are looking at it, but we could have gone in with contextual and still gotten duplex with basement suites. And there would have been a lot of relief in that, right? There's a lot of certainty in that. It really reduces the risk that, okay, this can get done no matter what, right? In the very least, at the end of the day, we're going to end up with at least that, and that's going to help meet our family's needs. But without that, you know, if we're trying to ask for land use redesignation, that's a way bigger risk.
Then what happens, because this is something we also, I don't think, discuss enough, for you in your personal situation, if you go down this road and then your application ends up getting denied, what happens to you?
Well, here's where our architects have been helping guide me along the way, because I wasn't even, you know, again, coming sort of from this sector, it's really been eye-opening about what you can do and what you can't do and at what stage it's discretionary and contextual and this and that, right? And so I don't actually know, right? Like we're submitting something that we think is completely, there's a component of it that's completely permitted, there's a small component that's discretionary, but I think because the use is allowed, it's a go-ahead that we then work with. But I don't know for sure, but I do know that we're avoiding a more complicated process. If the rezoning went back to RC2, we wouldn't have touched it with a 10-foot pole. We would never have gone in with an application like this.
And then just touching on, your resume sounds like you have expertise in the affordable housing sphere. And we have heard several arguments. It came up with Kreb and it came up with some others on previous days, that we should be focusing on affordable housing and not this. So, and truly like non-market, below market housing. Do you see this and that being in conflict with one another?
Well, first I'll say I don't have my professional hat on, so I'm not speaking for my organization or my employer, but from what I know, right, so we have non-market affordable housing and we have housing affordability, right? And I think you understand that non-market affordable housing is expensive to build and requires some government support. And in a city and in a country where, you know, we struggle with things like nobody wants their taxes to rise, we have other huge expenses going on, infrastructure expenses, people are loath to spend the money that's needed on non-market affordable housing, truly, right? The true investments are high. And so the investments need to be made there, but there's a place for the market to play a role. There's a place for the market to deliver. And if we're talking free market, I mean, there's lots of room there. But just creating more supply of any type isn't necessarily going to improve affordability to the people that need it the most. As you've heard lots, I'm sure, during this hearing, there are price points at different product types, right? And so I think a lot of people are arguing, hey, we're seeing these $700,000 townhouses go up. That's not affordable. This isn't improving affordability. But things like basement suites and laneway suites certainly have a lower price point than a lot of these other products. They have a lower price point than new apartments coming on the market, right, for rent. And so I think there's room for the market to play a more significant role in delivering market affordable product, but you guys have to let it happen. And if we're not sort of enabling some more secondary suites and more laneway suites and some smaller products and different types, the market can't deliver. Like I'm saying, there are so many hurdles in my way to delivering these sorts of things that it's not going to happen.
So then I think maybe more pointedly, as governors of this organization, can we feasibly do both things at once? Address affordability and address affordable housing?
That's a big question. I mean, I do think that all cities need to make investments in non-market affordable housing. I think it's critical. You're going to get savings in other areas, right? Policing, judicial, everything else. Most of those savings currently go to the provincial government, who's delivering healthcare and things like that. But in working across governments, there's a solid case to be made that building non-market affordable housing is way cheaper than the alternative, and it's just fiscally responsible, right? It just makes sense. But I don't think Calgary can do it, can solve all those problems with that alone. I really do think you need to get market-delivered affordable housing.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Schreider, you ran out of time. You were raising some interesting points, and if there was just anything else you wanted to add, you were getting towards your common sense kind of solutions. So just if there's anything else you wanted to add on, you're happy to give you the time.
I was actually just trying to, I was just wrapping this up and just saying, well, a lot of cities have gone through the very same process, and if you really look at the newspaper articles from Austin, you see exactly, or very similar conversations about people are concerned about parking situations, people are worried that this is a ploy from developers, people are unsure about community engagement, and what solutions did they come up with, and are there solutions that apply to Calgary as well? And these conversations have been going on in Austin, they've been going on in Auckland as part of the Auckland Unitary Plan implementation, and those are just great examples where things worked, things didn't work out, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. That was kind of my point.
And then just from your own perspective, briefly, you mentioned you live in Ward 8.
Yep.
And so then I would expect that you're seeing some of this change. So how have you experienced the change that you're seeing around you?
So I live on 20th Street, close to 50th Ave, so pretty far in the south of Ward 8. And I'm not impacted a lot myself with where my wife and I live. So I can't really speak to that. I do see that there's a lot of development along that street, a lot of townhouses coming up. So I do believe that I can understand why people are concerned. And I would like for the council moving forward to figure out what are these concerns that are actually related to land use and not to the actual zoning, what the zoning allows to build, to address the root of the issue. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I am done.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thanks for Ms. Sherman, or Schreider? Schreider. Oh, no, sorry, wrong person. I'm looking for the lady who spoke before that. Heather Sherman, is it?
Heather, are you still with us?
Heather Sherman here. Heather Sherman on the line.
So, Heather, were you speaking in opposition or in favor of repeal?
Yes.
Okay, and was there anything that you didn't get a chance to say because you might have run out of time, or do you feel like you pretty much said everything you had to say?
Thank you very much for asking. I completed my statement.
Okay, thank you. Now my question is now for Ms. Selinger. Thank you for being here. So if I understand you correctly, you've gone through a development permit process and based on RCG, but you said that if it had gone back, you wouldn't be able to because there was something that didn't meet the requirements of RCG, or I mean RC2, but isn't that sort of what you're building, is semi-detached with a basement suite?
Okay, so we're on a 50-foot lot, so on our lot, we would be, under RC2, we would be allowed 2 units. So that can be in the form of either a semi-detached, so whatever you guys call them, duplexes, right? Or a single family with a basement suite, which is what we are currently in. We have a single family house on that whole lot.
Or a semi-detached with a basement suite on each?
No, that wasn't allowed under RC2, I don't think.
that's allowed. The only thing that's not allowed is both, a backyard suite and a basement suite.
Under RC2, yeah, so I could have put 4 in RC2 on a 50-foot lot?
Yes.
Okay, that's news to me.
Councillor Chabot, I apologize for jumping in, but I think from admin, we're getting a crossing of the head, so there might be some uncertainty on whether that's allowed or not.
Sure.
But we can get back to you.
Okay, well, that was the subject of an amendment recently because RC2 didn't allow basement suites in the past, but that bylaw was amended to allow basement suites on RC2 properties. Anyways, I'm not going to get into the merits of the bylaw, but you do have an application that's in the works now?
I do. And I guess the other thing, even if the basement suites were allowed, I don't think the backyard suite was. And that's kind of an important part of our development as well.
However, I think there is something that's being proposed specifically to make an amendment to allow both.
Oh, okay.
So you would be supportive of that amendment if that were put through. So even if we did go back through that process, it would still allow both.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you would support that type of land use?
As long as I can get a semi-detached with basement suites and 1 garage suite, and then I can subdivide and use the other half to pay for this whole thing, I'll be happy.
Yeah, it's certainly something we can discuss later on, but thank you for giving us your perspective here today. Mr. Ingham, I'm not sure if you were finished.
No, I wasn't finished. I was going to talk about the uncertainty if you don't repeal everything in its entirety. There's going to be a lot of confusion, both for the general public and for the developers, contractors, or whatever. So that uncertainty will lead to a lot of appeals. And we're starting to see that right now is a tremendous increase in the number of appeals. The problem with it is that, as been pointed out before, there has been a lack of knowledge on the public side. And when we go through this appeal process, what happens is that we are at a distinct disadvantage not knowing things that apply or don't apply, and things like shadowing, trees, canopies, and everything like that. That has nothing to do with this blanket rezoning. And what ends up happening is that the general public gets kind of pushed to one side because often it does not follow the checklists that they have to approve any type of development. And these developments, again, are not really affordable for the public, and nor does it really address the missing middle.
Okay, so the original land uses around RCG before the blanket zoning included a lot of different elements that were subsequently amended, including front yard setbacks as one example. And so the front yard setback, is that something that was something that you were concerned with, or?
That's one of many things that were discussed in a particular development that was in our neighborhood, and the size of the structure and so on like that, being totally out of character with all the surrounding buildings in that area.
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen as far as a full repeal or whether some of the other amendments are going to be approved, because there are some other suggestions under recommendation number 4. I think you spoke to that. And again, not a lot of certainty in regards to the interpretation of some of those. So from your perspective, do you think that's something that should be maybe relegated to some further debate prior to, or maybe public consultation, development industry consultation, prior to actually going towards either approving or not approving those recommendations?
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I would get rid of the rezoning first. Okay, go back to the old system and then start bringing in this new way of doing business in particular the consultation with the community, because after all, they're the ones that know what fit, what doesn't fit. They're the ones who have to live with the results.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few amendments that are being proposed there, and I'm not sure the development industry's signed off on all of those either.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, the community would likely be supportive of some of those amendments or most of those amendments.
I'm sure that there will be lots of it, but let's get rid of this, because the longer it gets sustained, the more complicated it's going to become, because then it's going to be very difficult. What is implemented, what's not implemented, how can we develop with the changing situation? So it's easier to just take everything off the table, go back to the old system, but revisit this and get a new process going with the proper amendments.
Okay, all right. Thanks for being here. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go back to calling some of the previous panels as we're alternating. We ended off on panels. Sorry, who is speaking?
On panel 100, Autumn Mulsbury-Bogue. I was panel 100, but I couldn't unmute in time.
What is your name?
Autumn Mulsbury-Bogue. You'd called my name for panel 100, but I couldn't unmute in time to answer.
Sorry, could you repeat your name? It just kind of came out muffled.
Autumn Mulsbury-Bogue.
Okay, Autumn, please stand by. You'll be the first up. One second.
Okay.
All right. Do we have anyone from panel 66 with us?
Yes, I'm here from panel 66. My name is Sonia
Sonia?
Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Sonia. Please stand by. On 67, do we have David Jacobs?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, David, please stand by. Do we have anyone from panel 68 in the chamber online? Okay, we have one person with us. Please come on down. Do we have anyone from, do we have Alaya Raudstein from 69? Okay. Do we have anyone from panel 70? Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Farkas, I'm on panel 73 and I'm calling in from abroad. I'm wondering if I could speak now. I've been trying to call in. It's difficult with the time change.
Thank you. Who's speaking?
This is Risa Dessau. I was panel 73.
All right, Risa, please stand by. You'll be our final panelist for this. All right, let's start off, please, with Autumn from 100, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Autumn Mulsbury-Bogue. I am Director at Large with Ward 14 Parkland Community Association. However, these are my own opinions I'm representing today. I'm having deja vu here as I'm once again speaking before Council on the same topic. I am in favor of a full repeal with no amendments back to RC1, RC2 zoning and restarting engagement properly with residents. I have hope this new council will choose to really hear the public, although I'm sure many have given up trying to be heard. I'm disappointed by the confusing wording surrounding this hearing, as well as the terrible timing over school spring break, and had it not run long, I would have missed it completely as I just returned from out of the country. One thing I think we can all agree on is the conflict that this has created between Calgarians and their neighbours, and the distrust of Calgarians towards council and city administration is incredibly sad for our city overall. It was claimed to increase affordability, but it has done the opposite. I know of people whose long-term affordable rentals, their homes have been sold off with nowhere to go. I have not seen a single development where the new units with a fraction of the land have sold for less than the original home and full land parcel. It creates land lift on all properties, whether they develop or not. It creates further commoditization of the housing market, the very things the National Housing Advocate has warned against. That is the opposite of creating affordability. It creates parking disputes as we don't have the mass transit infrastructure or climate to suddenly switch to a car-free lifestyle. The Calgary Real Estate Board today presented very clearly, showing the numbers prove that upzoning has made housing more expensive and out of reach, not more affordable. It creates further strain on aging infrastructure that has been neglected and is already struggling with the current population in these neighborhoods. My neighborhood frequently has water lines breaking and electrical transformers catching fire. I know the city has a tax problem, and this need for more tax revenue is not the reasoning used to appeal to the public with blanket upzoning. But why is the city simply giving away windfalls of profit from land lift of densification and not capturing this for the good of all Calgarians to offset some of the downsides? Vancouver negotiates community amenity contributions with each rezoning that targets a capture of 75% of the increase in land value to be returned back to the city to benefit the public instead of, instead of a windfall for the developer. Quoting the City of Vancouver, community amenity contributions, CACs, are in kind or cash contributions provided by property developers when City Council grants development rights through rezoning. CICs help the city build and expand facilities like affordable housing, parks and open spaces, childcare facilities, community centers, libraries, transportation, and public realm, arts and culture spaces. CACs are in addition to their DCC, development cost charge, similar to our off-site levies. And their DCCs tend to be more than triple our single and semi-levies and quadruple our multi-unit levies. Repealing blanket upzoning does not remove opportunities for well-thought-out appropriate densification, but returns the onus to the developer to ensure it is appropriate and respectful of the neighborhood and not the other way around. Rubber stamping applications and leaving the fallout to neighbors and the SDAB is a dereliction of basic duties of city planning. In Ward 14 alone, there are examples of approved plans that have exceeded basic lot coverage limits and certainly don't consider the recommended good neighbor guidelines. Also approving a commercial business in a residential home right across the street from a commercial mall that has a vacant spot from the exact same business. In Ward 11, has anyone seen what is going up on the corner across from Lord Beaverbrook High School and the busy daycare on the other corner at a very chaotic and dangerous traffic location? Multi-unit slot homes with no parking. Where is logic and reason? I grew up in government-subsidized housing. Trust me, I firsthand understand this need. True affordable housing can be built where it is properly planned for from the start and on lower cost land in newer communities and along C-train routes such as Heritage Station, the development planned in the industrial area near Chinook Mall. It's already been proven blanket upzoning only hurts affordability. A new plan should not even be considered until a proper updated census is completed. You can't plan based off 5-year-old data with explosive growth. Please fully repeal this poor and damaging excuse for legitimate planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Sonia on 66, then David after that. Please go ahead, Sonia.
Thank you, Council. My name is Sonia, and I reside in Ward 11. I'm here to oppose the repeal on RCG zoning. I believe this is my 5th time speaking to Council about housing. I go all the way back to the contentious guidebook and LAPs. And yes, despite the sudden loving for LAPs I've heard during this meeting, they were very contentious. None of these documents changed any zoning, but they were about housing, amongst other things. It's hard to believe that we'll be right back where we started should the upzoning be repealed. But here,
Sonia, sorry to interrupt you. Are you on speakerphone by chance, or could you speak just a little bit closer? You're coming off kind of muffled here in the chamber.
Oh, am I? Okay, sure. Would you like me to start again, or was I clear enough?
You can continue. Thanks.
Okay. None of these documents changed any zoning, but they were about housing, amongst other things. It's hard to believe that we'll be right back where we started should the upzoning be repealed. But here we are. There's been lots of good data presented over the past week, and I hope that councillors take the time to really understand the data. There's a lot of emotion in this debate for obvious reasons, but it's your job to look at what's best for all Calgarians, present and future, and to use real numbers and not emotion to make a decision. I've lived in Calgary 2 separate times over my life. I moved here as a child from Montreal in 1980, and after several relocations, moved back here to raise my 2 children in 2007. As a child, I lived in Lake Bonavista. My house was huge compared to my home in Montreal. The trees were small, but I loved my new friends, hiking with my family and hanging out at the lake and dancing to Xanadu in those huge basements. It was awesome. It wasn't Montreal, which I missed, but I had new friends, new adventures were to be had here. Even though my mother complained that there was nowhere to get a good croissant and coffee, they loved it here too. Fast forward 25 years, and my children are starting kindergarten in Southwest Calgary. The city had changed so much, and in 2007, Calgarians felt like this was the greatest place on earth, despite all of the changes that had occurred in the 25 years previous. And it was great. Different, but great. For one thing, good croissant and coffee were everywhere, and vegetarian and vegan restaurants too. My kids walked to school, tore around the neighborhood on their bikes and go-karts. We had drinks on friends' patios and decks and met new people and had new experiences. Fast forward 19 years later to 2026. My husband commutes to work on his bikes. New cycle tracks have helped with this. My kids take the BRT to the university if they need to. Calgary has changed so much since we moved here in 2007. People are coming from all over the planet. They come for different reasons, many of them because they see Calgary as a safe haven where they can raise their families and contribute to their community, city, province, and country, an opportunity they might not have in their previous home. These newcomers will change the city, as newcomers to a new place have done for millennia. They will bring their food, their stories, their cultures, whether they be from Ethiopia or Toronto. We need housing, affordable housing, purpose-built rentals, below market, TOD, all of it. There's no question about this. We have a housing problem and a climate problem, which needs solving. Change is often messy and disruptive, but always necessary. Nothing lasts forever, including the, quote, idyllic neighborhoods I and many others have cherished. But change must come. Flip that feeling of loss to a feeling of gratefulness for what we have been fortunate enough to have had. But to hang on to the past is a fool's errand and always has been. The changing dynamics of the world will make our neighborhoods and cities different, and I believe better. I notice as I speak I've not once mentioned my house, a mid-century bungalow which we lovingly renovated in homage to the era it was built. We love the house, but it's a house. In the end, it's the characters that make your community, not the character, which, after hundreds of presentations, is yet to be defined. Newcomers will share walls and yards and have smaller patios and stoops, and they will love this place, as we, who have been here slightly longer, have loved it. We will love that we have shared our space and provided homes for those who otherwise would not have been there, because we'll be lucky to have those people too. Council, I'm here to implore you not to take a step backwards, but to move forward. Do not repeal the zoning. Move forward to ensure we are all able to have a place to call home. This will make Calgary a better place to live for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to David on 67, and then after that, the presenter in person here.
Yes. Good afternoon, Council. My name is David Jacobs. I am on panel 67. I'm in Ward 13, and I'm on the Shawnee Evergreen Planning and Development Board. I'm here to speak about blanket rezoning, not for or against, but rather talk about some of the misconceptions and misinformation I've heard throughout this and the previous blanket rezoning public hearing. I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with Council, clearly a much different Council, but it's the same group of concerned Calgarians. I'd like to share my observations. Coming at the end, you get to hear a lot of people. So here's some of my observations. The majority of presenters agree we need more housing. How we achieve that is the question at hand. Do we build out or do we build up? Well, it's not going to be up or out. It's likely a combination of both. But you've already heard that from many people. And I believe the Calgary Real Estate Board did an excellent job of telling us how the market has changed since blanket rezoning was originally approved. There is less demand and more supply. I've also heard from a number of people that increased density equals increased taxes. But that was said by many presenters, but it was never suggested that the increased cost by those new infills and residents will add to the cost of the city's infrastructure, parks, and schools. So let's just not look at increased taxes alone. And we also have the discussion about the have and the have-nots. Governments around the world have tried for centuries to address these issues and have not succeeded. And I don't think the City of Calgary will succeed there either. Remember how years ago Calgary was going to end homelessness within 10 years? Well, how has that worked out for us? I would like to go on to talk about for-profit and subsidized or non-market. We live in a capitalist economy, and I have no qualms with developers and people making money. That's what's been driving Calgary's and Canada's economy for years. But let's recognize that the bulk of the drop-in center clients and new immigrants will never be able to afford even the lowest rental rates, including utilities, that was supposed to be generated by increased supplies. Clearly, we need more subsidized housing, whether it be a drop-in shelter or a government institution or specialized housing choices. Many of the clients that used to be housed in something like the Michener Center got more than shelter. They got services. I think we need to go back to that model again. And I do not accept what has been said by many presenters that the repeal of blanket zoning eliminates housing choices. I believe City Council and with the help of other levels of government have many tools to provide housing to meet the range of affordable and subsidized housing needs. Now is the time to explore other solutions that might be more productive and less offensive. So I want to talk about blanket versus targeted zoning. Blanket zoning, if you consider it planning, then it's lazy planning. One size fits all does not address the needs of housing or the locations that people need. Blanket rezoning is a shotgun approach, whereas targeted zoning through responsible planning addresses the various housing needs, affordability, and specific location requirements. Student housing next to secondary institutions, more drop-in facilities, and government facilities with services. Those are what are needed, not a row house or a basement suite in the middle of suburbia. That won't address those housing needs. In my opinion, blanket rezoning is an abdication of city administration, that's planning, engineering, and transportation, to manage and control growth. The for-profit marketplace will determine where growth will occur based on their profit requirements, not housing needs, affordability, or infrastructure capacity. City Hall must take a leadership role and determine where the most cost-effective housing can be built with the least intrusive impact on surrounding neighborhoods.
Thank you, David. You're just at time.
Approaches would be to locate increased density adjacent to public transit modes.
Thank you so much, David. Please hang on the line in case there may be follow-up for you.
Sure.
Thank you. We'll now go to our speaker here in the chamber, if you don't mind introducing yourself and stating which panel you're on.
So, hi, my name's Lindsay McLaren. I'm panel 68. So good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and members of council. Thanks very much for this opportunity to participate in the deliberations. My name's Lindsay McLaren. I live in Ward 7 in the community of Montgomery in the Northwest, where I have been a homeowner for over 20 years. I work at the University of Calgary, where I teach public health and the social determinants of health. And I'm here today to respectfully ask council to vote no to repealing the rezoning bylaw. Housing and city livability are inextricable, and they are immensely important to the health and well-being of our communities. We live in a context of rising cost of living, unsustainable pressures on our environments, and weakened community connections. Housing policy sits at the nexus of these issues and must foreground priorities like affordability for all Calgarians, including young people, being thoughtfully located near existing services and amenities like schools, places of work, grocery stores, rec centers, and parks, and limiting harms to the environment. The 2024 rezoning bylaw took us a step in the right direction in that regard, allowing for densification rather than making it difficult, blocking it, allowed us to start to meet the needs of a growing population in a way that suits a wider range of budgets and living arrangements, respects our natural environments, especially at the edges of the city, saves money on infrastructure costs, which are greater if we build out than if we build up, allows us to provide more opportunities for active and public forms of transportation. I was excited when Calgary started to talk about rezoning, and I felt very proud of Calgary for taking that important step of passing the bylaw back in 2024. I'm disappointed that we're back in this place now. From a personal perspective, I will say that it breaks my heart to see the development occurring on the edge of the city, where natural environments are destroyed to permit building out, and where those residents really have no choice other than to drive, when we could be addressing both social and ecological concerns and enhancing the livability for all Calgarians by investing in existing neighborhoods and infrastructure. I myself don't like to drive. I prefer to get around mostly by bike. In addition to people like me who are privileged enough to choose that, there are many people in Calgary who can't drive because of costs or age, etc. Collectively, we make up an important contingent of Calgary's population. And although I appreciate improvements that have been made to cycling infrastructure, it could be so much better for all people, including drivers. And this would only be supported by maintaining the important rezoning step taken with the 2024 bylaw. In my neighborhood of Montgomery, there is densification going on very near to my house, and I really don't see any significant downsides. As others have said today, there is a vibrancy that comes with having more people with diverse housing needs in our community. And in fact, as I stated in response to the consultations prior to the 2024 bylaw, I wish those kinds of housing options had been in place when my husband and I first moved to Montgomery over 20 years ago. We would have been all over them. So in summary, for reasons of affordability, community, environment, and overall quality of life in Calgary, I very much support saying no to repealing the rezoning bylaw and dedicating efforts instead to improving it. And I urge and support members of council in doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Barbara, please, on 70.
Have an overhead here. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm with, again, Barbara Jessamine. I live in Bowness, and I'm on panel 70. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. Okay, that's better. This is my fourth time at the mic in the past 2 years, defending my home, my neighborhood, my community, and my city against arbitrary and misguided zoning measures. Along with thousands of fellow Calgarians, I took part in the previous public hearing. The vast majority of us said no to blanket rezoning. The majority of City Council, unfortunately, said yes. A significant number of Bowness residents opposed a 12-unit row home complex on the corner of 69th Street and 45th Avenue. Council voted 10-4 in our favor. Our victory was short-lived, however. The developer waited a while, then came back with an even larger 12-unit plan, and it's well underway. And that's it right here. In addition to this development, it will be twinned by a 16-unit complex on the lot next door, over here. The owner, a longtime friend and neighbor, decided to sell. His privacy and quality of life already diminished by the intense activity next to him, and he'll be leaving Bowness. A mid-block infill, more row homes and suites, is under construction on 70th Street, and that's another 12 units. These 3 developments will inject a total of 40 new residences within a block and a half, where there were once 3. 2 more of these, the city sandwich boards have recently appeared in front of 2 more homes on 70th Street. Looks like we're in for a population explosion. A significant number of us took exception to a 5-story, 50-unit residential complex being built on a neighborhood park and playground. We lost, and the park is gone. Over the last 2 years, developers have been busy. They seem to have a particular fondness for Bowness. Countless homes have been leveled to accommodate an array of mind-numbingly similar row homes, townhomes, and duplexes. Has this demolition construction frenzy produced that promised affordable housing, that missing middle? One real estate site lists 96 properties for sale in Bowness. Some older homes, a few marketed on their development potential, apartments, and a few mobile homes. There are 25 new construction listings. The least expensive, $666,000 for a triplex. Duplexes range from $830,000 to $950,000. 4 single-family offerings, $1,360,000 to just under $2 million. Affordable for whom? Communities have become commodities, assemblages of properties to be bought and sold and exploited for maximum profit. What has been the human cost of blanket rezoning? The house next door turned into a pile of rubble after 2 hours of being worked over by a backhoe. The family that lived there gone, who knows where. The impact of having a towering multi-unit infill set up shop next door. Your property devalued, your privacy gone. The loss of friends and neighbors, a park, a community garden, all the small deaths leading to the larger death of a much-loved Bowness. What about us? The folks who worked hard, often sacrificed for home ownership, raised families, made friends, felt a sense of belonging, of safety and security. We have become pawns, bit players in the chess game of politicians, big money, and special interest groups. This mostly new mayor and council have an opportunity, indeed a responsibility, to halt the ravages of blanket rezoning before even more damage is done. Repeal, no amendments. We said no last time. Please do the right thing this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. We'll now go to Riza to conclude this panel, please, on 73.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Risa Desa, and I support a full repeal of the blanket rezoning bylaw without amendments. I want to focus my comments on one central issue, the loss of meaningful public participation, and how that connects to broader impacts on affordability, land value, and taxation. Prior to blanket rezoning, residents had 2 meaningful opportunities to participate in the planning process. First, at the land use redesignation stage, there was formal notice and a public hearing at council, where residents could speak directly to whether a change in land use was appropriate. Second, at the development permit stage, residents could comment on the specifics of the proposal and, if necessary, appeal. Following blanket rezoning, that first and most important stage was removed. Put plainly, the point in the process where residents could influence whether a land use change should occur was eliminated, despite major public opposition. Public input still exists, but it is narrower and occurs later, where fewer aspects of a discretionary development project can be meaningfully influenced. Contextual development applications, not at all. Planning has become a technical review by administration, as opposed to a hearing with direct public accountability. The blanket rezoning policy is described as citywide, but the impacts are not evenly distributed. In practice, redevelopment is concentrated in certain neighborhoods, raising questions about fairness and planning balance. If the intent is to build public trust in planning decisions, it is difficult to reconcile that goal with a system where the most consequential decision is made without a site-specific public hearing. I'd like to illustrate this through my own experience in Elbow Park in Ward 8. Across the street from my home, a corner lot was purchased and consequently subdivided into 3 parcels. In a neighborhood historically characterized by single detached homes, this was a significant change. The bungalow sold for approximately $1.65 million in 2023. Following rezoning, it was discussed at a value exceeding $2.8 million prior to any construction. That represented over $1 million in value created before a single home was built. While part of that increase reflects higher density, it also reflects reduced approval time and reduced risk from removing the rezoning step. If a land use redesignation was still required, the land would likely transact at a lower value due to uncertainty and delay. Removing that step shifts land from conditional to effectively pre-approved, and that certainly is capitalized into value. The cost savings that supply might create could be real, but so is the upward pressure on land value. This causes a tension with affordability. The policy may support affordability over the long term by increasing supply, but in the short term, it increases values and works against affordability locally. The benefits are theoretical and long term. The cost increases are immediate and real. When the development permits were posted across from my home, there was strong opposition, but no direct engagement from the file manager, and comments were summarized but not substantially addressed. After approval, I requested the decision rationale to assess whether I could appeal, and was told I needed to file a FOP request. Given the 21-day appeal window, this creates a barrier to participation. In effect, the process asked residents to exercise a right of appeal without timely access to the information needed to make an informed decision. The appeal process itself is highly technical and creates an imbalance between applicants with consultants speaking on their behalf and residents with limited guidance. Property assessments are based on market value and development potential. When zoning increases that potential, land values can rise, even before redevelopment, shifting tax burden onto existing homeowners. I understand the city's overall tax requirement does not change, but individual homeowners can see a higher relative tax burden. I would also note that as a directly affected property owner of a corner lot, I have not received any specific notice that amendments affecting my property are being considered apart from the notice of repeal that I got through the mail.
Thank you so much,
Given the
Riza. You're
impact
just
of
at time.
zoning-
If you don't mind just speaking one more sentence.
I just say I respectfully ask Council to vote for a full repeal without amendments and to undertake a transparent and consultative process to determine an appropriate path forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our panel. We will go now to questions. Councillor Chabot, please.
Well, I'm going to first go to Mr. Jacobs. You sounded like you hadn't finished your presentation. I was hoping you'd be able to do that.
Thank you. One of the things I'd like to point out is the city owns an awful lot of land around LRT stations. And over the years, I've worked on 4 LRT TOD plans, and nothing has changed on them. They're still parking lots, not mixed-use communities. And I believe most presenters, for and against, would support developing developing on the LRT nodes. Now, many speakers have said you have a difficult decision to make. I disagree. I think it's very simple. Do the planning. Determine where you can provide the greatest range of housing without overloading parking, transportation, and service capacities. Provide certainties to the neighbors. Work with your communities and citizens to develop local area plans with proper interfaces between existing and proposed developments. And I'd also say, why don't you look at your successes in converting downtown office space into housing for hard to house at affordable prices? That was City Hall leadership and financial subsidization. Also accept that much of the increased housing may need subsidies, and recognize that the private sector will not satisfy your housing needs. And let's start implementing TOD around LRT stations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Dessa, is there anything else you wanted to say? I mean, you had your concluding statement there, but was there something else that you may have wanted to add to your presentation if you had had the opportunity?
Well, I would suggest that
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. The question was directed by Councillor Chabot to Ms. Deza.
Thank you very much.
I was just going to say that, the public voice has been lost in this whole process. It is extremely frustrating to go through any of this process. Nobody seems to want to even reply to you. It's like you're talking to yourself. And maybe your points are not valid, but, it's quite a dismissive process when you pay a lot of money. We pay a ton of money in property taxes, and it grows without transparent and an accessible process. It just undermines public confidence and trust in what's happening. So I really encourage you to repeal, create trust, and work on a solution where communities are involved. People know their communities. Nobody wants people to be homeless. Everybody wants people to have a home. So I just hope that you'll have the courage to step back and say, I think we've maybe overstepped and we do need planning. We know that there's an infrastructure issue. When I asked about our home that has pipes from 1954, and now there are about 9 homes being constructed on our house, 2 subdivided. So I know that we're not houses, but in an area like Elbow Park where the land cost is high, you're not going to find townhouses. What you're going to find is people subdividing the land to make their money. Like they're going to build houses and try and sell them for $3.5 million. And it's really taking away the chance for young families to come in to a starter home and build up. Life is about you start and you work your way up, and hopefully nobody wants to be at council. We all just want to live our life, and unfortunately we're being dragged into this because it affects something that's fundamental to everybody, which is their home. So I hope that you'll listen to Calgarians and vote to repeal. So thank you.
Thank you for that concluding statement. Ms. Was it Jessamine? Yes. So, from your perspective, full repeal, and what about the amendments?
No, start all over again.
Right from,
yeah.
Okay.
You can add things. I'm afraid that if you start tinkering with amendments, things will get really complex. They don't need to be. Again, go back to the way things were before the zoning bylaws, and then, given all the input that you've had from hundreds of people as to specific needs, the homeless, the lack of affordable housing, transportation, the draw on aging infrastructure, surely you can come up with really far more thoughtful, more nuanced ways of approaching the issue of housing all of us.
Yeah, so forgive me for asking, but a lot of the recommendations are actually looking at decreasing the intensity of use of even of the RCG under the definitions. But at this point, you think it should just go back and have greater consultation with the community, including the development industry, to look at what's the best path forward?
Well, I think the development industry is doing very well. It's homeowners who have been hit hard, and especially in Bowness. Have any of you driven through Bowness recently? It does not look like Bowness anymore.
Okay, thanks for that, Ms.
Right.
McLaren. Thank you for being here. I guess my question for you is, you're not supportive of the idea of repealing completely. I'm not sure I quite heard whether or not you'd be amenable to consider maybe going back and adjusting it, as opposed to a full repeal as a potential option.
So we are living in a state of intersecting social and ecological emergencies. And so what I'm interested in seeing is City Council taking bold steps to address these things in a meaningful way. I feel that the blanket rezoning was such a bold step. So as such, I would not be interested in any kind of partial version of that. I think retaining the blanket rezoning is really important. Now, based on what I've heard today and also Friday, you know, is the blanket rezoning perfect? No. Is it sufficient? No. So I think the blanket rezoning plus improvements to deal with the things that come up repeatedly around, for example, affordability, around the tree canopy, around kind of, I guess, the consultation process, et cetera.
So some of the things that we've heard over the last, well, not just this public hearing, but previous public hearings, was that the blanket zoning being applied citywide is not necessarily appropriate in some locations, where there's some places it makes absolutely no sense. There's no transit in close proximity. There are no amenities.
Councillor Chabot, I'm going to ask you not to engage in debate.
No, I'm trying to set the stage for the answer from anyways, so there was debate as to whether or not it was applicable or made sense citywide. And so the blanket zoning imposed that throughout the entire city. And some of the discussions looked at more planned, strategic focus type density as maybe an alternate. And do you think maybe there's something in between there, maybe as a hybrid, that would be maybe better to apply?
I'm skeptical because, again, I think the beauty of the blanket rezoning is the blanket part of it. There's an equity element embedded in it through the blanket aspect. This could happen anywhere in the city, which I think is the way it needs to happen. We see in other cities how you know, certain types of housing can end up being concentrated in certain areas because it's determined to be, you know, desirable. But then, you know, these areas sometimes get shut off from the rest of the city. They become, they become a site where people living in certain social and economic conditions are all in one place. And so this is highly problematic from an equity point of view. So I do think the beauty is in the blanket.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I appreciate you coming and you providing your perspective. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, please.
Actually, Councillor Chabot beat me to it. I was going to ask Mr. Jacobs if he had more to say, but he's already said it. Thanks for coming, David. He's an expert in planning and lives in my ward. So thanks again, David, for coming. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. That concludes this panel. Colleagues, we have time for one more panel. We'll go back to calling names that previously hadn't been called. On 101, do we have Anna Strasser with us?
Hello, I'm here, Anna Strasser.
Thank you, Anna. Please stand by.
Mayor Farkas, sorry.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to you across the bar like this. If you don't mind communicating with the clerks, and we'll be able to track your correspondence. On 102, do we have Ellen Smith with us?
Hi, yes, I'm here. This is Ellen Smith.
Thank you, Ellen. Please stand by. And I believe we have the remainder of panel 102. Is that right? Do we have with us Kayla, Jessica, Lindsay, and Kate? Great. Come on down. You'll round us off as the final panelist. So this panel will be Anna on 101, Ellen on 102, then Kayla, Jessica, Lindsay, and Kate from 102. All right, Anna, why don't you start us off, please?
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Anna Strasser, and I am a homeowner in Ward 14. I've lived in Calgary for 25 years, and I've lived in the Northwest, the Northeast, and the Southeast. I represent myself, my husband, and my 2 university-age daughters. As I reflect on the various speakers of the hearing, I think it's fair to say that everybody wants affordability and that most people are okay with some form of densification. Where the disagreement comes in is whether or not blanket rezoning is the way to reach the housing and affordability goals. I support the full repeal of blanket rezoning to the previous zoning. I don't think that we can simply hope that housing, affordability, accessibility, these complex issues will be a side effect of blanket rezoning. We need a thoughtful, planful, data-informed strategy. I would like to see better data. I believe we're using census data from 2021, and of course we're now post-COVID. We've had a couple of years of record immigration and migration. How can we plan when we don't actually know our starting point? I think we need to better understand our infrastructure. We can't just assume that it can handle the density, water, power, sewage, roads. We need accurate, trusted data to make data-informed decisions. I think that we need a focused and specific plan for housing affordability and accessibility. I think we should look to things like shared ownership housing, quite common in Europe, where an individual or a family will own a portion of a home and a housing association or a nonprofit owns the other portion. This creates an entryway for young families into the housing market. I think we could also look to long-term leased lands, where also common in Europe, you might have a 99-year lease. So the city would lease out the land, you could build affordable housing, and you have a savings because you've semi-removed the cost of land. I think we should look to purpose-built rental housing, cooperative housing. I heard somebody last week talking about accessibility and visitability and the things that are required through building codes. And I understand that has a provincial and federal component to it, but I think the idea of kind of targeting specific issues will get better results. So I believe that there has to be a better way and a more targeted way to address housing affordability and accessibility. Blanket rezoning seems to inflate land prices and therefore housing prices. This has been previously spoken to, and I can say for all of the infills in my community and surrounding area, they are all more expensive than the home that they replaced. I think that we need to leverage LAPs with genuine consultation. I think we need targeted densification, transit corridors, major roads, potentially corner lots, vacant land, mixed-use development. I think we need incentives for secondary suites. I think we need a phased densification strategy. I think we need to set targets, collect data, evaluate the results, and adjust as needed. So in closing, please repeal blanket rezoning and the chaos that it has created. There has to be a better way. Please do not throw away decades of city planning. Please address housing and affordability directly, not as a side effect of blanket rezoning that seems to benefit developers more than anyone else. Please don't rush to some in-between or hybrid option. Do the full repeal. Please take the time to prepare a thoughtful and strategic plan. Please follow through on election promises to fully repeal blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Ellen on 102.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Again, my name is Ellen Smith, and I live in Ward 8 with my husband. We have 3 small kids, and we've been living in our current neighborhood since 2019, 2020. We came from Altadore. We got married and built a beautiful single detached home in Altadore. Within 5 to 6 years, we had decided to start trying for a family and quickly realized that the neighborhood was starting to shift. It wasn't just single detached homes anymore. In fact, we were on the 49th Avenue cul-de-sac and 16th Street, and we had a massive townhome complex spring up in our backyard, which changed the complete feel of our entire neighborhood. In fact, I think there were more people living in that townhome complex than on our entire street in the entire cul-de-sac. And with that happening, we made the really tough decision to sell our home that we loved, that we never planned to leave, and move to another neighborhood. We're happy where we are. We have mostly single-family homes here. The kids ride their bikes. They're young. They play with the neighbors. I'm not worried about them getting hit by a car or with a lot of extra traffic. And I would really like it to stay that way. Again, we're in Ward 8, and I am in support of a full repeal of blanket rezoning. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll go next to Kayla, then Jessica, please.
Okay. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak against the repeal of RCG zoning. My name is Kayla Brown, founder and architect at Bold Workshop Architecture. I'm joined today by my colleagues and collaborators, Lindsay, Jessica, and Kate. I currently serve on Council's Advisory Committee on Housing, but I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my company with the generous support from the Alberta Real Estate Foundation and BEA Calgary. Next slide. I'm going to walk you through our Inglewood project and why we swapped it from RCG to HGO and what we learned through that permitting process. Lindsay will then explain our proposal for a pathway to permitted use for all housing types and all densities. Jessica will then outline specific reform ideas to RCG that will help architects and developers build better housing that fits within the neighborhood context. And Kate will explain how you can introduce our proposal with the LAP process and provide some thoughts on how to create outcomes-based design criteria. Next slide. We're currently developing a 16-unit infill housing project in Inglewood called New Monica. It's on a non-standard and oversized site with 2 frontages along New Street and St. Monica Avenue. Our site is located near the 9th Ave corridor up on the screen with strong access to transit, commuting paths, commercial staples, and a mix of existing housing types. This is an area that is both desirable for Calgarians to live and a suitable candidate for increased density. Next slide. We began designing the project in 2023, assuming we would proceed with the RCG land use. After attempting to work within the constraints of the district, we realized that this wasn't optimal for our site. Prescriptive design criteria in RCG limits flexibility, restricts innovation, particularly on these non-standard sites, and lacks clear contextual design expectations. Determining the appropriate land use for higher density housing happens at the pre-application stage. You then proceed with the current land use or land use redesignation, and then you go to council for a vote. We ultimately decided to change our land use to HGO for greater certainty of approvals and flexibility in housing types. Next slide. During this process, we learned that feasibility is fragile when using the RCG land use. The permitting process results in a product that is more expensive for the end user due to delays and uncertainty. RCG doesn't allow the flexibility to achieve the highest and best use of the site without compromising on contextually responsive design. Furthermore, the risk of discretionary use creates unpredictability and risk. To prepare and receive our land use redesignation from initial pre-app inquiry to approval, it took 12 months with priority status. The CPC process adds significant delays, and we support the elimination of its involvement in mid-density housing delivery, and if you want to know more, ask me questions. Next slide. Despite the fact we were given priority status, our development permit took 12 months for approval. If a permitted use application is complete and compliant, the permit must be issued. Instead, for our application, we received a discretionary review of a permitted use application with 101 comments and minor bylaw infractions. Our permitted use project then got appealed and delayed by the SDAB process, which further added cost and delayed our project an entire season. My job is to design and deliver housing for people and communities, and I spend too much of my time and money dealing with red tape. Next slide. So what did we learn? HGO is a stronger district because its reduced prescriptiveness gives us more flexibility to design buildings that respond to context. While our lot was appropriate for HGO, many standard lots are not, and they are best suited for RCG. To address public concerns about contextually inappropriate RCG development, we need to introduce flexibility in housing types into the district. To reduce housing costs, we need to streamline approvals so permits are fast and predictable. Calgary is predicted to grow to 2 million people. Our neighborhoods are not going to look the same forever, nor were they meant to. We need to provide diverse housing options, increase housing supply, and increase certainty for both developers and neighbors so that we all understand where and how our city is going to grow. The issue at stake today is not whether we allow density. It's whether we have a clear and predictable way to deliver it. For people like us who design and develop these projects for the current and future residents, we need to find a clear and thoughtful way forward. We have a proposal that, based on our experience, can help address some of the issues that we've seen with RCG unfold in our city. Thank you, and I'm going to hand it over to Jessica.
Hi. I'm Jessica Stolbert, an architect at Bold Workshop Architecture. Thank you for this opportunity to speak against the repeal of blanket RCG zoning. Building on what we've learned through direct project experience, we're proposing an adjustment to the RCG framework. This proposal has 3 components. 1, a clear baseline. 2, a defined pathway to permitted use approval for all housing types. And 3, a structured approach to increasing density. Next slide. The first step is to simplify and clarify the base conditions of RCG. This would keep RCG as the base land use, but with a small adjustment that makes it similar to the prior RC2 zoning. This is something that we believe can and should be implemented today. This change keeps federal funding intact and would not require another hearing. We propose that the existing density of 75 units per hectare and the lot coverage maximum relative to unit count remains as is. So for a standard 50 by 120 foot lot, the maximum density is 4 units. However, in order to address neighborhood concerns of too much density being built in inappropriate areas, we propose removing secondary suites as a defined use, as they don't currently count towards density. The intent of the current framework was to enable 4 equivalent units of housing. Secondary suites exceed that baseline and are not required to meet density targets. The classification of secondary suites also introduces complexity into the permitting process, with conflicts between city regulations and building and safety codes, as well as longer timelines. Next slide. Crucially, these units must be able to take the form of any residential typology for this policy to be effective. For each typical lot, these could be configured as a single house, a house with a basement unit with separate access, a side-by-side with a laneway unit, or a small multi-unit building such as a double duplex, townhouses, or row houses. Next slide. The project you see here and on the following slides are examples of thoughtful infill housing projects that are not currently allowed in RCG zoning. Components 2 and 3 of our proposed framework are further changes to RCG to allow more flexibility in the resulting built form. These changes shouldn't be decided on during this hearing, as they'll take time to evaluate and refine to ensure a successful framework. So the second component is a clear and consistent pathway to permitted use approval. This starts with all forms of housing being treated consistently and fairly, with no housing configuration being prohibited. All residential types, including single-family homes, are initially treated as discretionary uses by default, so they are evaluated under the same criteria. For developments of up to 4 units, parking remains at a 1-to-1 ratio with adjustments for specific conditions. This establishes a clear and stable foundation. Next slide. Projects that meet newly defined performance and contextual criteria at the pre-application stage are then recategorized as permitted use and are eligible for priority processing, while all others proceed through discretionary review. This creates a system where expectations are clear and outcomes are known in advance by developers, architects, and importantly, members of the community. And by allowing multiple housing types to be delivered within the same framework, we enable a broader range of options within established neighborhoods, supporting different household sizes, life stages, and financial capacities. Next slide. The third component introduces a structured, location-based approach to density. Higher density modifiers are tied to proximity to transport, nodes, and corridors, with increases aligned to local area plans or main streets and implemented as of right. As proximity increases, permitted density increases, and parking requirements decrease. This creates a density gradient that aligns growth with existing infrastructure and services. It's an extension of the nodes and corridors approach, but with more jurisdiction to ensure this targeted density is actually realized and more thoughtfully implemented. Next slide. Taken together, these adjustments establish a framework that maintains balanced density, supports housing diversity, aligns growth with city planning, and reduces uncertainty in the approval process. This creates a system that is both flexible and predictable. Thank you for your time. I'll pass it over to Lindsay to discuss the proposed permitted use pathway in more detail.
Thank you. Please come on up.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Andres, also an architect at Bold Workshop Architecture and founder of VEA Calgary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak against the repeal of RCG zoning. I will be presenting the part of our proposal that determines permitted versus discretionary uses. Currently, under RCG, the use is prescribed in the land use bylaw, with all higher density options categorized as discretionary. We are proposing a pathway to permitted use for all housing types that follow an outcomes-based framework. Next slide. Today, we have a framework that tells you what to build: setbacks, heights, unit counts, but it doesn't reliably deliver what people actually care about: tree canopy, privacy, shadowing, or street character. An outcomes-based framework flips that. So it defines the results that must be achieved and allows flexibility in how to achieve them. We already do this with the Energy Code. We regulate performance, not just form. We are proposing a similar approach for land use. Next slide. Instead of relying only on fixed rules like maximum height on all lots and discretionary interpretation, we define what successful outcomes look like and evaluate projects based on how well they meet those outcomes. Within this framework, the pre-application stage becomes a key decision point. Projects are evaluated under the bylaw, including a new set of enhanced performance criteria. If a project is complete and compliant, no matter the housing type or density, and satisfies contextual performance criteria, it is automatically recategorized as permitted use. Otherwise, it proceeds through the discretionary process for further review. Projects requiring further refinement or relaxations receive appropriate scrutiny and appeal risk. Projects that meet or exceed expectations don't clog up the system. What we are proposing is a shift from a rules-only zoning system to a performance-based system with a clear permitted pathway, where good projects are fast-tracked and only complex or non-compliant ones require discretionary review. Next slide. To illustrate how this works in practice, I'll briefly reference our New Monica project. Rather than replicating existing buildings or building to the maximum size allowed by our land use designation, we recombine elements from the community into new forms that are familiar but not identical. Next slide. Instead of asking whether a project matches a specific typology, we ask, does it borrow from the existing built form, such as texture and colors seen in the surrounding houses? We adopted community-built forms like front wood steps, arched windows accented with bold frames, and gabled roofs with dark shingles from the contextual built form along the street. Next slide. We asked, does it manage scale and massing appropriately? At New Monica, our building height is consistent with the single-family homes across the street, even though we could have built as high as 12 meters. We increased the setbacks from the minimum 1.2 meters to range between 3 and 7 meters. While we could have built up to an FAR of 1.5, we designed a project at an FAR of 1 to be more consistent with the massing in the neighborhood. Finally, we asked, does it contribute positively to the street and the public realm, and consider the impact to the neighbors? At New Monica, we sized the windows smaller where they could be and positioned them to prevent unnecessary overlook into the neighbors' houses. We conducted a shadow study and adjusted setbacks and building height to avoid casting shadows into backyards. Next slide, please. Under this proposal, projects that meet these types of criteria would move directly into the permitted pathway. This approach reduces timelines and therefore costs for applicants, provides a clear framework for administration, reduces discretionary applications for council, and gives residents greater clarity on how neighborhoods will evolve. Ultimately, it creates a system that is more transparent, more predictable, and better aligned with the housing outcomes that we are trying to achieve, while also improving how new development responds to its context. The current prescriptive regulatory system reduces my ability as an architect to design projects that fit into the existing neighborhood context. And I'll pass it on to Kate McGregor. Thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, Kate.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here today, Council, to give me the opportunity to speak against the repeal of RCG. I'm Kate McGregor, in addition to some of the other roles I'm the president of XYC Design. Next slide. Reducing baseline RCG to 4 units without the secondary suites requires that we're able to increase density above 75 units per hectare in some areas. How can we plan for this effectively? Local area plans already identify where and how growth is intended to occur along transit corridors, near nodes, and key main streets. On this map, you can see zones highlighted for more density along important corridors like 16th Avenue. I want to look at a small portion in the dashed line of this map for an example. Next slide. So per the LAP on the left, everything in the lightest pink, which are primarily RCG zoned residential parcels, is capped at 3 stories, but everything in there is painted with the same brush. So at point 1, houses that back onto Confederation Park, they're allowed to have the same density as point 2, houses 1 block away from 16th Avenue that will have a 12-story building planned immediately behind them. We proposed a density gradient whereby sites closer to transit and services would be eligible for higher density and lower parking ratios. So the map on the right illustrates how this might manifest with medium density in RCG in teal and high density in RCG in purple. In areas without LAPs, the same approach could be applied using established neighborhood main streets and transit corridors. This creates a consistent citywide system where density is predictable, location-based, and aligned with existing planning policy rather than negotiated on a site-by-site basis if RCG is repealed. Next slide. At the core of ensuring this additional density is thoughtfully implemented is our proposed outcomes-based design criteria, which would expand on an existing city contextual design policy and be developed and tested by industry professionals and embedded in the city's statutory documents. Residents want quality projects that improve the built character of their area and to avoid cookie-cutter designs, low-quality builds, or units that are packed so tight that they don't get any sunlight. We've categorized the contextual concerns that we've heard and have started developing a proposed metric for each. Next slide. I want to caution that this is a proposed way forward and that I recommend Council works through a motion arising or a later motion. I do not recommend making these detailed changes from the Council floor. And I know that this is a lot of text to take in right now, but it gives you an indication of the research that we are continuing on with our ARIF grant. So first, larger projects must deliver a meaningful number of units and a mix of types, supporting housing supply and unit diversity. Second, projects must manage massing, height, and lot coverage to respond to proximate buildings while incorporating recognizable architectural elements from the context so new development relates to its surroundings. Third, projects must minimize shadow impacts and overlook through appropriate building placement, window design, and setbacks, ensuring access to light and privacy for neighboring properties. This will be measured and proved by shadow studies and window alignment studies. Fourth, like density, parking requirements are calibrated based on proximity to nodes and corridors, with higher density and reduced parking in well-served areas. Projects that meet these would become permitted use and eligible for priority processing. Projects that do not would continue under the current discretionary review process. Next slide. I want to end my presentation on a personal note. This house, now the location of Civic Tavern, is the home my grandma grew up in. So over her life, she saw the Beltline and the entirety of Calgary change significantly. But I never heard her complain about any of that. I only saw her try to work to make our city a better place. Neighborhoods are not meant to be stagnant. They are meant to grow and change with us. The city of 85,000 in 1939, when this photo on the left was taken, with my grandma up there on the balcony, is not the same city that is 1.6 million people today, and we cannot expect today's neighborhoods to be exactly the same when our city grows to a predicted 2 million people in the next decade. Nostalgia is not a strategy, but the framework that we have proposed here is. Number one, don't repeal RCG. To address the concerns over inappropriate density and inappropriate locations without sacrificing housing choice, remove secondary suites and make all housing types viable. Number two, adopt a pathway to permitted use governed by outcomes-based criteria. The current regulatory process is prescripted, and this blocks architects from making things contextual. In addition, discretionary use applications increase complexity and delay projects, and that cost gets added into the final cost of the product. Number three, increase density targets and reduce parking requirements where it makes sense to do so near established main streets, transit corridors, and high-intensity nodes. Our proposal connects design quality, proximity to transportation and services, and a reliable and simplified approvals process for greater certainty, allowing a path for projects to move forward faster while giving Calgarians and Council greater confidence in how our neighborhoods will evolve.
Thank you. You're just at time, if you don't mind. A concluding sentence is fine.
All the content was delivered.
Perfect. All right, Councillor Kelly for this panel, please.
Actually, if you could come back up, Ms. McGregor, I will let you finish from where you were with the full, please.
Sure. We know that fully developing and implementing this framework will require a lot of work and a future public hearing, which is daunting after we've all been spending so much time contemplating this. But the effort required to get this right for all of us who have spoken and listened in these processes and for our future fellow Calgarians should not prevent progress. Thank you for taking the time to hear our proposal. Please do not take a step backward in voting to repeal RCG. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will maybe direct my first question here to Ms. Stolberg. Is that correct? Stolberg. The reason why I'm going to direct it to you first, and you feel free to redirect to any of your colleagues there, but you are the one who said specifically that, like, we recognize that this is not before you right now, and we don't want you to do this here. We want you to do it later. What I really, normally when we've had a few of those, when we've had presentations like that, I'm like, then do it later and we'll talk about it later. But what I really appreciated about this is that you put something forward in front of us that actually does address the issue that we are debating here today. And recognizing the fact that it's not an option that's on the table for us right now, but it could be better. What I really appreciated about this whole thing is how innovative it was in terms of the approach to planning. And so my question to you, through you, you choose, is have you shared this with our administration? And if so, what was the response?
I mean, Kate and Kayla can probably talk to this better, but we had started to talk to some of the members of council to get input, because with having such a bold, different idea, we wanted to run it by some others to make sure we weren't way out there and get some initial input to make sure that what we were proposing is possible and feasible.
But it was city admin, right? That was
Correct,
the question.
yeah.
So I inquired about if it was possible, and that's all I wanted to know. And I was told something like this would be, so I was happy with that.
I would be very happy to meet with you and to facilitate a larger conversation about this, because this is the kind of thing we need to have a little bit more of a conversation about. It's taking away from sort of the rules-based way that we have right now. I mean, I'm entering into debate, I suppose, so I'll just say that I'd love to have a conversation because this is innovative, different, and will require a little bit more. So please do reach out. I'd love to have a little bit more of a conversation about this. Because there's something really interesting here. Maybe I'll ask sort of a final question here in terms of, have you read the Calgary plan? Have you taken a look at the draft of the zoning bylaw?
The new ones?
Correct.
A long time ago, a while ago, yeah. Before it's, yeah, a while ago.
The reason why I ask is because I think that our opportunity to do something like this may be there.
Yes,
So
yeah,
if you
perhaps.
Yeah, so if you could reach out to have a conversation, and would you be willing to read those before we meet?
Yes, of course.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to clarify too, so because there were the 3 components, it was number 2 and 3 we are proposing as being something that could be implemented later as they're more complex. But the first component, which is...
is there a specific slide number that clerks could go to that you could show that to us?
It's not, it doesn't really help the visual. But it was about how, with keeping RCG as a blanket rezoning, to address concerns about too much density, because we agree, I mean, 8 units on a 50 by 120 lot is a lot for many people. So by removing the secondary suites from the zoning and not having that that be added to the density, because even though secondary suites don't count towards density, you're still doubling the number of units and people on the site. So by removing that, you're able to keep the RCG blanket rezoning in place, and it should address a lot of those concerns. And that's something we think could be implemented tonight.
I will give this a look through in a little bit more detail as we move towards there, but in the meantime, thank you so much.
All right, we have 2 requests to speak. May I have general consent to extend the start of our dinner break to conclude this panel? All right, seeing that, thank you, colleagues. I should also mention that around 6 o'clock or just a little bit after, we're going to go on our break from 6 to 7:15. So there's not an opportunity for any members of the public to be called additionally from now until at least 7:15. All right, Deputy Mayor Schmidt, please.
Just whoever feels like answering this one, but why permitted use? But perhaps in the interest of time,
yeah, if you could direct that to a
one of you
person,
field
please.
it, whoever feels the most interested in answering that question.
Permitted use? Because,
yes, so why the focus on that?
There's more of a certainty around the timeline, and the risk around appeals is decreased. So with a discretionary use, I mean, particularly as the discretionary use now applies to the higher density options, those are almost always at risk of appeal. And they also allow, there's a framework in the land use bylaw under discretionary use where there's a whole bunch of different sections that the plans can be scrutinized against. And what that does is it introduces a bunch of discretionary comments to be inserted into the project that you must consider and you must address. Whereas permitted use, it doesn't have that same sort of framework in the land use bylaw. So if you are complete and compliant, particularly in HGO, I'm going to speak to HGO. If you're complete and compliant and you provide a housing type, whatever shape or form that it is, it's permitted, it's allowed. And so what that does is it allows the unit types and the form of the building to take whatever shape it needs to serve the site and the project the best. And within discretionary use, there's just a bunch more of requirements that are pretty prescriptive that you need to work through that don't necessarily serve the site and the end user and the community the best. And I think that our slide, at least for our project, that slide that shows the comparison between RCG and HGO, the 2 site plans, is the best way to show that. Does that make sense?
Yes, and with the framework of sort of what you're proposing here, and given how much we've heard about concerns around community engagement and input.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
So how would your system not only create certainty for the builders of the final product, but would there still be certainty for the community about understanding and also knowing what's happening in their neighborhood and having that sort of certainty about the contextuality, parking, all those types of things?
Yeah, I think that what we're proposing offers a clearer manifestation of how these things will be treated. What we're really doing through this research project is attempting to quantify everything that we have heard on both sides of this aisle of like providing housing choice, providing the best use of the site, making sure that these things are contextual and that they're not cookie cutter developments. And so what we want to do is to develop and test a series of metrics that can be applied that can actually sort of address these concerns before we get to the point of applying.
So it would come earlier in the process?
It would. It's sort of a way to understand, because most of the complaints we've heard about these things are there's a lot of repetition in what we've heard over this hearing, over the past RCG hearing, over our own projects, and we've got a sort of comprehensive list that's even longer than that table that I put up there. And what we are attempting to do in this process, and what we're hoping to do, is to be able to provide actual metrics as to what is a permissible shadow that you can cast and what is not a permissible shadow, and what is an acceptable level of tree canopy coverage, instead of do you have to keep all of the old trees, or can you replace them with 3 new trees? And so instead of just saying that you need 3 trees, we're going to say that you need a percentage of tree canopy. Instead of saying that you need a certain height, we're going to say that you can't cast a shadow over a certain percentage of lots next door. And so it doesn't allow for more community consultation earlier in the process on a specific basis, but it does tighten up how projects need to respond to these things with a more serious set of criteria that is performance-based instead of prescriptive.
And a lot of the requirements, like in that big table that we've created, are contextually based. So I'll give an example. If you are in a community and you see only bungalows, and you were to overlay our criteria onto what could be developed next, you definitely are not going to get a 3-story building. Because once you apply the criteria in relation to the context and you respond to the context, you're not getting a 3-story building. And so I think a big part of what we're seeing is like, you can do this, and you can do this 4-pack, front, back, basement suites, the whole deal, absolutely everywhere. And there's not a set of contextual design criteria that, say, for example, you would find in a contextual single-family home or a contextual semi-detached home. So what we want to do, and part of what I spoke to about some folks at city administration is I spoke to the land use bylaw team in particular, and they suggested you could develop this contextual criteria for this scale of housing, and that would be where part of the system would live, and then another one would be a more robust row house guide. So does that make sense and answer your questions?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
And then
Okay.
Final question, perhaps for our benefit, given that we're here talking about the current rezoning and the future of the bylaw, and you did touch on it, and Councillor Kelly mentioned that some of this would be more forward-looking, but is there a very brief summary one of you could give about which aspects of this may be relevant to what's before us today?
I think the first stage of this would be to remove the secondary suite option and consider all housing types equally. So, what would have been considered a backyard suite as a secondary suite becomes a unit.
It's just a unit.
It's just a unit, and if you want 4 units, you can have 4 of whatever you want on that property. And as a baseline, you have to park 1-to-1.
1-to-1. I think some of the projects that were in Jessica's presentation would be good to look at. So, for example, this is compliant in Edmonton, but it's not compliant here because we're stacking dwelling units. And you can't have stacked dwelling units in RCG. But like, what does it matter? It's just the same shape as what's above. And then if you go to maybe 3 slides prior, this is a great project. I've seen it in person. It's 2 stories on the main and the basement. That's a full dwelling unit, and then above, second and third, that's a full dwelling unit. So in areas where you already have, and you can see the context, in areas where you would already have 3-story and 2-story homes, this would be compliant, but it's not under RCG. But these are great projects, and it looks like a house. And this would be, in our framework, compliant and permitted, because it's just 4 units. It's a 25 by 120, 25 by 120. Together, that's 50 by 120. You've got 4 units.
That was a good summary. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Atkinson to take us home.
Great. I'm loving a lot of things you're talking about. Stack density, these are, great initiatives. A piece that I'm having a harder time with is the idea of removing the secondary suites, because we've heard from many presenters, we just heard from Kreb earlier today, like these are providing some very affordable units within the inner city that we are actually quite a bit more affordable than the rental units that we're seeing built as purpose-built rentals. Can you help me with that friction?
All we're proposing is that they are counted as units. So if you want to have a basement suite because your kid is going to university next year and wants a sort of like a separate living area within your own home, you can take up one of those units with a basement suite. Or if you live on a 25-foot lot, then like absolutely 2 units. It's just that the suite is no longer classified as a suite, which actually causes problems down the road when you're at building permit and safety code stage. And so just having that clarity simplifies the application process, and it takes care of some of the density problems. But if you don't combine that with making any of these types of houses, essentially just treating any type of house
Like an
or
HCO,
any
like a
type
unit.
of dwelling
Yeah,
as a unit, you run into all of these things where like, oh no, I can't do basement suites anymore, or oh no, I can't have a stacked dwelling, which we can't have, but this is a beautiful project and we would love to design some of these.
And for example, a backyard suite, one of the reasons why we've rezoned to HGO on our Inglewood project is because we wanted 2 units over the garage, and we wanted that to be attached to another building. And you can't do that in RCG because a backyard suite is a very narrow definition, and then you have to have, I think it's 5.5 meters, you would know, between the backyard suite and another building. But what does it matter?
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter. And so in our project, we had the same number of units and suites as we would have with RCG, but because we got the flexibility with HGO, they could take whatever shape or form they wanted, and the doors could face in, and we could stack them, and we could put 2 over a garage and attach it to another building and save all these mature trees. The uses are just very, very restrictive for, creative people, and if you want to innovate.
Yeah, the RCG build form is just very prescriptive.
Yeah.
Which you talked a lot about your one project there, the New Monica, and how you did things like changes in height and setbacks and floor area ratio, all of these sort of accommodations towards community. And we've been hearing a lot today specifically around this idea of trying to meet your neighbors, especially those within direct vicinity where they're at, and sort of to help. Were these accommodations part of that responding to blowback from community, or sort of like the push and shove of like consultation with community? And did they answer like the problem and you were all sails up and away you go?
A little bit. Like, in particular, the massing was very responsive to our neighbors. Our neighbors on the front northeast side, very supportive of the project, so we stuck the mass of the building, the larger mass, on their side. And at the back side, the neighbor on the east was very supportive of our project, so we stuck the mass of our building on their side. And then our neighbor at the back at the east was not, so we saved like these 30-meter tall trees that are in between our building and her space. And yes, she agreed that that was a much better outcome for her than the RCG outcome. And so, yes, and then also, I would say that good architects do what we do regardless, because that's what good design is, and that's what good architects should do. So while we just do this stuff because we think it's the most appropriate thing for the site, and we like to design contextually appropriate buildings, good architects will do that anyways.
Fair, fair. And did you have then reduced pushback?
No.
No.
It,
Okay.
it was both. It was both. We, you know
No,
what,
great.
we had a mix. We had a mix of people, because we're down from the Cove, which has got a lot of multifamily in there, and so we've got a real mix of like people that can't afford to live in Inglewood, that really, really want to find a place to live, and then we've got people that don't want it to change. There's a real mix, and I think we had support and non-supporters pretty equal on both sides, I'd say.
That's actually, I think, really important to this conversation, that
Yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
get just suddenly
No,
everyone
no.
on board
No, no,
and
no,
whatever.
no, absolutely
is that
not.
there is opposition as a part of change, and even when you make your height not go to 3 stories, and even when you change your floor area ratio, and even when you set your setbacks, right? I think that's a great thing for me to sort of understand the tussle of this.
Yeah, and we also 45% lot coverage, so everyone
There you
knows.
go, 45% lot coverage. Interesting, good to know. Finally, I guess just we are in this conversation around RCG, HGO, and you did sort of go into, yours was not really nodes and corridors, but it was kind of, it was like an expansion of nodes and corridors, but you are at your baseline sort of saying RCG district as the baseline that is everywhere, just to clarify.
We would like to see RCG transform into something that is closer to the flexibility allowed by HGO. HGO is explicitly transportation-based, and so that doesn't make sense for a base zoning for the entire city. And we think that there is a step backward to avoid by making RCG work for what it's meant to work for. And it can function more like HGO if you do, if you're not prescriptive about the housing types that can be considered units. If you're reducing the density by eliminating the secondary suites and giving that back in flexibility as to how these things can manifest. I think that's a step forward instead of resurrecting 7 land use districts that we don't need.
And what we're proposing with the 4 units in total is actually very similar to RC2. It's just not discretionary.
And prescriptive.
And prescriptive.
Right, you're not saying 2 up, 2 down. You're
No.
saying 4 units. They could all be at
Do
grade.
whatever you want. You have to follow, obviously, safety code regulations and the criteria and the bylaw and the outcomes design.
Which actually maybe just brings up one final thing. That flexibility is great, but also a big part of this sort of missing middle housing has been its ability to be built. Yes, it's more prescriptive, but that also adds to its ability for the development industry and for local builders to build it quickly and sort of have certain built forms that we've sort of seen get built up quickly. Do you think that we can achieve that with this sort of flexibility? Not everyone's going to hire great architects to do their build. We're just got to also build housing. Is that achievable with the things that you're talking about?
With a pathway to permitted use, it is.
Great. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
All right, Councillor Chabot, please.
You're not quite off the hook yet. Sorry. So if I'm interpreting what you said accurately, you're suggesting that 75 units per hectare needs to be revised as long as you count every single unit.
No, it does not need to be revised.
75 per unit.
You remove secondary suites. It stays as the.
As a unit, as opposed to a suite.
Yeah, so right now it's calculated as 75 hectares for a unit, but then you get 4 extra little
Secondary suites.
add-ons that
150.
don't count.
So it's actually 150 if you
If
count.
you're HGO, yeah. If you're counting it as all units, yes.
Okay. So based on what I've heard, it sounds like you guys put a lot of thought into this, but it's not a simple make this amendment and have it go through, because it'll trigger a new public hearing. So in this process, to kind of implement all the things that you suggested, what do you see as the best path forward? You still want to retain the RCG, but then there's a lot of things associated with it currently. If it goes back, it'll go back to permitted, but with all of the other parameters around it, how do we bridge that gap, essentially, is where I'm going with this question. You have any ideas on that?
For the second part or the first part?
Either or all of the above, because currently it's discretionary. If it goes back to permitted use, right?
Well, a semi-detached is a permitted use.
Yes, but the RCG zone itself will go back to a permitted use. Whilst it still has to go through a land use, if it goes back, it'll go back as a permitted use if you get the land use. Currently, it's permitted everywhere, but it's discretionary. I'm trying to figure out a way to sort of bridge the gap between the two and not retain the discretionary element out of all this, but trying to move more towards a permitted element. I'm sorry, it's kind of a weird question, but.
I'll try to
It is, yes.
Sorry, I'm not sure if this will completely answer your question, but it's not necessarily that there's going to be a gap to bridge. I mean, initially we need to maintain the blanket RCG zoning because going back and then having to proceed, it's going to make the path to where we need to be much longer than it already is. So keeping the blanket RCG, and then by just making that adjustment where there's no secondary suites, so you can only have the 4 units. So that's kind of where we're starting. It doesn't change what's currently considered permitted or discretionary. It doesn't change anything about the current blanket rezoning except how density is calculated on RCG essentially, because you don't have the secondary suites. And then it opens us up to make these further adjustments, which are a much longer process, and that's when you need like the additional hearings. So it's not that there's a gap, it's making that small adjustment now so it's easier to move forward and progress.
So if we go for 4 by right, what you're saying, right? 4 by right as an interim solution, I'm not sure that won't require a new public hearing, because what we're talking about here is not that. And so even just that alone, going to 4 by right, counting every unit, I believe will also trigger a new public hearing.
Isn't that what was advertised? 4 by right? For the initial public hearing?
For this one?
For rezoning for housing.
The rezoning is to go back to what it was previously, which is not 4 by right.
But if we don't repeal RCG, we're keeping how it is now. There was already an amendment brought up about revising density. So that was already a motion that was advertised as something that would be addressed tonight. So it's kind of a different way to address that change in density. So rather than lowering the density as was proposed to be addressed tonight, it's changing how the density is calculated essentially. So I don't believe it's different from what's already being.
Anyways, there's A to P on recommendation number 4 with a whole bunch of amendments that obviously need to be considered through all of this. Do you think moving forward with all those amendments, or considering any and all of those amendments, is the right path forward to do today, or do you think there needs to be more consultation on some of those?
I mean, the big amendment that was proposed is lowering the density for RCG. And if we're going to move forward, correct me if you feel differently, but I don't think that's the right step to take, because then it kind of hinders the ability to make further adjustments, and then it might require another change to density. So based on the amendments that have been proposed, we would say keep RCG as a blanket rezoning, and if no other amendments are brought in tonight, then it still opens us up for bringing in all of these amendments in the future when more time is allowed.
Possibly with the next bylaw.
Yeah.
When we do the next bylaw review, so do you think maybe in between now and then would be a good chance to discuss all of these proposals that you brought forward today? Okay, thanks. No further questions for me. Thank you.
All right, Council, we will be back. Oh, Councilor McLean, all right.
I'm usually the last one to get between dinner.
You're going to be dinner.
But a quick question, I guess. what you're saying.
Sorry, that was inappropriate. I was called out earlier for chirping from the chair. Proceed, Councillor McLean.
I got to fix
I
that.
theoretically have an unlimited time limit, or 7 minutes rather. Go ahead.
From what I'm getting, I guess you could just answer what you're suggesting, and being in your field, the biggest obstacle to building more homes and lowering the cost is the permitting, the time, and the fees, right?
That's a really, really significant part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I really think we all really got to focus on. We can't do it with this bylaw. This is zoning and stuff, but I think that's what comes next. I think that's what comes next to try to get to really accelerating the timelines to building costs.
I think that's one of the major components that as council and administration, you guys have the control over on how that manifests for people that are out there building housing. So.
Excellent. Thanks for coming down.
Oh, thanks.
All right, anybody else? All right, we will be back at 7:30. When we get back at 7:30, we're going to do a catch-up panel with panel 70 onwards, and then we're going to alternate back to the panelists that we hadn't called from 103 onwards.